is the payoff. This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
All right, good morning here from Monaco, here for the Monaco Waterski Cup. This is the third annual. I am Zane Nicholson here this morning. We are getting ready to get started with this open slalom event, the first leg of the European Tour. Weather's super great, looking great out here. As we take a look at the lake here, and you see the points that you'll get for winning this event. Expecting some great skiing. We've already seen some skiers get good practice, and, we've had the amateurs this morning. Great sets already going down, so looking forward to some really good skiing coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll take a look here at our schedule. Here is the format. We're going to have open women's slalom round 1, men's slalom round 1, and then we'll do a men's trick preliminary round with a second round of the men's slalom today. We're going to take the top 8 of both events, and we'll advance them into the final. The women will do their second round tomorrow morning before the finals, so looking forward to getting some good skiing in and expecting some big scores here. All right, and we are going to go down to Lorenzo with the tournament organizers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Monaco Ski Cup. I'm here with one of the organizers, Greg. And Greg, so how was the journey to organize this event this year?
Well, actually, it was a long one. I thought organize the first one was the hardest one. No, it's not. The third one gets, as you want to improve every year, you have to add on some stuff. Bringing you guys is awesome. We're so glad to have you here. So, yeah, a lot of work, but we are pretty dialed in, I think. I can't wait to see the pros out there now.
All right, yeah, just in about a few minutes, we're going to start with women's slalom. Today we have a very packed day. And tell us a little bit, what are the hardest challenges to overcome when you're organizing a pro event?
And it's a mix of everything. The lake has to be perfect. Thank God we have Marco here with his team that puts everything in place so the event runs smooth. Afterward, you want obviously the best athletes in the world, so you have to manage the schedules and everything. Make sure everyone's ready to come. And the weather, obviously, you cannot manage. So this is on the luck. And I'd say the last and not the least, the sponsors. Thanks for our sponsors to support for the third year in a row. Without them, we could not organize such an event.
All right, perfect. Yeah, athletes are just rolling in. We're about to get ready. And in just a few minutes, we're going to start with pro women's slalom. So for now, back to you, Connor.
All right, as we take a look at the drone shot here of this beautiful French Riviera, you can see over the mountain right behind the lake, you get a good look at the ocean. Keeping it kind of cool here. The sun is finally starting to come out. We are getting perfect conditions, expecting some huge scores today. We've had a couple guys already this year run through that 10.25, and maybe we can see another one crack down. Expect the women. We've had big scores from the ladies, and I'm looking forward to seeing them get out here this weekend. Again, I'm Zane Nicholson. I will be your announcer for the weekend here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. TWBC is super stoked to be here, actually doing this event, and we're really excited to be here with you guys this weekend. Looks like we've got women's slalom round 1 starting here in about 7 minutes, so we'll be right back here with the start of that event.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup in France. First Waterski Pro Tour stop of this European leg with Corey Vaughan. Corey, how excited are you to be here?
Yeah, I'm happy to be jumping in on the Pro Tour. I missed Lake 38, had to watch from home in order to be ready to ship out and come here. But I've gotten a couple of practice sets and I love this spot. This is a beautiful place to ski. And I think we've got a full field. It's going to be some big scores out there this weekend.
Monaco Waterski Cup, we're here with Adam Sedelmeier. So Adam, how excited are you to compete in Europe?
I'm definitely excited. I mean, I've say this to everyone I talk to around here. This is definitely the top 3 places in the entire world that I've ever visited. Not only the ski sites itself, but the Monaco, Saint-Tropez, the whole coast. Really love the area, so always enjoy coming back and explore some more and hopefully ski good and take some cash back home with me.
We're here in France with Mati Gonzalez. Mati just won the Swiss Pro Trick. How confident are you coming into this event?
I'm feeling pretty good. I won here last year, so I know the lake. It's a really good lake, so I'm going to try my best.
How competitive is the pro men's field at this event?
Yeah, we have pretty good skiers. I know Pat is coming, but it's going to be hard. I'm going to try my best, and hopefully it's going to be a good weekend.
So the event is going to be in 2 days. Have you been doing some practice? Have you been in France a little bit, or you just arrived from the US?
Yeah, I just arrived from the US. I took a week after Masters. Just this week I skied 2 times, so today I'm going to try to practice a little bit and then go straight to the tournament.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with the 2 tournament organizers, Alexi and Greg. Their 3rd edition. So Greg, how confident are you coming into this event?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, the lake looks amazing. Skiers are starting to warm up since yesterday. Everything's looked dialed in so far, so hopefully it goes like this all the weekend.
And for you, Alexi, how nice is it to see all those pro skiers coming down to your home site?
It's amazing, skiing here since a kid, so it's amazing to see all these guys ski out here, and we're happy the tournament's growing every year, so we're happy with how it's going.
What is the goal for you guys this weekend? What are you looking for? For a smooth event to happen, for good performance, for what's the one thing that you'd be happy that happens?
I mean, all of the above. If everyone ski well, obviously it's a plus, but everyone shows up. If we have a good weather, I'm pretty confident all the skiers will perform. So just a smooth event, everybody enjoy either being on site or watching the webcast, so it's going to be okay.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with 2 of our 3 drivers, Manuel Domini from Italy and Mario Pigozzi from Dominican Republic but / Italy. So Mario, you've been driving this event for quite a bit, as well as Manuel. What are you looking for this weekend?
Good weather, good condition and good performance. And especially fun, a lot of fun.
And for you, Manuel, what's your highlight?
Kind of the same thing. I'm gonna drive a lot of tricks. I'm excited. No, I'm not kidding. And I hope they do big scores.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with John Travers. So John, first event of what seems to going to be a long European stretch. How are you coming into this event?
Yeah, I feel good. I've had a few weeks off, not making the Masters, so I've just been home training, getting ready for these next 3 events, and then a little trip home for a week, and then try to come back and get my title at Les Angeles.
It looks like this coming month is going to be kind of quite important because we're getting almost half of the events or more of the Pro Tour in this month. Are you happy about that? Does that put a bit of extra pressure? Is it kind of almost easier to get ready for because it's this kind of 1 month with everything in?
Yeah, for sure. That's a good question. Yeah, it's kind of
best of two worlds. We get to come over to Europe and have multiple events, so it's worth the trip. But also, if you are beat up or you're a little injured this 1 month, it's kind of hard to get those points and get up the list. But this year I feel strong, I feel healthy, so I'm just excited to be here. And just thanks to my wife for being home and taking care of our kid. And yeah, it's going to be a fun trip.
All the best. So we're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with Freddie. So Freddie, you're coming into this event in a high as a Masters winner, but also obviously been in a particular position due to what happened here last year. So how are you coming here?
Yeah, I mean, very mixed emotions, as you can probably imagine. I mean, yeah, I skied well a couple weeks ago at the Masters, skied very much worse at Lake 38 last week. But yeah, I mean, it's an emotional time. I ended my season here last year, and it ended up where I was worried I was never going to be able to come back. So, like, I did come back at the Masters, and I was able to win a tournament, which I hoped I would do again. I worked really hard to do it, but I wasn't sure. So that's really nice to have that done. But now I got to go, and it's a weird thing to ski in the same place where you had a potentially life-changing injury, and it hasn't changed my life so much as it turns out, which is good. Down to a lot of work, I can tell you that.
So let's say best case scenario, the goal is what? To go out, do a good first round that will kind of shake off, I guess, the nervousness and the vision of the last set, I'm guessing.
4 at 41 every round. That's my plan. Don't want to turn 4. That's what my mum's told me to do, so 4 at 41 every round.
4 at 41 won many events, so hopefully that's going to cut it this weekend.
If I come 7th with 4 at 41 in the final, that's fine by me.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with Jamie Bull, defending champ. Any extra motivation coming back as a defending champion?
I mean, I think always the goal is to defend a title or get a new title if you aren't defending. So I think it stays the same, but excited to be back here.
First event of a pretty long stretch of European tournament. Excited, nervous, scared?
Maybe all of the above. No, it's good. I'm excited. It's nice to be back in Europe. It's always a fun but very busy schedule. So I think all of that comes into play. It's like you're nervous to be recovered for every event, but excited to be going to new places and getting to ski a bunch in the next couple weeks.
We wish you all the best. We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with Nate Smith. So Nate, last year you skied the event, you kind of arrived last minute, had to put your skied immediately. At least this time around you gave yourself 24 hours to play with. How are you feeling coming into this event?
Pretty good. I mean, like you said, last year I flew in almost the day of, so I'm here early. I have 2 weeks off. I'm skiing this event and the next one in Morocco as well. So feeling pretty good. It's a little windy out there today, but I think over the weekend the conditions should be nice. So just here to enjoy it, have fun, and try and ski the best I can.
We're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup with Ali Nicholson, fresh off a win and a first win. Before we start into this pre-show, how was US Masters for you?
Masters was amazing. I mean, still kind of living on that high. Definitely, one of those things that all skiers aim to achieve. So super happy and still, kind of on cloud 9 with that one.
How are you coming into this event? Just landed from the US. You just had yourself a practice set. It looks a touch breezy. Hopefully this weekend will be better. Everything felt normal?
Yeah, it felt all right. I mean, it's those jet lag sets right when you get off the plane. They're always kind of interesting. Definitely a little bit breezy today, but just kind of went out and wanted to feel it out a little bit. So have another practice set hopefully tomorrow morning, and then hoping for a good weekend.
What's going to be a bit your Europe trip looking like?
I am here for the whole 5 weeks, so I'm going, stop to stop. We're going to go to England for a little bit, go check out Hazelwoods. I've never been, so that'll be a fun one. Going to Portugal for the first time. So yeah, some exciting stops coming, and then, always the repeat ones that we're excited to go back to as well.
Well, we wish you all the best.
All right, we are back, and it is almost go time here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. We're getting ready to get in with this women's slalom round 1. Super excited to get there. I believe we've got Lorenzo down on the bank, so we'll go check in with him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here lakeside with Mano Costar, this year first pro event for her. So Mano, how's been the training going so far?
It's been good. I've been here actually. It's my home site close to where I live, just an hour and a half away. So I'm used to the place. I'm excited for the event.
And what else? Have you Have you been practicing a lot? Have you taken quite a long time off this winter, or have you keep on pushing and skiing throughout the winter?
I took some good time off this winter, so yeah.
And what did you do?
I worked a bunch and did some snow skiing. I did just spent some time at home and doing other things. Yeah.
All right, perfect. So Manon, we'll let you get ready. You're about to get in the water, so you might want to warm up. And back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo, and super excited to see Manon get out there. First event of the season. She looks strong. I talked to her a little bit earlier, and I'm expecting her to come out and just take a rip on it. But as we take a look at our women's start list, we've got Brooke Baldwin from the USA, Violetta Molesky from Argentina, Ilana Bischofberger from France. And then we're going to hit in with Ali Garcia, Neely Ross. There's Manon Costard, Vanessa Veek. Jamie Bull is your defending champion of this event from last year. And we will finish off this women's slalom event with your newly crowned women's master slalom champion, Allie Nicholson. So stacked field here with this group of 9. We're going to ski. We're going to take them down to 8 for the final. So one person will be missing out. So we'll have to take time, wait and see, but I'm looking forward to these women get out here. I'm expecting huge scores. Conditions are absolutely pristine. Just a little bit of a head tailwind coming from the dock end, so the first pass will be a tailwind, but it's looking like conditions are going to be great and set up for huge scores this weekend. Those Nautique boats are sounding nice, looking good going down the lake. We got some of the best drivers in the world, and ready for a big event today. All right, as we take a look at from the drone shot there, we saw the lake. There's Allie Nicholson kind of getting ready on the bank with Lorenzo, and I believe he might be down there ready to talk to her. So we will we'll wait a minute. I think they're just chatting, trying to get going, get everybody stretched. We take a look down there at the start dock. You see Brooke Baldwin. She is come back to the Pro Tour, had a bit of a break. I know she messed her knee up a little bit, but she's looking healthy. And I'm looking forward to getting Brooke out on the water. She's one of those few women that have actually made it through that 10.75 rope length, and maybe she can get it out today, be as the first skier off the dock and put some pressure on the rest of the women's field. All right, and we see again, just for the format, if you're just checking in, it's the best score of 2 rounds. So we're going to take the top 8 women, top 8 men, and we will put them into the final tomorrow. So we're going to have a jam-packed day today, lots of skiing, so be sure to tune in. Thank you for everybody that is watching on the webcast. We're excited to spend our morning with you. And then some people over in the States, I know it's probably late in the evening, so we're happy to spend the end of your night with you. But looking forward to it. All right, and it sounds like we got Lorenzo down on the bank, so let's go check in with him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still lakeside. We're sitting down on the bleachers watching the lake, and we're here with a special guest, one of our spectators. And tell us a little bit who you are.
I'm the sister of Manon, and so I'm here to see her because we don't have a lot of competitions in France, so it's really nice to be here and to can see her there.
So I guess this is the first time that you're watching your sister at a pro event. I guess you watch her in her career throughout Worlds or Europeans, but is this the first time that you watch her at a pro event?
No, I went in Miami last year, so I could see her there.
All right, nice. Miami, not bad for a little vacation as well. And what are you expecting out of today?
Good skiing and yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for watching, and back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo, and I think she's on to something. I think we are going to have some great skiing. It's super great to have family members here to watch. I know it's a huge thing when you get your families here to watch. But we take a look here. Here's our driver for the women's event, Mr. Mario Pagozzi. I know he is one of a crowd favorite for these ladies. He's always feels great behind the wheel, and I know that the girls are very stoked to be able to ski behind him. So looking forward to getting this simulation pass done, and we will get our skiers up and on the water. Again, the sun's starting to come out. It's turning into a really nice day, and we're here on the French Riviera. As we take a look from the front of the boat, you get to see those awesome views from the lake. This is something that maybe some of the American skiers aren't all that accustomed to. I've known since I've kind of come over to Europe and been coaching quite a bit, a lot of the lakes are in these most beautiful settings, and it's just kind of cool to take it all in and see the views, and also be able to ski at such great ski sites like this one here. Again, this is the third annual Monaco Waterski Cup. TWBC is super excited to be able to be here with you and broadcast it with you. And we are going to finish up this simulation pass and come down to the dock, and I believe we'll grab our first skier, Brooke Baldwin, and we will get the day underway. All right, and there you go. You see Brooke. She looks like she's ready. She's got that ski on, so looks like we're going to toss the handle of the boat, and we will get this European leg of the Pro Tour started. We got 5 weeks worth of skiing, so super excited for that. It'll be super fun. I know all these skiers are excited to be over here and, getting to do this. And Brooke, super excited to see her back on the Pro Tour, back skiing. As we'll get her in, and we'll wait to see what her start line length is. I would be willing to bet it's probably 14 meters, but we will wait and get confirmation for that. All right, and there we go. We're going to have our first skier off the dock. This is 14 meters for Brooke Baldwin. Using that A2 setting on the boat. Most of the skiers, I think today, will be using that letter. Seems to be the crowd favorite for most of the skiers. And here we go. We'll take Brooke in through the gates for her opening pass. Looking nice and smooth here. Just, again, these first couple passes for these skiers are a bit of a warm-up, kind of fill the driver out, fill the lake out, kind of get the nerves dialed in. And that was just a nice, strong-looking opening pass there for Brooke. She has a really nice ski style. I think she stands over the ski really, really nice. You see her kind of rotate through those turns. And, Brooke used to be a really good tricker. And, that rotation of the hips, you see the, trick skiers really, really get those hips rotated. And, that it comes out to play, helps them out a ton as they get through the course. As we see at the start dock, we got our next skier, Violetta from Argentina, getting ready. Excited to see her here on the Pro Tour. Again, there's the schedule there on the event. I'm Zane Nicholson, your announcer. Super excited to be with you today. Be sure you check in all day. We see Vincent and John back there on the ones and the twos. They're making sure that you get all these awesome shots and everything looks great. So super glad that we have them here. All right, looks like we've got a confirmation of a completed 14, so we'll shorten that rope up. This will be 13 meters, 32 off for our people in America, if you need the Freedom units. All right, here she goes through the gates. Creates tons of space there in front of the buoys. Looking nice and smooth here. Getting a little bit on the tail there, but managing it pretty well. And there you go. You got your second completed pass of this event for Brooke Baldwin. I'm expecting several of these skiers, if not most of them, to run through that 11-meter line length. And, I'm expecting big scores at 10.7. Hopefully we could get somebody through that 10.7 today. With the lights of your defending champion, Jamie Bull. She's usually one that can get through that pass, and there's several other ones that have run it. So Brooke being one of these ones that definitely can get through the next couple passes and get a good shot at 10.7. As we see that crew right there, you got Aaron Davies and Violetta. They're on the dock. I know they're traveling together. I think they're living in a van, sleeping right here on site. So, getting to get up in the morning and just be here, it's great. We're super excited to have both of them on the tour. All right, and be sure you go and you play and try to pick your podium and get a chance to win a ski. So make sure you get in. If you've got a skier that you think that's going to win today, go ahead and make your voice be heard, and it could turn into a free water ski for you. Okay, 12 meters. This is Brooke Baldwin. Now, this is the first line length that the rope doesn't go outside the buoys. The handle kind of reaches around the buoy, so still got plenty of rope, but let's see what she can get here. Pretty good one ball here as we roll into two. That 2-4-6 side turn for her is awesome. She's got a great offside turn. You'll see it right here. She just really rotates those hips, gets the ski turned, and then that helps her create plenty of space over there on the 1-5 side. But there we go. We got 12 meters down. Now we're down to that 11-meter line length. I expect just about all of our skiers into this 11-meter pass, if not through it all the way. Okay, and we take a look at the replay here. Really see, she really gets a good turn on that onside, but she doesn't slam it too hard, which allows that ski to roll out on her on the offside. And I think that's why you're seeing that offside just look so awesome. You know, she's kind of backing off the turn, but she's gaining everything when she crosses the wakes, and really strong skiing, and definitely helps as the rope gets shorter. If you load too early, the boat just kind of picks you up and slings you to the other side, and then it's pretty hard to turn. But Brooke managing the line really good and looking super strong this morning. All right, and it's another thing to take note. The wind has kind of rotated on us a little bit, so it's now blowing a headwind towards the dock. That might come into some strategy later on in this event. As these ladies, again, we're trying to we're cutting down to 8, so you got to be in that top 8 if we want to ski and have a chance for the money tomorrow. But Brooke Baldwin, this is 11 meters. Let's see if we can get her through it here, through the gates. Oh, getting on the tail out of 1, but can she get a turn over here at 2? A little bit slow out of 2, but still going. Oh, and that'll be all she wrote. Unfortunately, they're not going to be a huge score through the 11, but she is your new leader. First skier off the dock, at least getting to 11, getting a good score out there. And great skiing there from Brooke Baldwin. I know a lot of times when you're on this pro tour and you haven't skied these events, like you have in the past, sometimes the nerves can get you on this first round. Let's take a look and see what she had happen to her here at one ball. You see she gets on the tail, brings that handle up high, and then it really doesn't allow her to let the ski go out. So you see she's pretty narrow there at 2, running with the boat, and now she's just kind of in scramble mode, but managing it pretty good. Got through it, got a full score of 3, so you never know, that could come into play moving forward as we go through this event. Yeah, you see that handle just got really high there out of 1, and now she's kind of running with the boat. But we will move along in this slalom event. It looks like the boat's back down to the dock, and we're going to pick up our next skier, the Argentinian. There is Valletta right there in the water, so we'll get her up and going. I believe this will be 14 meters, probably doing the same start that Brooke did. All right, here we go. Violetta, 14 meters here. She's riding that D3 water ski. Looking nice and strong here on this opening pass. A little bit down course out of 3, but still managing it pretty good. And there we go with that awesome shot from the drone from behind. And that's a completed pass at 14 meters there for Violetta. All right, and I believe we've got Lorenzo down on the bank with somebody that's getting ready to ski.
All right, welcome back here lakeside. We're here joined by John Travers. So, John, how's it going?
Yeah, really good. Happy to be back.
All right, and how's it been going on in your life this winter? How's everything going?
Yeah, really good. It's been a great season, off season, sorry, and we're expecting a new little boy here in July, so it's going to be a little busy for me the next few weeks getting ready for that and trying to compete and traveling back and forth to the States between events. So it's going to be interesting, but we're here now and we're going to enjoy it as much as I can and just go out there and have fun.
All right, perfect. Congratulations, newcomer, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Yeah, super stoked for JT. Going to bring his second boy into the world, and congratulations to Natty back home. I bet you she's watching, so super happy for you guys. Can't wait to meet the little guy, and that's huge just to see these pro skiers, having kids and basically kind of growing the sport. They're the future of the sport. They'll be coming up. I expect to see another little Travers at a lake skiing very, very, very soon. But now, back to the water, 13 meters. This is Violetta. This will be a bit of a tailwind coming down from the far end of the lake, but looking pretty good. Getting a little bit down course here out of 2-ball, but nice big turn over there to 3 kind of to make her back up. And there we're looking pretty good as we get by the bleachers. And there you go. That's another completed pass there at 13 meters for Violetta. So we take a look from those drone shots, and you can kind of see just how beautiful the scenery is here around the lake. World-class site and world-class views. It's absolutely stunning. There we go. We got us some more guys on the camera that are running it. Shout out to the boys, making sure you guys get all these cool shots. Super fun, super happy to have them there, and just keep enjoying the views for the webcast. Okay, so that was a completed 13-meter pass. So this next pass will be 12 meters, and going to have to get through this one if we want to challenge the lead. Give yourself a chance to make it into this final. All right, as Mario tightens up the rope there, and we'll get Violetta back into the ski course. All right, here we go, 12 meters. Looking pretty good here. A little bit down course out of 2, but let's see if she can get that big turn out of 3. Oh, and unfortunately not able to turn 3-ball there, so a little bit of a low score there for Violetta. I know she'll probably be wanting to get quite a few more in the next round. That's the best part about it, though. We're only taking the best score of the 2 rounds, so still has a chance to make it into that top 8. As we see the replay, let's see what kind of got her here at 1-ball. I thought 1 wasn't too bad, but here she starts to separate and kind of lets her hands get away, starts to run with the boat a bit. And then it kind of catches her here over at 3-ball, but still makes it outside of it. Gets that full score of 3. And, yeah, just a bit of disappointment there for Violetta. I know she definitely wanted a few more. But we'll get her round 2, see if we can get her through that 12-meter pass. All right, be sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube page. That way you get notified every time we are live during this stretch over here in Europe. We are on the first leg of this European tour here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. We've already had our first 2 skiers of the day in this open women's slalom event. And we are moving right along as we bring Violetta back to the dock. Skier out of Argentina. All right, and big shout out to everybody watching on the webcast. We see our start list. Next skier will be from France, we got Ayana Bischofberger. I think this is our first time, joining the Pro Tour, so super excited to get us a new face on the Pro Tour. Looking forward to seeing her at not just this stop, but all the other stops that we've got coming on in these next 5 weeks. So really excited to have her with us. And I know she's been skiing well. I believe she got second at the Europeans last year. So I'm expecting big scores from her. She's I'm not too familiar with her, but like you said, I've kind of seen some scores come out, and she is one of these dark horses in this event that could show up and really kind of put her name at the top of the list. All right, we've got Alana up on the ski. Looks like she's riding that good water ski. And we'll bring her in here. This will be 14 meters. Looking nice and strong. Really skis really tall, stays pretty still, which is I think is really nice. You don't want a whole lot of upper body movement, but we want that lower body to really work hard, and she seems to leverage the boat really well. And yeah, nice strong opening pass there for the French skier. All right, we got a completed pass of 14 meters there, so going to stop the boat. We'll shorten the rope up to that mean green machine. 13 meters, 32 off. Again, these are still kind of some warm-up passes for these ladies, just getting a feel of the boat, feel of their ski, make sure everything feels nice and good, so when they get to these shorter line lengths, they're feeling nice and confident, can attack the pass, get them a good start, and get through them. As we see on the dock, you got your next skier getting ready there, Miss Allie Garcia from the U.S. Excited to have her back over here on the European Pro Leg, and I know she's been skiing pretty strong this season, so expecting good scores from her. There we go. We got another one of our camera guys out there bringing you these awesome shots from the tower. Okay, here we go. 32 off. 13 meters. Nice good roll in here at the gate. You can see she's so tall and stacked on the ski and creates all the space in the world in front of the buoys, giving herself plenty of time to make those turns. And there you go. That's a strong looking second pass. 13 meter line length there. Okay, so now that we've run those two passes, we're now down to 35 off, 12 meters, and going to need to run this one if we're going to try to challenge the leader of our first skier, Brooke Baldwin. As you can see here on the webcast, we've got people showing up, watching the event. Love having the spectators here. Super excited. We see T-Gas and a couple of the skiers, JT, Allie, all chatting. I don't know if they're talking about skiing or what have you, but they are all having a good time. They're ready to go do some water skiing. Definitely a table that I would love to be standing around just to kind of rack everybody's brain. Some of the best, JT's one of those guys that knows just about everything about water skiing and technical side, skiing side, all of it. But now we're back on the water. This is 12 meters for Ilana. Let's see if she can get a good gate, good start here. Looks pretty good as she rolls in. Big one ball. There we go. Now we look like we're attacking the pass a little bit better. Nice, good, strong style there. Making her way over to 5. And there you go. That'll be another completed pass of that 12-meter pass. So now going to have a chance to challenge Brooke Baldwin's lead. If she wants to take that from her, she's got to go get a piece of 4 ball. 3 would take a tie. You really see she really gets that ski rotated before she loads up on the boat at at the gates there, which is keeps her speed nice and smooth going into one, really sets her up, gets her a good 2-ball, and now she's kind of on top of the pass, giving herself some room if she has a little mistake here and there. She's built her up a little bit of a buffer there just from her gates and her start. So really strong skiing. Really like how she just stays super tall over the ski. Doesn't really move her upper body that much. I think that's, like I said, she looks super strong. Super excited to have her here on the Pro Tour. All right, you see next two competitors, we got Neely Ross and Ali Garcia down there, maybe kind of talking a little bit of strategy, kind of telling each other what's going on with the lake. And right now, we're at 11 meters, 38 off. Brooke Baldwin is your leader with 3. Let's see if Alana can get more than that number. Let's see, big 1-ball there. Let's see what she can do over here at 2. Gets a pretty decent 2. Can she get outside of 3? Yes, she can. Nice turn there off a 3-ball. Come on, girl. Let's see if we can get outside of 5. Throws that ski, kind of losing her upper body, but did she get outside of 6-ball? We'll have to wait and see from the judges. I too close for me to call. I'm glad I'm not one of those guys calling buoys, but we will we'll wait and take a look at the score here. It's under review. Maybe we can see what kind of happened to her here at the end of this pass. I thought the start was pretty good. Again, that super strong gate gets that ski to roll out. Got a pretty decent 1-ball here. Looking over here at 2. Now gets off the handle a touch early, so kind of loses the line there. You kind of see that catcher, and now she's kind of in scrap mode, but still stuck with it. Gets outside of 4-ball, trying to eat up the rope. Throws the ski out here at 5. Definitely gets around 5. Ski snaps on her. Can she get outside of 6? Let's see. And it looks like she did not get outside of it. So I'm getting a confirmation of 5 at 11 meters, 38 off there for Alana. That'll put her into the lead. But I know she was probably wanting a couple more buoys out there. But the best part about it, we got 2 rounds. So I look forward to seeing her in this second round. And I really want her to get through that 11-meter pass. Let's put some pressure on these top ladies that are getting ready to ski. All right, guys, and we got a new feature here for TWBC. We've got a TWBC watch party. So if you are at home or you're on a plane, you're in your car with your friends at a bar, who knows, take a picture of you watching, and we'll post it on the webcast and let everybody know there's a QR code so you can scan it and share with us. And we look forward to seeing everybody's it's on our website. So I look forward to seeing everybody posting their photos of you watching, and look forward to seeing what your setup is for the weekend. You never know. Sometimes somebody might have a better setup than we've got. I think here at the lake, you can't beat it. But if you can't be here, let's see how you're watching. All right, we got Mario picking up our next skier, Miss Ali Garcia. She's been skiing real good. I'm expecting big scores out of her. I believe they went and kind of toured around Monaco yesterday. We will see. I believe this is a 13-meter start, so, getting down to the nitty-gritty kind of quick. Not so sure this is normally what Ali Garcia normally starts at, but now she's over here making sure. I'd say it probably has to do with the wind a little bit. And that's a completed pass, 13 meters. But let's go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
Welcome back, Lakeside. We're here joined by Thibaut Dayan. So, Thibaut, how have you been?
Good. Actually, arrived last night. So, looks nice. Happy to be here.
Well, I guess you know this side quite well. You've skied a bunch here when you were younger. And how's been your preparation coming up to this event?
Good. Yeah, I know the lake. I skied for a very long time here. I used to be the National French Federation ski lake, so we spent time on it. But it's been many years, so I look forward to ski on it again.
All right, perfect. And how's your form? How have you been skiing?
I feel great. Looking forward to go and ski. Perfectly in shape and ready.
All right, thank you very much for being here, Thibaut, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, cool. Super excited to see Thibaut out here. I know he's gotten he had a PB earlier this season, which is his first one in quite a while. So maybe we can get another one out there today as we move through this event. Looking forward to the men skiing. A lot of these French skiers are very, very, very familiar with the lake, and so I'm expecting a huge score out of Thibaut today. Okay, and I want to just make a correction because I called it wrong. Ali Garcia started there at 14 meters, so this will be the 13-meter pass. A little bit. I thought that's how she normally starts, but man, looking strong. Really attacking these buoys on the turn as she gets her hands on the handle. Not waiting around for the boat to pull on her and getting through that 13-meter pass. It looked just as smooth as the 14-meter pass. Okay, so now we'll shorten the rope up. It'll be 12 meters. Gonna have to run it, which I fully expect Ali to do, and get through that pass and then get a chance to challenge the lead. I know she's looking to take down that 11-meter pass, get into 10.7, 39 off, and put up a big score for our last 4 skiers. All right, and I believe Lorenzo's got us another person on the bank, so let's go check in with him.
And welcome back, Lakeside. We're joined here by the one and only Freddie Winter. So, Freddie, how you doing?
Very well. Thank you, Lorenzo. Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you, too. So, you had a great start of the season so far, and how's been going after Masters?
It was a good start to the year. Probably that victory came a little bit earlier than I was maybe thinking, but certainly hoping for. So, since then, it's only been less than 2 weeks. So skied quite well last week at Lake 38, but not in the final, which is upsetting, and kind of just been trying to get over to Europe this week, and we'll see how we go.
All right, perfect. It's good to have you back in Europe. It's good for you to be here with us, and back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And we've got Ali Garcia on the water. This is 12 meters. Looking good here as she gets over to 3-ball. And, man, she is looking strong. I don't know the last time I saw Ali just come out, lights out, looking super great. Not saying that she's been skiing bad, but she just looks super dialed. Looks like she's feeling real good and making easy, light work of that 12-meter pass. As we take a look there, you got Neely Ross getting ready on the bank. Kind of warming up, trying to loosen up a little bit. Let's take a look here at the replay here for Ali Garcia as she makes her way through the gates. Super strong there. She attacks one ball. You see she just backsides it, building herself plenty of room. So at the end of the pass, she can kind of chill out and just manage kind of what she's got. But building herself a good buffer there at the start. And, man, Ali Garcia looking super strong today. I know everybody at home wishes they could run 12 meters that early with that much space and just being relaxed. And, Ali's been working really, really hard the last few seasons to get her skiing dialed. And, man, is it showing off. It's looking good. As we take a look here at some people on the bank, looks like we got a couple of our trickers. We're excited to have the trick event here. All right, lead is 5-ball. If she gets a piece of 6-ball, she'll take the lead. Ali is looking to run it. I think she's thinking about 10.7, so let's see what she can do here off of 1-ball. Gets a nice 1-ball. That is really nice. Over to 2. A little bit on the tail of the ski, but still looking pretty good. Oh, no, and just biting off a little more than she could chew there at 3. Didn't quite think she needed all that, but still got to 3-ball. That's 2.5. That's going to put her behind Brooke Baldwin in 3rd place right now. But right now she's sitting pretty. Would be in the final if all the other skiers still, beat her. She would still have her spot in the final if it was just 1 round. But we're taking the best score of 2 rounds, so she'll get a chance to come back in and take down this 11-meter pass. As you see here, I thought she had a really good gate 1 and 2, and then comes over here to 3 and just really kind of slammed it. Got the handle a little high and unable to hold on to it there. And going down a touch early, you can kind of see she's a little disappointed there, but, man, Allie's skiing super strong. There's really nothing for her to be disappointed about. She'll rebound, bounce back, and I'm expecting a huge score out of Allie after the next round just after watching this set. All right, we got the boat back down there, and we've got our next skier in the water, Miss Neely Ross. I believe this will be a 13-meter start, so we're now into the, our top 4 or 5 skiers. I expect all of them to be starting at 13 meters moving forward. That way they get an 11-meter head and set themselves up for a score at 10-7. All right, Mario Pagozzi behind the wheel for this event. We bring Neely Ross in. Got a little bit more of a different ski style than any of the other skiers we've seen. You really see her. She really gets that counter rotation going, really moves those hips, moves that body, to kind of manipulate the front of the ski and allow it to turn. But, man, strong opening pass there for Neely Ross. All right, let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank and see who he's got with us.
And welcome back, Lakeside. We just picked Ali out of the water. So, Ali, how was your run?
It definitely was not my best today, but luckily there's 2 rounds. So.
And when did you get here?
I got here Thursday morning, so I've been here for a couple days now.
Oh, you had time to try out the lake and feel out the lake skis then?
Yeah, my practice set felt really great, and I was pretty excited today. I think I was a little anxious, had a bit of a stressful morning, so wasn't quite where I wanted to be, but that's all right.
All right, that's how tournament work. We all know it, but we're pretty sure that you're gonna regain everything and go hard on second round. So thank you for being here, and back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo, and I know Allie's a little bit disappointed in that score, but I don't think she has anything to be disappointed in. She looks super strong. I know the second round she's going to come back. She'll bounce back and get a score that she likes. I thought she looked great. So great skiing from her. And again, these pros still show up at these events and get a little nervous, and they can kind of pick in, and it can kind of get to you. So, but at least hopefully we got the nerves out of the way after round 1, and we'll get going. But here we go, Neely Ross. This is 12 meters. Nice big turn off of one ball. Super strong skiing out of her. Again, you'll see that counter rotation here. Really gets that handle forward, gets the hips rotated up, and allows her to manipulate the front of the ski and get it to turn. And there you go. That's a strong looking 12-meter pass. All right, and again, this is going to be our first skier to try the 11-meter pass from the dock end. Everybody else has been taking it from the far end, so we'll see. Again, she's got a touch of a headwind here instead of a tailwind like the other skiers, so that kind of help her out, slow her down a little bit, as we do have the wind kind of picking up here. Not getting too crazy, but it's definitely, getting a little bit stronger than it was this morning when the amateurs started to ski. So we take a look here at the replay, and she's got a very unique style, nice and graceful. And, yeah, looking super strong here through that 12-meter pass. All right, we're back up. We got the rope tight. We're bringing the boat in. 11 meters here for Neely Ross. The lead is 5 from your French skier a couple skiers ago, Ilana Bischofberger. See if Neely can get through this 11-meter pass. Riding that reflex water ski. I think she's the only skier here that'll be on it, but big 2-ball there. Let's see what she got. Rolling through 3. Neely's looking really good here. Can she get over to 5? Yep, there you go. Ties the lead, and there you go. First skier through 11 meters. So I'm expecting the rest of these ladies to get through that 11-meter pass and attack 10-7. So great, strong skiing from Neely. Happy to have her here on the Pro Tour here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. You get that awesome drone shot of her going into the water down at the end. And we'll give her just that little break. We'll shorten that rope up, and then we're going to come in first skier at 10.7 of the day. Man, big one ball there from Neely, looking really strong. You see, again, because of that counter rotation, she really gets that front of the ski into the water, and it really kind of wants to slide on her, and allows those turns to be so big. Gets a little bit squatty there towards the end of the pass, but still, I think at that point in time, she's just trying to manage speed, make sure she doesn't blow the fin out of the water or do anything crazy. Sets herself up so she can get a chance to push her lead out.
11. Yeah, I think.
As we see there, you got Ali Garcia talking with Freddie. I know they're Mastercraft athletes, so probably giving each other a little bit of advice on how the lake's skiing, the wind, the boat, etc. So looking forward to getting Freddie out there. I know he ran an awesome 10.2 last weekend at Lake 38. It was probably one of the better ones I've ever seen. So I look forward to maybe seeing another one of those today. But right now, 10.7, this is Neely Ross. Gets outside of one ball, working over to two, but not quite getting as good of a gate as she would have liked to get her over to two ball. But still, that's your new lead. That's one at 10.7, one at 39 for my American watchers. Setting herself up nice. Definitely looking like she's going to make it into this final. Take a look here. Looks like she was a little bit slow when she turned in at the gate and a little bit narrow, so it kind of causes her to not quite get the swing out to one ball that she really wanted, and then kind of bringing the hands into the wrong hip, so it didn't allow the ski to turn quite as hard as it did at 11, but still, that's a huge score there for Neely, getting in 10.7. All right, and we're moving along. We got our next skier on the water, Miss Manon Costard. First pro event of the season. We talked to her a little earlier, had a little bit of break, been doing some snow skiing, been working, just taking some time off, getting a mental reset. And, sometimes these skiers need that mental reset. They got to, go do something else just to kind of get the mind free. So when they come back to season, they're ready in tip-top shape. And she looks super strong on the bank, said she's been skiing well. So I'm expecting something huge out of Manon today. All right, and we're going to have a 14-meter start here from Manon, so I'm going to get her feet up under her. Feels really good. And looking strong here. You can definitely tell she's been skiing quite a bit at the beginning of the season in the spring. Not going over to America, but staying here to get dialed for this European leg of the Pro Tour. As we see her come out the gates, that was a good opening pass, 14 meters for Manon. Manon, one of these French skiers, native, normally skis here. So, this is getting a set at home. That's pretty nice. Not everybody gets that luxury, but, this could come into play for her. Had plenty of sets here, so she's going to know how it skis, all of the above. So looking forward to getting Manon down a few more passes and seeing if she can take a crack at the lead of their last skier, Neely Ross. Manon also one of those few women skiers that have actually made it all the way through the 10.7 line length. That's a very short list of ladies that have been there, and we've got at least 4 of them here today. So super stacked field, really excited to get some good skiing in. So we see some spectators on the bank, people showing up, getting to watch some great skiing. And right now you got a great skier, Manon Costard, on the water, 32 off, 13 meters. Again, these are just kind of a warm-up pass for Manon. She's getting her feet up under her, making sure she's feeling nice and dialed, so when she gets these harder line lengths, we're not still trying to find our spot on the ski and those kind of things. But, yep, there you go, 6 buoys, 13 meters for Manon Costard. I believe she was the European slalom champion this past season. So looking to come here at the Monaco Waterski Cup and maybe get her name on the top of the podium there. The sun's coming out. Everything is nice. We're having great conditions today. You see we've got 3 skiers left. We're down in our top 4. The lead is 1 at 39 off, 10.7 for Neely Ross. And following this last 3 skiers after Manon, we're going to move straight into our men's Series 2 of the first round. Again, if you're just joining us, we're taking the top 8 of the men and the top 8 of the women into the finals for tomorrow. So going to have to crack these, this first round, and we're going to knock some people out and get in for some good skiing later on in the weekend. All right, Manon Costard, 12 meters. Got to run this one and the next one if she wants to take the lead. Nice strong turn in on the gate. Really looking good here, over to 2. Yeah, and Manon's looking super dialed here. Love that offside turn on the 246 side. Really gets the ski around, looking good. Riding that Conley ski, making it look easy out there. Take a look at the replay. She really rotates the ski down at the gates, gets it all turned, and really helps her out here as a lefty. You'll see when they get a really good gate as a lefty, it really makes that ski want to turn and slide there on 2-ball, and she's getting the gates really good, and it's giving her a good start, helping her out over there on that offside turn. All right, we see our next skier on the water, Miss Vanessa Veek, coming off of a second-place finish at the Masters, so having herself a pretty good time so far this season, skiing really, really well. Excited to see her here. I know last year on the European leg, she ended up kind of tweaking her back at the beginning of it, and I talked to her husband Noah, and he's telling me she'd kind of been fighting it all the way through the winter into the spring. So it's glad to see her back and strong and skiing well. But right now, this is 11 meters for Manon Costard. Going to need to run this one to challenge the lead. Gets a big 1 and 2. Let's see if she can manage it through the pass. Getting a little down course here off 3. Can she go? Slow turn off of 4. Throws the ski outside of 5, and I don't think it got outside there. So that's going to. It's going to be a little bit of a lower score there for Manon. I know she probably wanted several more buoys there, giving her a crack at 10.7, but that's the best thing. We got 2 rounds. It's the best score of the 2 rounds, and we're taking the top 8. So we will get to see her again in the second round. Let's see what happens to her here on the replay. I thought she got a killer 1-ball. Works her way over to 2, gets a little bit separated to 2, so she's running with the boat, but still got a good turn again from the gate. Now you started to see her. She started to squat going there to 3, so the feet are behind her a little bit, and that kind of causes you to run because the ski generates a little more speed than you want, and unable to manage it, and just not quite getting the ski outside of 5-ball there. So that'll be a score of 4 at 11 meters, which will put her into 3rd place right now, if I'm not mistaken. So still sitting nice and pretty for the final. We'll see if we can get her into it. I believe we will. right, we got Vanessa Veek from Australia in the water. Got the whole family here this year. Super fun to see the whole crew over here. I know they went and did some touring around and got to see some of the beautiful sights that France has to offer yesterday. But now they're at the lake all cheering on Mom. And let's see what we got as we bring her in. This is 13 meters to start. Take a look from that awesome drone shot of this opening pass. This is probably my favorite camera angle of the weekend. And strong skiing there for Vanessa as we make our way around 6 and out the gates for 32 off 13 meters. All right, we got Vanessa. We're down to our final 3 skiers in this women's slalom event of the first round here.
It's a lot of people's birthday today.
And we see right here we got our previous winners, and Jamie Bull is headed to the dock looking to defend her title here as the champion of the Monaco Waterski Cup. Jamie's been just got over here a couple days ago and been looking strong. She's a great skier. Again, she is one of those skiers that can get through that 10-7 line length. And, you know, I almost expect her to do it just about every time she skis. So I look for her to really push this lead out when she gets a chance. But right now we got Vanessa Veek on the water, and if she has anything to say for it, she's going to put out a score and make it hard for Jamie to take the lead. But she's got to get through this one and another one. But this is 12 meters. Vanessa's just looking super strong. Again, one of those skiers that stays really tall, really stacked over the ski, doesn't move the upper body a whole lot like you know, you see some other skiers do, but really gets that lower body, her hips and everything engaged, really gets them turned, gets the ski moving, and putting herself in strong positions to you know, run down these short line lengths. And this will be our second skier of the day to take this 11-meter pass from this end down here from the start dock. I know we'd kind of talked about the wind a little bit earlier, but it's kind of backed off. It's basically there's no wind here, so not much strategy coming involved. I just think this is her normal start and rolling with it like a normal set. But, man, big two ball there, looking super strong, that onside turn. Yeah, you see how behind the boat, she's just super tall, got those legs almost straight like she's doing a leg press, leg extension, and, you know, really, really putting that load through the ski, taking a lot of it off of her back and, you know, letting that ski work for her. As we see right there, we got Dad and at least one of the kiddos down there cheering Mom on, super excited to have them traveling with us. All right, here we go. This is 11 meters for Vanessa Veek. Gonna need to run it if she wants to take the lead from Neely Ross. Let's see what she can do here. Gets a pretty good one ball there. A little bit of the handle high out of 2, but getting through it, managing it well. Big turn there off of 4. And working her way over to 6. There you go. That's another pass through 11. So your second skier of the day to run that 11-meter pass, and now going to have a chance to challenge the lead. Going to need to get more than 1 to move her name to the top of the leaderboard. See, she really gets through the gates, really gets the ski up under her before she loads the boat. So she's really not even loading the boat until when she's behind it. Really sets her speed up right into 1. Then gets the ski, you see right there, brings that handle to the inside body. So she kind of has to check up there at 2 just to get the ski to move under the line. But does a good job managing it. Here you see, again, kind of brings the handle inside hip, and the ski does a little bit of a check. You know, we can call that a safety check, if you will, but a lot of it's just we're not quite getting the rope where we want, and the ski has to move under the line before it'll go. So that's when you'll see that ski kind of check up on people. As you see right there, we've got Nate Smith just lounging on the bank, getting ready to go ski here later today. He is your world record holder with a score into 9.25. There we go. We got the HO crew, Rob Hazelwood, JT, Jamie Bull, all down there cheering each other on. That's what's really cool about the HO team. They're always kind of together, always cheering each other on, helping each other out. But right now, Vanessa Veek, this is 39 off, 10.75, gets a big one ball over to 2. Come on, Vanessa. That was killer one ball. Oh, and just drops the handle there off of 2. I thought she was going to go down that one. I thought she had it going. That was an awesome one ball. Let's take a look at the replay here in a second. But, man, that was big. But still, that's your new leader right there. 1.5, 39 off, 10.75. Look at her. She rotates in, gets a big gate. Now watch this one ball. Huge offside turn. Looks pretty good there. Gets the handle where she wants. Now watch her here. Kind of see she drops that shoulder right as she started to let go. Got a little uneven and then kind of causing her to get a little bit too heavy out of 2 and unable to hang on to it. But, man, with a one ball like that, I next round, I'm expecting her to go down this pass. As you see there, just dropping that shoulder. But there you go, new leader, Vanessa Veek, and we are moving along. We've got 2 more skiers left in this open women's slalom event. Right now, we're getting ready to pull our defending champion, Jamie Bull. Got a bunch of scores deep into this 10.7 this year. Already for the first couple stops of the pro events. So looking forward to getting her out there on the water as we see Manon and her fan group right there walking with her. I know she's probably super excited to have her sister here watching with her. I know with me having a sister, it's way more fun when we've got at least some family members here hanging out and doing some water skiing, because that's what it's all about. Water skiing's family sport, super fun, supposed to be super fun, and what better way to do it than with the people you love. But all right, we're moving along. Jamie Bull on the water. This will be a 32 off, 13 meter start. All right, let's see as we bring her into the course. Another one of these skiers that's electing to ski on that A2 on the 0 off setting. So again, I think that'll be kind of the common theme. You'll see most people, men and women, using that A2. Really gets that boat. It doesn't quite hit you so hard off the buoy, but then as you start to swing up on the boat kind of stays a little more consistent than it would at like a B or a C setting. So it allows the skiers to kind of swing up on the boat and still kind of generate a pull even when they're not pulling, they're making their edge change, and they're still generating some speed swinging up on the boat. And then you can see there we got another one of those HO skiers getting ready. That's Miss Allie Nicholson, newly crowned Masters champion. I think she's still on cloud 9 from that one, and looking to add another title to her belt. All right, there we go. We got Jamie Bull up on the water. Be sure you go to twbc.com or the waterskibroadcasting.com/play and put in your vote for who you think's going to win. Get your chance into the raffle for a free ski. Never know, maybe you think Jamie Bull's going to win, defend her title. Get in there and add her to your list. Jamie looking good here through this 12-meter pass. Such a strong skier, Jamie's definitely known for her strength. Definitely sometimes might get a couple extra buoys just because she throws the ski out, really gets and hammers the pull and gets across the course. And, so we'll see that here. She always seems to eke out another buoy or two, even when she kind of gets into trouble. But, strong skiing from Jamie. As we take a look at the leaderboard right now, you got Vanessa Veek on the top with 1.5 at 39 off, 10.75. And then Neely Ross 1 at 10.75, followed by Alana Bischofberger from France with 5 at 11 meters, 38 off. Super excited to see her kind of up at the top of the leaderboard, with this being her first year really kind of competing in the Pro Tour. So excited to have her here, making a name for herself on the first stop, looking really good. So huge skiing out of her. Okay, 11 meters. This is the money pass right now. Got to run it if you want a chance to take the lead. I expect her to do it here as she comes in. Let's see, gets a little slow there at the gate a bit, but manages it really well at 1. Really good 2-ball. There you go. This is textbook Jamie Bull skiing right here. Just looking strong out on the water, staying over her ski. Doesn't really move a whole lot. Nice and still, and not giving herself any extra movements to add a bobble out there on the water. But yeah, getting through 11 meters. So now going to get to challenge the lead. Going to need to get a really good start if she's wanting to get down it and push that lead out for your last skier, Miss Allie Nicholson. As we see here from the replay from the tower. Really gets that ski, hips and everything rotated. And the 2-4 side looks really good. And there you go. That was a strong-looking 11-meter pass for Jamie Bull. Again, she is your defending champion, so trying to push the score out and stay on top of that leaderboard. She would love to be back-to-back champions 2 years in a row. All right, we got that boat back up and moving. Here it up to speed. Jamie Bull needs more than 1.5. She's going to take the lead here. This is 10.75 through the gates. Big 1-ball. Let's see. Can she get over to 2? There you go. She is your new leader, but looking to take this pass down over to 4. A little bit on the tail at 4. Big pull over there to 5. Makes that ski snap. Can she get outside of 6? Oh, yes, she does. And there you go, guys. That's what I was talking about. Jamie being super strong. Sometimes she gets into a position where you think she's done, but she gets through it. But there you go, Jamie Bull. That is her second 10.7 of the year. So looking strong this morning. I know she'll be excited to get through that one. And now we're going to get our first look at 10.25. Here we go. We're getting a look at San Rafael right there over on the ocean here on the French Riviera. Such a beautiful sight. Such awesome place to be skiing at. Let's take a look at this replay here, though. Look at that gate. She really rotates the ski before she loads up there, so this keeps her speed really good there. That's why the rope stays nice and tight there off of 1. Looking good here. Now she gets the 2, kind of checks up just to make sure she gets the full 2. Now it's go time. Now it's time to start running the pass. There we go. Gets a great 3. See, brings the handle across her body. Ski goes under the rope. Now here you see how it came to that inside hip and that ski checked up on you. That's what happens if you bring that handle and if you don't get it across your body, ski doesn't go up under it and you kind of have to reset real quick. But there you go, Jamie making that big strong pull off of 5, even not getting the turn she wanted there and still eking her way out of 6-ball and now gets a chance at 10.2. First skier of the day into 10.2. All right, let's see what she's got here. Pulls out for the gate. Going to need to get a good rotation here. It really does. There you go. Gets a big 1-ball. Can she get over to 2? Oh, big. Not sure she got outside of 2. We'll have to take a look. I thought that was a really good 1-ball. That looked huge. But that's a huge score here for Jamie Bull, as we'll have the score under review to see if she got outside of 2-ball. All right, yeah, there you go. Big one ball. Kind of pulls a bit long there to two. I think it looked like she got outside it, so we'll have to wait for the officials, but kind of pulled a little long. At these short line lengths, you can pull yourself a touch narrow if you pull long, but there you go. Super strong gate for Jamie. She is attacking the course. I thought she was going to get further down it there. Kind of got a little squatty. You see she's not quite as tall as she was going across the boat there, but gets it there, unable to hold on for the full two. All right, and 1.5 confirmed there for Jamie. So she did get the ski outside of two ball. Like I said, not quite able to hang on for the full two, but that's a huge score here for your last skier of this women's event. All right, you see Rob getting Jamie out of the water. Like you said, we kind of touched on how that HO ski team kind of sticks together. And, if you see a skier getting out of the water, you've always got one of your teammates there to help you and kind of talk about it. And it's really cool to see how that HO team interacts with each other. All right, we got Mario Pagozzi in the boat. He is going to be picking up our final women's skier of the day, or of this round, and this will be Miss Allie Nicholson. Again, she's having an awesome start to the pro year. Had a pretty good tournament at Swiss, then got won the U.S. Masters, so huge title to add to her resume, and now she's here in Monaco looking to add to another title. Got second last weekend at Lake 38, so looking to keep adding to this season. We'll pull her up. I know this will be a 13-meter start. All right, here we go, rolling into the course. Now you see we've just had an HO skier and we got another HO skier. They're riding two different skis though. Jamie elects to ride that Works 2 water ski, which is, a little bit wider and a touch shorter. And then Allie's riding, Works 1. So it's a little bit more of a narrow ski, little different shapes and everything, but both skis super awesome. And HO kind of given multiple things to basically complement your ski style. All right, and we see on the dock we've got our men starting to get ready, so we will be moving right along. Definitely tell we got a few South Americans down there on the dock playing with the football, so you see them do that quite a bit just to warm up, keep everybody loose. All right, we got Allie back up behind the boat. This is 12 meters. Again, still a little bit of a warm-up pass. I know that's some skiers, they think that's crazy, but these skiers practice, and this is still just trying to fill the boat out. Now, Allie's looking real strong, really attacking the pass. See, she creates all this space in front of the buoy. Really gets everything rotated, kind of, nice and still. Super tall skier. You won't see her squat too much and staying over the ski, really using the front of the ski behind the boat. And, yeah, that was a strong 12-meter pass as we see that drone shot here. Take a look here at the replay. See, she rotates really good, gets all the way turned before she loads up on the boat. So that allows the speed to be nice into one. And then as a lefty, you'll see the gate really get the ski to slide there. She's been working on that gate for years and has it dialed. And there you go, just looking super strong here. Again, you'll kind of notice Allie's really, really good about with what she does with her hands off of the buoy. Usually brings it right across the body, gets the ski under the rope, and that allows her, she's not the strongest skier out there, but that allows her to get into positions where she is strong behind the boat. But right now, let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, everybody, welcome back here lakeside. We're here with Jamie, just got done skiing. Well, Jamie, look like you won that Canadian record.
I mean, I definitely want that record, but no, I was happy. It felt really good. Really good start at 41, kind of like a bit of a brain glitch coming into 2 of what I wanted. If I want to pull an S-turn, turn, I don't know, I did a mix of both, and it ends up with 1.5, like same as last year, actually.
Well, but you look pretty dialed in. You like the side, you like the boat. How does everything feel out there?
Yeah, everything feels super nice out here, so I'm sure we're going to see some pretty big scores.
All right, perfect. We all hope that we're going to see some big score, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And yeah, I know Jamie's been chasing that Canadian record, and she's going to crack it off here soon. I thought with that one ball she had a chance to go to 3, but we just saw. We'll take a look at the replay here for Allie Nicholson. That was 11 meters, so she's going to have a chance to, run that 10.7. Going to have to run it if she wants to take the lead from Jamie, which is a huge score there at 1.5 at 10.2. You see Allie looking nice and strong. Still, look at how early she is here into the buoys at 11 meters. Really, that's from, what she's doing behind the boat. Really gets her angle set, gets everything behind the boat, creates tons of space over there so she has time to make the turn. And, yeah, looks super strong here from the American skier.
Okay, one day it'll happen.
I believe Jamie's right. I do think one day she will have that record. It will be hers. She's just got to get that good start there at 10.2 to make it happen. But right now we got Allie Nicholson on the water. This is 39 off, 10.75. Big one ball there from Allie. Let's see what she can do over here at 2. Oh, and blows the tail. I'll be honest, guys. I think she went a little too hard there at 1, and that kind of caught her over there at 2. We'll take a look at the replay, but still big skiing out of Allie. That's 1.5 at 10.75, so that'll put her in a tie with Vanessa Veek. See here, she slams 1, which is great, but then coming to 2, you see how that shoulder drops going over to 2 ball. That kind of got her too much speed, and a lot of that came from what she did coming off of 1 ball. So kind of catching her out there, but still great skiing from her, putting herself into 10.75, getting a big score. Got another round to try to get down that one. And we'll see her here. Blows the tail there, but let's go in and check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, welcome back here lakeside. We're joined by Nate Smith. So, Nate, how's it going?
It's pretty good. Just happy to be back here in Monaco. A great site behind us. And I'm actually here for a couple weeks this time. So excited to see how today goes.
All right, and how's the start of the season been for you?
Pretty good. It started off at Swiss Pro that I won, and then last week or 2 weeks ago at Masters I got second place. So just see how these next couple weeks go.
All right, perfect. And you're gonna do the entire European leg of the Pro Tour, or just gonna be here? What's your plan for the future now?
Yeah, unfortunately I have to work, so I'm here this weekend, next weekend, and I'm trying to stay for Funglas this next weekend. So I'm not sure about the last 2 though.
All right, perfect. Well, work is a bit of a pity. We all have to do it, unfortunately, but it's good to have you here. Can't wait to see you shredding out on the water. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Nate out on the water. I'm expecting Nate to knock down one of those 10.25s, get his first one under his belt. But we'll take a look here at the women's slalom leaderboard. You got Jamie Bull 1.5 at 10.25 in first place. Vanessa Veek and Allie Nicholson tied with 1.5 at 10.75. Neely Ross has got 1 at 10.75. And then the French skier, Alana Bischofberger, got 5 at 11, looking really strong today in 5th place. So great skiing from her. I'm excited to have her here on the tour, and excited to see a new face and get her up on the leaderboard. So great skiing from her. All right, and we're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we will get rolling with this men's slalom event here at the 3rd Monaco Waterski Cup.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
All right, and we are back. This is the 3rd Monaco Waterski Cup. Take a look at the men's start list. First skier on the water will be Tobias Georges out of Argentina. So we got another Argentinian here skiing with us, and we'll move our way through. Got a bunch of men's skiers today. I'm expecting some huge scores out of these men's skiers. Super excited to get them on the water. We just saw the women finish up their first round. Jamie Bull taking the lead with 1.5 at 41 off, 10.25, and huge skiing from her. Thought we might even get to see a Canadian record get taken down today, but maybe we'll get it in the second round. I'm currently joined in the booth with my buddy Emil. Super excited to have him come chat about some water skiing with me, man. How's the day going?
Well, pretty good for now. It's a pretty good day. It's sunny, and we've got some great skiing here.
All right, well, we got Lorenzo down on the bank, so we'll go chat with him real quick, and we'll be right back with you.
All right, we're back again, Lakeside, and we got Ali here. So how was your set?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I got to practice a couple times, so it was really nice today. I was hoping to capitalize on that a little bit more, so a little bit bummed with that set, but just a little too fast there at the start at 39, so I don't know. Learn from it and move forward tomorrow.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to learn from it. You all guys are so good at learning from your mistakes, but let's talk about the beginning of your season. How was it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've been off to a really fun start so far. Obviously, winning Masters, yeah, that's like the gold star on the season so far. So, you know, everything after this, we're just hoping to keep moving forward and hopefully seeing myself on top some more.
All right, we hope so as well. We hope so see some big score out for you. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. I was excited to see Allie. I know she won the Masters. That's huge. That's quite an accomplishment, and I know she's probably still on cloud 9 for that. But not quite getting quite the score she wanted this morning. But I think she'll come back strong in the second round. But now we're moving along to the boys. All right, so it sounds like we've got a minimum start speed there of 13 meters. So, not going to get to take the scenic route for these boys. They gotta get in and get going. But we're going to roll on. We got our first skier of the day, Mr. Tobias Georges from Argentina. All right, and we see our driver there, Nicola Dialog, in the boat. Going to be wheeling for the men. Know a lot of these guys got over here a little early, got some practice sets, and are feeling pretty dialed for today's event.
So here we go, the men's first round. Tobias Georgi on his first pass, starting off with a 30 meters line. Nice and smooth there on his turns.
Yeah, and Tobias is looking pretty good out here. One of these young competitors, kind of getting him on the Pro Tour. We're super excited to see him. I know we'll see him in the trick event later today, but right now, let's go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
Hey, welcome back here, Lakeside. We're joined by Rob Hazelwood. So, Rob, how's you?
I'm good. Yeah, awesome to be back home in Europe and spend a couple of days back home and be able to come out here to the south of France. You can't really complain.
And how's the start of the season been so far for you?
It's been pretty good. Some ups, some major downs, but I started at Swiss. I got a fourth, which was awesome. Then Masters went down the major rolling hill, and then Lake 38 was fantastic, and I won. So it's very much been a high, low, high. So fingers crossed this keeps on the trajectory of Lake 38, and just the goal is to make tomorrow and hopefully get some conditions in before the wind kicks up.
Have you had a chance to try out the water here, or you're going to just ski for the first time in the first round?
Yeah, we managed to get a set in yesterday, but, we've skied here. Is this the third year we're here, or third or fourth year we're here? Every year, you don't really need practice. It's a standard lake. It's no rollers, no movement. Boat's great. Driver, I think we have Nico this year, who we've skied behind almost 5-6 years in a row now, so everything's pretty fantastic. I don't think the set yesterday made a huge difference, other than remind me that it's pretty awesome here.
All right, perfect. Well, we'll let you get ready. We'll let you warm up. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And, I'm looking forward to get Rob out on the water, coming off of his win at Lake 38, back-to-back champion. So won it 2 years in a row. And we'll see if he can add another slalom title to his belt. But here we
go with Tobias Georgis on his second pass, 12 meters. Pretty good start, and
all right, man, we got Tobias Georges there through his second pass. That is 12 meters. Looking strong, and again, like I said, he's one of our younger competitors, kind of getting on the Pro Tour. So, really excited to see these young guns kind of get out, and the new faces of the sport, get them going. As we take a look there, we see the guys behind the cameras back there. You got Vince on the 1s and 2s, making sure that you get all of these awesome shots. So it looks really great. Be sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and enter for your chance to win a water ski. Pick who you think's going to win, and you never know. It could turn into a new water ski for you.
Okay, so we're going to see Tobias Georgis on his third pass now at 11.25 meters. Let's see what he'll do.
Yeah, you're going to need to get a big start. I know just by looking through the field, he's going to need to get through this 11-meter pass and probably down his 10.7. So we're expecting to get good starts. Again, he's looked very strong when he started, from the first couple passes. We'll see if he can carry that along into these final few. But let's see. You take it away, Emil.
Yeah, here we go. Third pass. Had a pretty rough first ball.
Yeah, you kind of see him there. He kind of goes a little bit hard over there on that 135 side, but he manages it pretty good. I thought he was kind of in trouble there at 4, but gets through it. And we'll take a look at the replay and see if we can kind of break down kind of what went on with him. But looking good. We got this shot right here from the tower. So you see him, he rotates in pretty good at the gates. Let's see what happens here out of 1.
Yeah, his shoulders pass a bit in the interior of the ski, and he touches the water. And
Yeah, but that's kind of his ski style there, Emil. You see, he does it right there. He kind of gets that old school slam dunk handle in the water a bit, rotates on his right there. I don't know how he held on to that and got over to 5 and ran it, but really stays on his ski. You see, he does that same thing there at 5, kind of does that slam dunk, Mike Shaylander, old school style turn, but looking good. And the thing is it doesn't really matter what it looks like as long as he gets 6 and out the gates, and then he's going to get to shorten the rope up, and we're going to bring him in 10.75 coming up here in just a second.
yeah, well, when you know you have a good pass, you're more confident on this next pass, and you're going to say, it was a pretty good pass, and you're going to say to yourself, okay, I can go to the end, and you're going to be more confident.
Yeah, but that's the one thing. Sometimes it doesn't go perfect. You got to take that mental reset. They give you that breakdown there for just a second, and you kind of shake it off. You got through it. You can't be thinking about the 11 now. We got to be moving forward, thinking about 10.7. So here we go. We've got Tobias Georges. This is 10.75. I believe his best is either 2 or 3 here. Let's see what he can get here. Going over to 3.0, and that ties his best of the season. So that's pretty good skiing for him. He can't be disappointed there. I bet you he wanted a few more buoys, but still very good skiing coming out here at this pro event. First skier on the water and tying season's best score. So pretty good skiing there for Tobias. Maybe we can take a look here at the replay and kind of see what happened to him. I thought he looked pretty good through the gates and got a pretty decent 1, just didn't quite get the angle out of 2.
Yeah, look at that gate. Pretty nice gate and nice 1.
Watch what his hands do here at 2. He kind of checks up. See how that handle comes to the inside hip, kind of comes inside hip, inside of his body. That doesn't allow the ski to go under the rope, so the ski kind of has to check, and that's him kind of resetting where his hands are. So causing him to kind of go narrow to 3, not able to get outside of it, but still good skiing here. You see that slam dunk 1 that he's got. It's kind of cool to watch. And then
his hips go back after the 2 ball.
Yeah,
and it's pretty hard.
And that was, like you said, you see that handle come to that inside hip and causes him to kind of do that checkup. So 2 at 10.7. That is a good score from our first skier of the day in this men's slalom event. But we will keep moving right along. Looks like our next skier on the water is out of Great Britain, and it's Mr. Charlie Emmett. He has been he's been really working on his skiing, and it's definitely paying off. You're seeing it. He's had some huge scores getting into 10.7, so I expect him to run through that 11-meter pass today and challenge your leader there from Tobias.
Last year he ran 4 at 10.7 right here on the spot. So let's see if he can beat his score.
Yeah, let's see if he can get through it. I'd like for him to run it, today.
Yeah,
that would be super cool for him. But here we go.
I think it'd be his first time running it in the tournament.
Yeah, it would be massive. I think he'd probably be the happiest person here if he did it. But right now he's got to get through this opening pass. This is 13 meters, and look at Charlie looking pretty strong here. I'm very stoked to see his skiing going the way it is. He looks super great out there.
Pretty easy for him. Okay, so here we see Benjamin Soucy warming up before his pass.
All right, we see the Frenchman down there, Benjamin Soucy, getting ready here. Take a ride. I'd say he's probably pretty familiar with the area. Probably skis here as a Frenchman. You ski here as well, Emil, right? This is your home site?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah. And we saw you skiing in the amateur event earlier this weekend, and I thought you looked really good out there on the water ski, and now we're getting to watch some really good skiing here in this open men's event.
Yeah, well, I didn't ski at my best, but, it's all right. It's all right.
Well, I was watching on the bank. I took a gander. I thought you looked really strong out there, so it'll get rolling. You just keep working at it. It'll look good. But now we know we got the boat back up to speed. This will be 12 meters for Charlie Emmett out of Great Britain.
Here we go. Going in for the gate, 12 meters. strong one ball there for Charlie.
Yeah, and you see Charlie, he doesn't really move. Now, right there going to 4, he unloaded a little heavy. So he kind of gets the ski to swing out, so he starts running with the boat. He didn't quite allow the ski to roll all the way out to 4, and it started to catch him there at the end of the pass. So that'll be something to look forward for these, this 11-meter pass, because that's where you start getting narrow if you do things like that. So that'll be something for him to kind of think about down there. Maybe he could make a few adjustments and get through this 11-meter pass.
Yep.
Be sure, if you're watching at home, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and take a photo of where you're watching. If you're watching at home, your group of people, if you're watching on a plane, take a photo. We'll post it on here and look forward to seeing how you guys are watching this event. This 3rd annual Monaco Waterski Cup. This is also the first leg of the European Tour, so really excited to get over here and do some skiing here in Europe. I know there's always big scores done over here. This lake seems just absolutely pristine, so I'm expecting something huge out of these skiers as we move down through this list.
Yeah, it's the third edition of this Monaco Slalom Cup. So the record of the lake is currently 6 at 10.25 meters. Record holder is Will Asher.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to getting him on the water later today, but right now we got Charlie Emmett on the water. This is 11 meters.
Had his shoulders come in front a little bit at the 2-ball. Ooh!
Yeah, and you can kind of tell he was running with the boat there at 3-ball there, Emil. He was kind of getting late, and then there needed a big turn out of 4 and just not quite able to hang on to it.
Yep. So now we're going to have Benjamin Soucy from France skiing at his home lake.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see Ben, skied a couple events on the Pro Tour last year. Let's see what happened to Charlie here. I thought he had a pretty good 1-ball here. Now, you see those hands get away from him going to 2, so now he is running with the boat. He is taking speed down course, not across course. Here it really gets him, so he's narrow at 3, really down course. Now he needs a big turn. He knows he needs it, and he tries to just drop the handle. And then when he brings it in, usually what happens when we think we need a big turn, we start trying to pull the handle faster, and it doesn't go where we need it to go, and causes him to pop the handle there.
Yeah, and you can see that his ski actually touched the rope.
Yep, and exactly right, because the hand came to the inside, so the ski doesn't move under the rope. It kind of goes up and checks, and it tapped it and, kind of put him in the water. So I know Charlie will want a few more buoys than that, but we're excited to have him here, and we'll get him around next round, see if we can get a better score out of him.
So we have 17 skiers remaining in the first round of men's slalom.
All right, we're already 2 skiers down in this men's slalom round 1 here. We got a score. Already have a score into 10-7, so we definitely knew you had to get through it. Definitely had to get to it if you even wanted to have a chance into the finals. So we'll see. I expect several of these guys to start running that one. Once that first one gets knocked down, you'll start seeing everybody run that 10-7. So just time will tell. We'll get there. We're going to see several scores into the 10-2-5. And I'd really love to see a score at 9-2-5. That would be
10-5.
Sorry, 9-7-5. I'm on freedom units there, buddy. So that's 43 off for me. But still, we're looking forward to a score there.
Yep. There's still a second round and a final to get there. So we'll see this afternoon and tomorrow what the skiers have to offer us.
All right, now we are on our next skier. This is Benjamin Soucy. This is 13 meters, 13 off, and if you're wondering, that is 43 feet on for all of our Americans that are good at math, but that's okay, 13 meters. Let's see what we got as we bring him in. Super excited. Again, this is another one of these young guns that's kind of new to the Pro Tour, but we're excited to have him over here doing the European legs. And look at him, super strong there as he's making his way over to 6 and out the gates.
Yeah, he did. I think he did his first Pro Tour tournament in 2023 right here for the 2023 edition.
Yeah, and then he was in Morocco last year. I definitely remember him. He had all the garb. He was dressed up like he was a native of the country. So I'm looking forward to getting him here. And I think he had a couple big scores last season on the Pro Tour. So he's one of these guys that's kind of a dark horse, can kind of show up and throw out a big score to really put some pressure on these top guys.
Yep. Now he'll come back at 35 off, 12 meters.
Yeah, and that's the last line length that the rope reaches the buoys for these skiers. So really, they're getting into the short rope really, really quick. And then they're going to have to start really stretching to swing up on the boat, make sure they create space so they get outside the buoys. But so take a look there. We got a couple of the French skiers on the bank chatting with each other. Maybe figuring out what they're going to do to start. Take a look in there. We got Vincent behind the cameras. He is making sure you're getting all of these awesome shots, popping the cameras around. Make sure you share with us on the watch party. We want to see where you're watching. We'd love to see the photos, get them posted on the webcast.
Here we go. 12 meters for Benjamin Susi.
And you'll see another skier that's using that A2. I think that'll be the consistent zero off letter that these skiers will use. Again, I kind of touched on why, but the boat doesn't pick you up super hard off the buoy, but it works on you later as your edge changing. And that seems to be what the skiers are looking for, as they're making their transition from their pull to their turn. They still want to generate a pull and swing up on the boat. So we'll see how many people choose something other than that. We'll have to keep a note on that one. All right, we just got through a 12-meter pass, so this will be 11 meters. Now, we got to run this one if we want a chance to take the lead. And I know that you're definitely going to have to run this if you want to have a chance to make it to the final. And there you go. You got to look at the letters. Vincent helping us out there. We got 95% of our skiers are using that A2. So, that seems to be the common theme. Again, kind of just what it does for the skiers off the buoy and into the buoys seems to make most sense. Most of those skiers really like that pull. So that's something that's pretty interesting to see that we've got 9 different options, but still everybody's kind of settled on one. All right, now though, 11 meters, Benjamin Susi.
Here we go.
There you go, big O one ball there for Ben. Let's see what he can do here. Running down course out of 2. Oh no, and gets in trouble. We're gonna have to take a look at the replay there because he had an awesome start there at 1 ball. I'm not really sure. I think he got a little separated going to 2, just kind of caused himself to run with the boat, and that doesn't allow the ski to kind of swing and turn quite like you want.
Yeah, we can feel the wind rising up a little bit. He had a pretty strong 1 ball, but...
Yeah, but you see those hands when he comes off the second wake, they start to get separated from the hips, and because of that drives the butt back, and it causes you to not swing up on the boat like you'd like, and then... not quite able to get him back connected so he could get over to 3 ball. And take a look here. I'll show you one more time, Emil. We got a good camera angle. Watch his hands right there. You see how they came up a little high and they started to get away from him. That caused him to run with the boat. And that's what kind of happened to him there at 2 ball. So I bet you that's not quite what he was looking for. So he'll have to just get out of the water, shake that one off, get a reset. But the best part about it is he is going to get to ski again today. He's got a chance to get through that one and get us a score much higher than that.
Okay, so I think our next skier will be Nicholas Attensam from Austria.
Yeah, that is Nikki on the dock, and I know Nikki just had a birthday yesterday. So shout out to the man. He's now legal to drink in every country in the world. So happy birthday to him. Super excited to have him out here. I know I don't know if mom and dad are here, but I guarantee if they aren't, they're watching. So shout out to the Atkinson family. We love having Nikki here on the Pro Tour with us. Yeah, and so TWBC, just a little bit of a looking forward into the future, has got under 21 Europeans in Vienna, which is Nikki's home site. So we're really looking forward to getting there, being in Austria, and that'll be at the 2nd of August. So guys, mark your calendars. Be sure, don't miss a minute of the water skiing that will bring you all summer long here at TWBC.
Yeah, so we can see Nikki here getting ready.
Yeah, and Nikki's been skiing strong as of late, you know. I mean, he's definitely kick-started his skiing, and, you know, now he's on the Pro Tour, which is great to have him. He's hitting all the stops. I know he's a student in college over at Rollins College there in Orlando, Florida, so basically got himself to a spot where he can ski year-round, and you're seeing it pay off in just his results is where he's skiing. He's looking super strong, and I expect a big O score out of him. He's definitely one of these skiers that definitely can crack out a 10.75, so maybe he could be the first one of the day to get into 10.2.
Yeah, Nikki Atkinson is one of the contestants that could go to the finals. He could be part of the 8 men to go to the finals.
All right, 32 off. That is the minimum start speed for these men, so everybody will start there. Maybe we'll get a couple people that start at 12, just depending on what the wind does. We'll have to see. But take a look here at Nikki. Nikki looking super smooth, nice and still on the ski. Looks like he's very dialed. And, yeah, you can tell dude probably hadn't had much time off. So, you know, really, really, really honing in his craft there on his slalom ski. All right, and I had been told, I kind of had talked to Nikki. I know he's kind of been struggling finding a stick that he likes, you know. So
yeah, he's been switching from D3s to D3s, different models. He's been a bit struggling to find some skis that fits him very well.
But that's what's great about these ski companies is they're not just making one ski. They make several different ones, and it complements the skier's ski style. So, you know, you might like a super soft ski, and you know, D3 for a while was making, you know, they had versions of their skis that were really soft, and you know, they've got the Ion, that line of skis. Plus, then you go to the NRGs. So, you know, different skis work differently for certain people. You know, it's not one size fits all. So, you know, Nikki's, you know, kind of been working on finding him a ski, but right now I think he looks pretty good. So maybe that's the right stick for him. We'll have to see as we shorten the rope, see if it stays looking good.
Yeah, I think he's on that Iron 3. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I mean that thing's been a pretty strong looking ski. You know, I saw several people yesterday in the amateur event on it. They looked like they were killing it. So we'll have to see here. We do have the wind picking up a little bit here, so you know, could come into play. It's blowing down the lake pretty decent, but there you go. Nikki getting through that 12-meter pass. Yeah, he was looking good. You saw him kind of check up there at 5-ball a little bit, but he had it run. Yeah. He was just making sure he managed the rope, managed his speed, stayed over his ski. Last thing you want to do as a skier is pop the handle on a pass that you know you should run.
Yeah, he stayed calm all along, so it was very smooth and very cool.
All right, now they'll take that boat, they'll reset it, and then they'll shorten the rope up to 11 meters. So we've only had one skier today in this men's event get through 11 meters, and I'm expecting Nikki to get through it. I'm expecting a big score for Nikki today, especially coming off a birthday. Hopefully he's feeling good.
Yeah.
Didn't stay out too late last night, and got a good night's sleep and ready to ski today.
Yeah, and if he wants to take the lead from now, he needs to get through the 11-meter pass and at least do 2.5 at 10.
We'll see. We've had that 11-meter pass has caught a couple guys today, you know, and where I didn't think it would. But, you know, that just shows that, yes, these guys are pro skiers, but that 11-meter pass is not an easy just walk in the park. You know, you still got to work. You got to hit all your things right. But let's see what we've got here. We're going to bring him in through the gates. Look at that rotation there. That's pretty nice. Let's see what he gets off of one. That looks good.
He has a little bit of tailwind here on his 11-meter pass. Strong 2-ball, strong 3-ball. I think he's getting to the end of it.
Oh, don't curse him right there, bud. You kind of have to check up at 5-ball, but he good thing he managed it through it, gets through it. So now some pressure is off. Now we get to go challenge the lead. I know he's he knows that he's got to get more than 2 if he wants to take the lead, but I'd bet you his brain is thinking more on the final, and he's thinking, I got to push a score out here to make sure I get it. Let's take a look at the replay here, though. Look at him. I mean, I think the ski looks really good today. Looking good off of 1, making his way over to 2.
Getting on the tail on the first ball.
Yeah, but he kind of his ski style, you know, it's not too bad to get on the tail as long as we don't push the whole ski out of the water. Now you'll see here, you see him check, and I like to talk about what your hands do because I like the skiers at home to kind of know. You see him do that quote-unquote safety check, but he brings the hands to the inside of the hip, and that kind of slows the ski down, makes it kind of check. So you'll kind of see that today. I just like people at home to be able to kind of know why that happens instead of just thinking that it didn't happen for a reason, you know.
So today we're gonna have the men's slalom round 1 and round 2, the women's slalom round 1 and round 2, and we're also gonna have the tricks.
All right, this is 10.75 for Nikki Adamson. The lead is 2. So let's see what he got. Gets here through the gates. Pretty big 1-ball there. That's pretty good. Let's see what he can do off of 2. There you go. So he's your new leader right there. Now, come on, Nikki. Let's get through this pass. Over to 4. Can he get
4.
Pull to 5? Bam, that's his first 10.75 of the year. I know Dude will be, yes, he's stoked. There's a little bit of a fist pump there. So that's what we like to see up here in the announcers booth. Happy birthday to the man himself. Got him through there. Now getting a score at 10.2. So
big birthday gift here for Nikki, running his first 10.75 of the season.
Yeah, and let's look here at the replay, man. He absolutely attacks the start of this pass. Look at this 1-ball here. Just really gets the ski in the water and working his way over to 2. Now, there he kind of checks up there to make sure he doesn't blow the tail. Now he's got the lead. Now it's time to run it. Now we're thinking about getting into the final. There you go, big 3. Look at him here. Pulls a touch long to 4. That's why you see him kind of run there with the boat, but still big pull to 5. Now when he gets here, he's got a good pull over there to 6, and he wasn't going to miss that pass. He had it in the bag, so he'll be happy. I know he'll be happy. Mom and Dad watching will be happy. Now let's see. Got to get a good gate and a good start here if he's wanting to get down this pass. I'm gonna unofficially call. I think the cut's gonna be somewhere around 3. So he's gonna really need to get a good 1, get out of 2-ball, get over there to 3.
It's a bit of a usual cut, 3 at 10.25 for the pro men.
All right, let's see as we bring him out here for the gate. Let's see if he can get a good start here, bud. Let's go. Nice turn. He kind of hit the boat a little hard there. You're going to see it get him there. Gets over to 2. And pops the rope.
I think it's going to be 1.5 at 10.25.
Yeah, and I know he wanted a little bit more than that, but I guarantee you he'll still be happy. He got through 10.75, first one of the year, got it under his belt. Now, second round, he's going to try to better that score. But we'll see on the replay there. He did. He hit the gate way harder than he did on the other passes. You see he loads right there. He didn't quite get the ski up under him, so generates a little more speed than he would like. And I'm just being told if he had been able to get out of 2-ball and get over there and got a piece of 3, that would have been a new Austrian open record, which I guarantee you he was chasing. That's probably why we got a little bit of a slap in the water. But see right here, look, really hard there, doesn't get the ski under the line until after he started pulling. So that's what kind of caused one ball to not be so hot there, and then it really gets him here over into two.
And yeah, more you shorten the rope, the less time you have to put the ski under the rope and go to that next buoy.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing, too, as the rope gets shorter, you've got to work on turning the ski a little bit more, especially at the gate, because that's the one that all these skiers really control. They got to make sure they get everything turned, get their angle set, so it sets up the pull from the boat. Because, again, you've got zero off, and zero off as you pull pulls back. But if your ski's not up under you, you're kind of tugging it at the wrong spot, so the boat starts pulling harder and harder and harder as we move down the pass, and you'll see it catch him. But still, that's really strong skiing there for Nicky. I know he should be very happy with that, and it looks like we've got the whole crew, the whole Atkinson family is on the bank, so super excited to see the family here. I know that makes these events just that much more fun when you got you a little cheerleading group on the bank.
So next skier on the dock is Aaron Davies.
Yeah, and Aaron's just sleeping right behind the tent over here. He's got himself a modified van, so him and Violetta are planning on traveling to all the events. And we saw his girlfriend Violetta ski a little earlier today, so probably got some tips from her just on kind of how things are skiing, how the boat feels, etc. So I'm expecting Aaron to ski good. He's been popping off some huge scores lately. And looking really good. So we'll see if he can follow this trend, follow Nicky, and get through that 10.75 and give him a chance at 10.2.
Yeah, I think it's his first or second time for Aaron coming here. I'm not sure he's used to the lake.
Well, I know he's had plenty of time. He hung out here last night. I saw them cooking dinner on my way out of the lake after the amateurs got done skiing. So they woke up here. He's probably had a walk around the lake, got to check everything out. But, hey, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, so we are going to hop to a quick commercial, and we'll be right back with our next skier. All right, we are back on the water. We got Aaron Davies in the water. He is your next skier out of Great Britain. This will be 13 meters. That is the minimum start speed of this event. We know the lead right now is 1.5 at 10.2, so that's currently the score to chase.
So here we go. Aaron Davies starting off at a 13-meter line, 32 off.
And looking strong today, Aaron is. I mean, he's definitely come on in the last couple years. I know he's had a few injuries and stuff, but he's definitely bounced back from him. I know a couple years ago he had a horrific injury where he put his hand through the handle, ended up having to, have a couple surgeries on it. And, it's really great to see him, back up and skiing at a high level after such a kind of a scary injury.
So we.
All right. Well, we got Aaron Davies. He went through 13 meters, so this will be 12 meters here. Gonna get him through it again. These are warm up passes for these guys. They're getting their feet under them, making sure they kind of maybe throw out some of the nerves. Get everything ready to go. So when we get these harder passes, we've got a good shot at throwing out a huge score. But let's take a look here as we bring Aaron in for 12 meters.
Yeah, his 32 off was pretty strong. He was very calm and sturdy. So.
Yeah, and Aaron's looking good today. I mean, nice and strong. Getting through 12 meters here, looking good as we're over to 6 and out the gate. So that's another pass completed for Aaron Davies. And while we're waiting to bring him back in 11, I got in the announcer's booth right here. I'm here with Nikki Addensom, your last skier. Bro, what a set. That was awesome. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, Zane. Yeah, no, it was a great set. Yeah, no, I was actually surprised. Training were actually pretty good, but yeah, let's see at the 10.7.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna take a gander at your 10.7. I mean, dude, it was strong, bro. Like from the start.
I don't know. I felt good. 13, 12, 11, and I was like, okay, perfect breeze for a 10.7 headwind. Got the good one, and I was like, okay, now I'm in it. So stay calm. Try to stay in it, try to stay strong, and yeah.
Right there, it looked like you were just trying to stay over your ski at 2, made sure you got the full 2, but then once you got there, it was game on mode right here.
Yeah, no, I got to out of 2 and 2-3, and I'm like, okay, this feels good. I have still some good space, good height, and then once I got to 5, I was thinking back to my Travers tournament where I didn't turn the 5 so well, so I'm like, just go for it, and yeah, I got it.
Now, I do got a question. Why did you hammer your gate there at 10.2? You got to rotate that ski. Give yourself a chance to get the 3 ball there, bud.
I know. I felt like I had a pretty good glide in the gate. But yeah, I turned in a little early, so I thought I was going to miss the gate. So I was not sure. I was not completely committed into 1. Got a decent one. It was not amazing, but it was pretty good to get to 3. And yeah, unfortunately 2, I was a bit rushed. I was like, okay, I'm there, I can get the 3, and I just didn't stay calm, unfortunately.
But there is more in the tank, so we can expect more out of you next round.
I hope. The last 2 days of training, I managed to get 2 times 3 at 41, so it's in there. We'll just have to stay calm in the next round and maybe look at a couple of the other guys that get deep into 41 and maybe take some tips and tricks from them.
All you need to do is when you turn in at the gate, make sure you get your ski up under you, dude, and maybe we'll see a new Austrian record later today.
I hope. That's the dream. That's a good birthday present, I would say.
Yeah, I'd be super stoked for you, bud. So great skiing, man. We look forward to seeing you out on the water here in a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was your first 10.7 you ran this season, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, I was injured for 7 weeks or so I missed quite a bit of practice after Mumba. So yeah, no, it's good to be back in 41 in tournament, and I hope next round again, and we'll see how the next tournaments go.
Well, good. Well, we're glad you're back, and we're glad you're nice and healthy and skiing strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing you ski in the second round.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
See you, dude.
See you.
All right, we just took a look at the replay there. This was Aaron Davies. That was 11 meters, 38 off for our Freedom Units guys. Looking nice and strong, so now got a chance to go at 10.7. So gonna have to run this one if he wants to challenge the lead. Gonna have to run this one if he wants to make the final. I mean, it's you definitely got to run 10.7 if you're going to show up at a pro event and expect to get into the money talk. So we'll see. Got him back up behind the boat. This is 10.7. So this is the money pass right now.
His 11.25 was pretty strong. I saw he was very steady and calm. Now let's see what he can do at 10.7.
Ski kind of moved a little funny off of 1 ball, but he's managing it well. Oh, catches him there. And I don't think he got outside of 4 ball. We'll have to take a look at the replay there, but Emil, you kind of saw his ski. His ski checked up kind of weird out of 1 ball, not quite getting as smooth as the first 3 passes, and it didn't allow him to get down that pass. So I know he's going to be a bit bummed on that one. Definitely going to expect more scores out of him. Right.
It was as if like he stopped at 1 ball and then continued his road.
Yeah, we'll have to look, once I get the view from the boat, we can really see it a lot better. You kind of see those hands get away there. I would be willing to bet if you watch him on one ball, he's going to bring the handle.
He got inside of fourth ball. So final score for Aaron Davis, 3 at 10.75.
All right, let's take a look here. Watch him off of one ball. You see how he rocks back there, and then the hands really never came back to him, so it kind of had the ski running. But, yeah, coming off the wakes, he, rocked back a little bit, just not quite balanced there going into one, and now he's kind of in scramble mode. But you see off the backside of the turn, not really bringing the handle back to him, which kind of causes you to lose your rear end once the boat loads up on you. So I know he wanted a few more there, but that's the thing, slalom skiing, you kind of got to hit it perfect at those short line lengths. But we'll move right along to our next skier.
Jaime Palomino.
Yeah, the Mexican skier. I know he's another one of these young guns that is super strong. Another one of them Rollins College skiers, too. So trains with Nikki quite a bit. And we'll see as we bring him in. Pass number 132 off.
It's his second time he comes here. I think he scored. He skied very well in the training sesh. So I think he scored 3 at 10.25.
So he's got a season's best of 1.5 at 10.2. I know last year in Morocco, he was the top scorer of our, I think it was under 25 men or something. So he won that and actually did it in wild fashion. Went from 12, elected to skip 11, and opted up to 10.7. And I know Mom and Dad were not, they did not think that was the answer, but homeboy got through it, got a score through it, got into 10.2. So maybe we'll see him do an unconventional set of passes here. We'll never know. Time will tell.
Yep. So after Jaime, I think we're going to see Sacha Descamps, also from France.
The mountain man, as we like to call him. I'm excited to see him out here riding that HO water skis, part of that HO team. We kind of talked about them. They all seem to work together, and you kind of saw him and Tebow talking. They're also on that syndicate water ski team. So really cool to see how close knit that ski group is. But let's see what we got. We got Jaime coming back in. This is 12 meters.
Pretty good run there for the Mexican skier. I think he's on the Neo 2, Neo 4. Sorry.
Yeah, he's riding that D3 Neo 4 and looking good on it. Nice and strong. Like you said, he's a strong skier too. You'll see him. He'll sometimes just slam dunk a buoy, but he's able to hold on to it and keep his direction across course. Doesn't let the boat take anything away from him, and able to eke out some more buoys when other skiers might be done. All right, we got that wind picking up, and it has the wind direction has rotated on us yet again. It was blowing a headwind to the dock earlier when we talked about it, but it's now kind of blowing a little bit of a cross, more kind of a cross tail coming from the dock end. So kind of switching up on us as the day moves on. Definitely feel it picking up in speed, so that could come into play later for some of these skiers as we get further down the lake. You kind of see there on the camera sometimes, it's kind of gusty. We've got a steady wind, but it'll gust up here and there. But these men are able to manage it. They'll be fine. So we're pulling Jaime back in. This will be 11.25 meters, 38 off.
There we go. If he wants to take the lead now, he's got to pass this run and the next one too, and to beat his season best.
And there you go, getting through 11 meters and looking good out there doing it. Kind of had a little bobble off a 4-ball, but, you know, still at that point in time, he was so early. He was just kind of managing his speed at the end of it, but really strong skiing there. As we take a look here at the replay, so this will be 3-ball. Let's see kind of what there. It was at 3-ball where he kind of broke over at the waist. But still managing it well. Still early into 5 at 11. And there you go. That'll be 6 buoys, 11 meters. And now we're down to 10.7. So got to run this pass. This is the money pass. If we want a chance to challenge the lead, kind of put ourselves in a spot where we got a chance to make the finals, this one has to be ran.
Yeah, so here we see the upcoming skiers getting ready, and here we go for Jaime Palomino on 10.75 meters.
All right, let's see what Jaime's got here as he pulls out for the gate. Going to need to get a strong start here to get down this pass. Looks good as he rolls in. Gets a pretty okay one, kind of not bringing the handle where he wants. You see it's coming to the inside, so the ski's starting to check on him. Oh, and it checks up even more. So you'll look at the replay, but Emil, you'll notice each time he turned that buoy, he's not quite getting the ski all the way under the line, so it's having to make a check to reset and, you know, kind of catching him out there on that 10.75 pass. Let's see here. Watch here at 1-ball, Emil. He's going to come in, he's going to reach, but where does his hands go? See, they come to the inside hip. He rolls in, so now the ski kind of has to check up. Does the same thing here at 2. Inside, you get a check. Now it goes under the rope.
He didn't manage to get a very good 1-ball, so on the 3-ball, it kind of catches him up.
Yeah, he just, like you said, again, you'll see, he's not quite letting the ski go all the way under the line at the turn, so he's having to reset and regain angle, and just at 10.7, you know, the margin for error is very small, and it starts to catch him out, and then unable to get the turn he needs there. But again, the hands come to the inside, so that doesn't allow the ski to finish the turn and move as smooth as he'd like it to.
Yeah, I think he would have wanted a couple more buoys, and that's I think that's what we all want.
Yeah, all these skiers want a couple more buoys, and that's the beauty of slalom skiing. There's no end point yet. Nobody has run that 9.75, so we're still chasing, you know, to get down it, and you know, who knows when it does get run, we might have to tie a knot in the rope and just make a new rope length. But
I think Masterline at one moment did an actual 950 rope.
Well, I think with just the way the boats are evolving and the skis and the skiers, I think, you know, coming up soon we're going to get a skier that can get, you know, down that 9.75 pretty deep, maybe even run it. But right now we've got the Frenchman on the water. This is Sasha Deskuns, 13 meters.
Opening pass there for Sasha. It's a warm-up pass for him. Okay, so 6 buoys confirmed, and he's going to move on to 12 meters.
So Sasha's from France. Is this where he normally would ski, or does he ski at a different lake here in France?
Well, I know he skied in another place in Toulouse, and he skied, I think, up until 2019, and then he moved to Orlando in Florida. So,
but I still bet you he's got a bunch of sets under his belt here at this lake, so kind of almost skiing a little bit at home, but looking strong there on his opening pass, getting through it, kind of, you know, filling out everything. We'll see. You know, I expect Sasha to run that 10.75, and he's one of those skiers that can definitely get to 3-ball at the 10-2.
Yeah, well, he's done all of the editions of the Monaco Waterski Cup. He did the 2023 one, the last year, and this year, of course. So here we go. Here we go, 12 meters. Pretty strong one ball there. I think he's one of the men who has the strongest pull.
Yeah, he is definitely very strong when he gets behind the boat. It really sets that angle, so it allows him to get in those positions. You know, if you don't have the ski up under you, you can't really be as strong as you'd like. And Sasha's really good about getting the ski under him, giving him something to kind of push on so that he can leverage the boat and have that strong pull.
Yeah, I think from the last time I can remember, it was he can pull like 385 pounds or more.
Yeah, I think it's
kilograms.
in kilos. If
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
385 pounds, it wouldn't be that much. But I think you're right. I just think it was in kilograms. And I don't even know what a kilogram is, but I know that that's a lot.
I think it's 1 kilogram equals to 2.2.
Yeah, so that would, for all of our Americans that need the Freedom units, that would be about 750 pounds is what Emil was talking there when he was talking about kilos. All right, this is 11 meters. This is 38 off. See what Sasha's got as we bring him in through the gates. There you go. You see that big, strong pull. Generates lots of speed behind the boat, but it creates space in front of the buoy. And he is riding that Syndicate Works 1 and looking good at it, too, as he's rounding 5 and over to 6. And, yeah, super strong skiing out of Sasha. Now going to have a chance to take down this 10-7. We'll see if he can get his way through it and get a chance to challenge the leaderboard. There you go. You see Vincent over there behind the cameras. He is what makes this whole webcast work come together, looking nice and smooth. And, just big shout out to Vincent and for sitting behind the camera and working the 1s and 2s. But we'll see the replay here. We've got Sasha Deskuns making his way through 11 meters. And, yeah, strong skiing there out of Sasha, out of the Frenchman.
Okay, so next up is going to be 10-7.
All right, we take a look at the leaderboard right there. You still got Nikki Addensom on top with 1.5 at 10.25. Big birthday present to himself getting through 10.75 for the first time this year. So big skiing out of the Austrian. Let's see if the Frenchman can do the same.
Okay, so here he goes, 10-7.
All right, looking good. Around 1 ball over to 2. Big 2 ball. Now he's going to have to work a little narrow at 3 because of how big 2 was, but still getting through it. Now he's settled in, gets over to 5, and little on the back of the ski at 6, but just trying to stay over it. You know, he was getting ready to kind of fall off of it, but he sat down, so he kind of slowed everything down and stayed over the ski, managing his way through that 10.75. So, like you said, I expected him to run that nice and smooth, get through it. I really didn't think he was going to miss it. So it's good to see Sasha get through that pass. Now he's going to have a chance to challenge the lead. Take a look here at the replay. Thought he got a pretty good 1 ball here. Now watch here at 2. He just kind of hammers this turn, and it causes him to kind of lose some angle here off the wakes. He starts to roll with the boat. So he was a bit narrow there at 3. You see, he kind of had to stretch and wait before his turn. but then gets over here, doesn't get the huge turn off of 4 that he did at 2, and that allowed him to create space going to 5. So if he had tried to hammer 2 ball, he probably would have had the same thing, or hammered 4 ball, he probably would have had the same thing happen to him at 5, and it might have caught him out just as he had gotten further down the pass. But managing it really good, looking nice and smooth, and now get a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, if he wants to take the lead, he is gonna want to do more than 1.5 at 10.25 meters.
All right, this is 10.25. Got to get around 2, get a hold 2 if we want to take the lead. Let's see what he's got here.
Goes.
Big gate there. Little slow off of 1 ball. Let's see what he can do off 2. Gets out 2. Okay, over to 3. Throws the ski outside of 3. And there you go. 3 buoys at
the third buoy, and I think it's going to be 3 buoys at 10.25 meters, and he takes the lead.
Yeah, that'll be a score at 3 at 10.25. So nice skiing from Sasha, putting himself in the lead. Again, I think that's where that cut's going to be. I think you're going to have to get 3 if you want to get into the final here with this huge stack of men that we've got. But great skiing there out of Sasha. As we see him, he gets all the way outside 3, gets a full 3. So good skiing for Sasha. Now, shout out to my my Danish crew that I've been coaching. I know they just messaged me, said that they're at home watching. Be sure, you guys, why don't you take a photo, show us your watch party. We'll get you on the webcast. Go to twbc.com/watch party and send us your photos of you watching. And we'd love to see what your setup is, where you're watching, how you're watching. So shout out to the Danish crew and everybody else that's at home watching this event. Next skier should be Thibaut. We had the 2 French guys go back-to-back. I know they're big buddies. They ski together a lot. And yeah, there you go. You see him on the dock. There's Thibaut Dion getting ready to ski. I'm looking forward to seeing him in the trick event later today, too. You know, super excited to have a little more than just slalom skiing going on today. Nice to see that happen. So we'll see tricks come up here in a little bit after we get done with the men's slalom round 1.
Yeah, I think he has a real estate company in Florida, I think.
Yes, he is. He's been selling. He's one of our advertisers here, and it's great to see him. You know, he's able to do both, ski the Pro Tour and continue to work at his job. But you know, looking forward to getting him on the water here as we see Sasha Deskuns making his way back to the dock, and we will turn that boat around and we'll pick up our next skier.
Okay, so Thibaut Dion on this HO skis.
All right, we got Thibaut in the water. See him twisting that rope out. He's kind of like an old man thinking it'll give him a little extra length if he'll untwist the rope. I don't know. You usually see that out of the Masters men's, dude. But you never know. Every little millimeter helps, I guess. So we'll get him in. This is minimum start speed. This will be 32 off 13 meters.
Opening pass for Thibaut Dion. It's also a warm-up pass for him.
That wind's really starting to kick up now. Definitely going to start playing a factor here. We knew the wind was going to kind of start building throughout the day, but it seems like it's here and maybe here to stay for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think we're going to have guts up to 27 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, and that's rather strong. So definitely could come into a factor. You might see some of these guys maybe start at a different line length than they normally would in practice, or you might get somebody do an opt up and elect to skip a pass and go to the one after it. And for the people at home that don't know about an opt up, if they opt up, they have to run that pass or they get scored at the line length that they skipped. So that's just something to keep your eye out for if you're watching at home.
Here we go, Thibaut Dayan on his second pass, 12 meters.
All right, Thibaut looking nice and strong here. Again, another one of those skiers riding that Syndicate Works 1 water ski. So we've already seen a couple of guys in this open event riding that ski. Seems to be looking good on Thibaut as he gets through second pass. All right, we'll sit him back down and we'll shorten the rope up, and we are going to bring him back in 11 meters as we take a look at the bank here. That's a sweet setup for places to sit. Got you some bleachers. You can check out the great water skiing if you're here on site. I know it's starting to get pretty warm, so you're starting to see people start chasing some shade just to stay cool, but conditions are great. It's a nice weather today, and we've already had some big scores and great skiing, and I expect a lot more.
Yeah, well, like I said before, it's a sunny day here in France.
All right, 11 meters. We've got him back up behind the boat. This is still a little bit of a warm-up pass for these boys. We'll see. It can still catch you, but they're still kind of warming up. Lets the ski get a little bit behind him when he turns in at the gate, so kind of saw one not be as smooth as we'd like, but there you go. Now he's back over the ski.
Yeah,
he
had a very strong start there at 38. I think he finished it. He ran the pass. Let's see what he does at 10.75.
Yeah, and you can't really see here, but he leaves that ski behind him a touch here, so that's kind of why one ball was a little heavier than he liked. He had a little more speed going down course, but able to still get the ski to turn and managed it over to 2, and now he's set up pretty nice. Now he's got his feet up under him, and it's smoothened out a little bit after 1, so good skiing there in the 11 pass, and we'll have to take a look at his 10.7. Again, I know earlier this season Thibaut got a new PB, which is his first one in I think it was 6 or 7 years. So he's been having a good season, already skiing well this early into the season. We'll see if he can maybe get out there and tie that PB. I think his season's best this year. He ran at a tournament at Travers. He ran 4 at 10.2. So I know he'd be out there looking to try to get to that point and get him a big score at the 10.25.
Next up on the water will be Brondo Caruso from Italy. The 2 Italian skiers will be skiing back to back. So we're gonna have Brondo, and then we're gonna have Thomas.
All right, here we go. We got 10.75. This is Thibaut. That was a big one ball, looking good. Oh, a little bit shaky off of 2, but still managing it. Now he's just trying to stay over his feet, gets to 4. Come on, Thibaut, gets around 5, and there you go, gets over to 6. So not the best 10.7 that we've seen today, but still gets through it. Now gives himself a chance to take the lead from his buddy, Sasha Deskuns. All right, and we see here on the replay, we got Thibaut come in. Now, I thought he was super strong here off of 1, but watch him off of 2. Kind of breaks at the waist here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there you go. You see, he rotates everything in, kind of breaks at the waist. So now he's kind of getting pulled by the boat, but still, Thibaut did a really good job managing, staying over his feet, not doing too much to cause himself to drop in the water and gets to that pass. So that's the big thing, is he just wanted to do everything he could to get through this pass, and then now he's got his sights on taking the lead, getting himself into the final.
Yep. Now he's gonna go into the 10.25 meters. Let's see what he can do and what buoy he can run. So we've got a little bit of a tailwind here for his 41.
Yeah, so it's going to be pushing him down the lake a little bit. Going to need to make sure he gets a really strong gate here. Let's see what he does. Nice pull out here. Let's see. Turn in, get everything set. There you go. Kind of loses his shoulders a little bit in 1. Pops the ski out of the water, but still gets a turn at 2. Can he get outside at 3? Oh, and loses the handle there at 3 ball. So not going to be able to take the lead from Sasha, but that's going to slot him into the second spot right now.
And I think he's going to be happy about it. He didn't ski a lot during the previous water ski pro tours, so I think he's gonna be happy to have skied here for the first time.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's great to see Thibaut come over here and ski these events. I think he got that quarter buoy. It looked like he had the handle in his hand when he got the ski outside of it. So we'll have to see what the judges score him, but I'm unofficially calling it 2 1/4. As we see here, kind of leaves the ski behind him again at the gate. So kind of generating a little too much speed, but there you go. That's an official score of 2 1/4 at 41 or 10.25. So that'll put him into second place behind Sasha Descoons. As we see Freddie and some guys over there on the bank, sitting there waiting for his ski set. And I appreciate Emil coming up here and helping me out. He's been a huge help this morning. And now we're going to bring in another person that I enjoy talking with, my little sister, Miss Allie Nicholson. Hey, congratulations on the Masters a couple weeks ago. Are you still on Cloud 9 from that one?
Of course, yeah. Still enjoying everybody, still bringing it up, and it's a fun time to talk about, so.
Yeah, I mean,
still on Cloud 9 for sure.
I was so stoked for you. I was kind of bummed that I didn't get to be there with you, but definitely had a whole squad watching it on the webcast, and super happy for you. And it's good to see you. You're having a great season, and maybe we can keep that rolling. Well, all right. Well, we'll be right back with us, but we're going to check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, welcome back Lakeside. We're here with Sasha Descoons, who just basically got done skiing. So Sasha, 3 at 10.25. How was your set?
It was good. The wind is a little tricky because it's coming from different directions, but yeah, you have to adapt each buoy after buoy. So I'm happy with the score. I think it's for first round. It's good enough. I think. Yeah.
What you reckon the cut is going to be to get into the final today?
I think 3 twice, or at least 3 and 2.5. Yeah, with 1 3, it's not enough for sure.
Well, you got already 1 foot in the door because you already got 3, so we'll let you rest. We'll let you regain a bit of strength for round 2, and good luck on round 2 and good skiing on round 1. And back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, yeah, he does. He's got that foot in the door. Now he's just got to go out and see if he can stay consistent for the second round. I know the wind's going to be a little bit different later when he skis, so that might come into play for these guys. You never know. It might get windy enough that you don't need 2 at 3s. All right, well, here we go. We got our first skier of the day doing something for strategy. Brando Caruso coming in. This is 12 meters, 35 off.
Yeah, so we're seeing the wind kind of pick up here. I mean, I know looking at the forecast for the rest of the day, it's supposed to get windy. So I definitely think this first round is where these guys are going to be looking for that big score. You definitely want to be able to put up that 3 or more this round. And I think next round, honestly, I think it's going to be chasing it back up. We'll see. It'll be all about who can survive in the wind. But it's looking like it's going to get pretty windy later.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be a factor for these guys. And you kind of heard Sasha talk about it. It's coming from different directions. It hasn't blown steady the same way all day long. I mean, it's kind of been – it's been a headwind. It's been a tailwind from, from different ends. And, now it's kind of moving into like a cross tail from what I'm feeling on my back. So if a cross tail from the dock, just for everybody that's not here on site. But yeah, I agree with you, Allie. I think this round is the one where you got to go get you a huge score, and then maybe the next round it's just chasing who can get the next biggest backup score.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, we see Brando going out here at the 35 12-meter start, so that would currently set him up for a 41 headwind. We'll see. Like we said, the wind's kind of changing. It's very up and down. See if that can give him an advantage here and put up a big score.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know, and it's going to be tough. I'm excited to see how it kind of plays in. Maybe it'll end up benefiting a skier like Nikki Adamson, who got to go out first and actually skied really, really good. And you never know. We'll have to see. But now we're into it. This is 11 meters, so we had one nice, easy warm-up pass. Now this one's still kind of a warm-up pass for these guys, but you still got to hit your cues and do it right. And let's see what Brando's got. Big one ball as he's making his way through this pass. Brando looking nice and strong, one of these strong Italian skiers in the event. Got slow off a 4-ball and kind of made it a little dicey, but still got through it. And now going to get a chance at tailwind 10-7.
Yeah, Brando had his first pro win last year, capped off the 2024 season with that win in Miami. So he was super excited. He went out early, kind of put up a big score, and left the rest of the guys to chase and ended up on top. Super happy for him to see him come away with a win last year. See if we can get him to put up a big score today.
Yeah, and last year we had a bunch of people get their first wins. I know we had Corey Vaughn, who's skiing a little later. He had his first win. I think Rob Hazelwood got his first win.
Cole McCormick had his first win at Masters.
Cole McCormick got his first win at Masters. So, I mean, it's really cool to see, the sport evolving, and we're getting, a bunch of other guys that can shake up the leaderboard. And, it makes it fun to watch every weekend, and, makes these skiers, they all got to ski their best.
Yeah, last year was definitely an exciting one. We saw the people go out and put up some big scores and some unexpected wins.
All right, and there we go. We've got our first watch party picture, and that's from Louie and Pete Emmett. I assume they are cheering on their great British skier, Charlie Emmett. So thank you guys for letting us know your watch party. We're super excited to have you here, see how you're watching. So thanks for tuning in with us. But right now we got Brando Caruso. This is 10.75. Got to run it if he wants to challenge the lead. Big one ball. See what he can do here as he makes his way through this pass. Now, he was slow at 4. He was slow at 4 again. So something's catching him there. He's doing something going to 4 because it happened the last 2 passes, kind of got that checkup. Maybe we can take a look at the replay, Allie. Maybe you can kind of point out kind of what's getting to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw the same thing at 2 a little bit, too. He just looks like he's getting really slow on that even side. We'll take a look at the replay here in a second and see. Pretty good, strong start. Let's see here. As he comes into 2, I would say maybe hands a little high.
Yeah, and
coming into the buoy.
I kind of think, too, if you watch, he really, really turns that side and gets it really hard. But then as he comes into the next side, he kind of has, so much angle and so much load that he kind of has to give way. And so I think he manages it better at 2 because he's only got 1. But then if he does it at 3, he starts to unload a little bit more. And it causes that ski to be a touch slow. But, again, his big thing is to stay over his feet, manage it, get a good pull to the next side. And, that's something that he did do well, even with the slow turn. He didn't freak out and start scrambling. He just, at that point in time, he's like, all right, let's get to the other side and just, get the 6 ball.
Yeah, so we'll see what he can do here at 41-10-2. See if he can get a good start, manage his speed over at 2 ball, and maybe get a piece of 3 or more.
Yeah, and I mean, the start is so key. Got to make sure you get everything rotated at the gate, get the ski up under you so your speed is nice and right coming into 1 ball. But this is going to be a 41 head. This is the first 41, 10-2-5 we've seen from that end. So let's see what we've got as we bring him in. Ooh, not looking a little unsettled there at the gate, but gets a pretty good 1. What can he do off of 2? Oh, and he got the ski to turn on him there. I think it might have turned a little more than he wanted, but That'll put him into a tie for third place right now with Nikki Atkinson.
Yeah, definitely not quite the start he was looking for there. Doing a full front flip ejection. They're at 2-ball.
Yeah, definitely. You could tell he definitely wanted a couple more. But watch him here. You see, kind of rolls in. It didn't look as bad as I thought when I just got a peek at it at the start. But kind of checking up off of one, and then there. He got the ski to turn. That was kind of what we were pointing out earlier. It wasn't really turning on him, and it turned. But I think he bit off a little more than he could chew.
Definitely turned, but definitely kind of bit and dumped him there.
But you see there, too, off of one, you see him. He brings his hands kind of that inside hip, which doesn't allow that ski to go up under the rope, and it kind of checks up just a little bit. And, now he's kind of ends up with a little more speed than he wanted. All right, and we're going to take a fuel break real quick, but we'll take a look at the leaderboard right now. You got Sasha Deskuns in the lead with 3 at 10.25. Followed by Thibaut Dion with 2 1/4 at 10.25. And then Nikki Atkinson and Brando Caruso are tied at third place with 1 1/2 at 10.25. And then everyone else wasn't quite able to get to that 10.75. As you see, Aaron Davies and Jaime Palmino got 3 at 10.75. And then our first skier of the day, Tobias Georges, came out and ran 11, got 2 at 10.7, so tied his season's best. So good skiing from him, and looking forward to getting through this next series of men's slalom. All right, and let's go while we're taking a break. Let's go down to Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, welcome back at dockside. We finally made it down to the dock. We have a little problem with the mic, but we'll try to make it work. We're joined here by Will Asher. So, Will, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the weather is beautiful. What do you think about the condition? Turning around, what do you think about it?
Yeah, there's always talk of the Mistral, the legendary wind in the south of France, and I don't know. We'll see if we get that. If we do, we'll deal with it. But for now, it seems to be holding off. We'll just see what happens.
All right, Han, how is being the start of the season for you?
Yeah, it's been slow start, but in practice it's been great. Been having a lot of fun. Been skiing with the team a lot, making a lot of progress as far as that goes. Just be nice to have a couple of good tournament rounds.
All right, well, we'll really hope to see you have a good tournament rounds today. So how many skiers before you're up in the water?
It was like 4, I think, before I'm up.
All right, perfect. We're not going to steal any more time from you. We'll let you warm up. Thank you for being here, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, and since we're having a fuel break, we will pop to a quick commercial, and when we get back, we'll get right along with this Series 1 of the men's slalom event here in just a minute.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate.
And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
All right, and we are back. We've got that boat filled up, and we are going to get rolling right along with our next skiers. I believe the next one is T-Gas. Thomas de Gasperi out of Italy.
Travers.
Oh, sorry, I stand corrected. It is JT, Mr. John Travers, the man himself. I think he knows just about everything about water skiing. I know earlier this week he was in the States and helped find this Ellis's jump, got it out of the water, back on the bank, and Scott's now got his jump back in the water, able to jump. So huge shout out to JT for helping him there. I know Scott was super happy about having his jump back. Would have been very bad if that had happened like this week.
Yeah, John's definitely a very hardworking skier. You know, he does a lot behind the scenes for the sport. So, yeah, very good for him. And I'm sure Scott was glad that John wasn't in Europe when that happened, because he would have had a lot harder time, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there's another skier that really JT came to the aid of. I know during Swiss Slalom, I think it was at Swiss, Dane's rope broke on his boot, and JT just pulled his shoelace out of his shoe and tied it up so that Dane could, get the ski and didn't have to miss his ride.
He's definitely one that's always willing to lend a helping hand and first one to jump in when he can. And I think, that's good karma, comes back to help you when you need it.
Well, I'll just tell you, if there's anybody that if you ever need anything, JT would just about give you the shirt off his back to make sure you got it. So the wind's picking up here. I think you guys can hear it on the webcast, but it's going to definitely start becoming a factor. But we're going to bring JT in. He'll be starting at that 13-meter line length.
Yeah, we're going to see it kind of ramping up and up. I was curious after Brando started at that 12-meter 35 off pass to see if he, I think if he had gone out and put up a big score, it maybe would have swayed a few more people on the dock. But we'll see moving forward if that strategy comes into play again.
Well, this guy right here is not all that known for starting at 12, but I have definitely seen him many a times run 13 and go to 11. So that could be another thing that we'll see these skiers do. They just elect to skip 12 altogether and run 11. But right now we just saw JT get through his 13-meter pass, and we will go down and check in with Lorenzo at the bank.
All right, welcome back here, Lakeside. We're a bit closer to the dock again, and we're here joined by Neely Ross. So, Neely, how was your slalom run today?
It actually felt really nice out there. I felt pretty confident with my 11 pass. I have some stuff to work on for the 10-7, but I felt great out there, and I'm excited for the second round.
All right, but before the second round, you're going to be tricking. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in the trick round.
Yeah, I'm excited for tricks. Ines and I, we're going to be tricking with the rest of the guys. We'll have a chance to win some prize money there. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm just excited to get out on my trick ski and compete with all the guys.
Well, I guess this is the first time that has ever happened that a woman will be competing against the guys. You think it's happened before, or is it the first time?
Honestly, I have no idea. I love tricks because tricks is a level playing field. Everybody's judged exactly the same way. It's not like slalom where there's speed changes between the men and the women. So I'm just excited to get out there and trick with the rest.
All right, we can't wait to see you in the water for trick. Thank you very much for being here in the south of France. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, and then, just for everybody checking at home, they're seeing Neely ski with the men. I will correct her. It has happened one other time that the women skied with the men, because Jennifer Leachman LaPointe, back in the day when they got rid of the pro women's slalom tour, just sped the boat up and started skiing with the men. But we just didn't have as many women competitors, so instead of just getting rid of the women's event, Neely was like, I'd rather compete with the boys and try to win some money. So The boys said that was good with them, and so it's good with her. So she's gonna get out and trick with the guys and give her still get a chance to win some cash prize money for riding her trick ski.
Yeah, I mean, Neely came, this way. She wanted to come and be able to do the trick and the slalom event. Unfortunately, the women's trick event getting canceled, but still getting to take part of it with the men's trick event, and I think that'll be really exciting to see kind of the mix.
Yeah, and we'll go check in with Lorenzo again down on the bank.
All right, welcome back. We are joined here now by Brando Caruso, just got done skiing. So, Brando, how was your set?
It was a little bit shaky, because it's the first tournament of the year. And, you just have to get used to the pressure again. I don't know, I think overall I didn't ski my best, but I don't know, I got to go back and watch what happened at 41, because I felt the start was good. Maybe I had a little gust on 2 and was not able to let the ski out. We'll see. Well, I don't know, I'll just use it as a fuel for next round and to get the right motivation to go further.
Right, and I asked the same question to Sasha. What do you think is going to be the cut to be in the final today?
I really don't know, but probably 3 or 41 with a decent backup, so we'll see.
Right, well, really hope to see you skiing in the final, as I hope to see everybody skiing in the final, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. Thank you for being here, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And we've got JT out on the water. This is 11 meters. Big turn there off of 4 over to 5, and making nice, easy work of it. And, JT getting ready to have a new baby. Natty's at home, getting everything ready. I'm super excited for them. Looking forward to meeting the new little guy and having another Travers run around at the ski lakes.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. They're having another little boy, so it'll be fun to have the little brothers running around here in a couple years.
Yeah, I mean, I know Alex is always a treat when you go to the lake. You have him running around, but to have 2 of them, man, JT's going to have his hands full.
Natty's going to have her hands full.
Natty, I think, already has her hands full between JT and Alex, let alone we're going to add a third. But it's going to be super fun. Super excited to see that Travers family grow, and they're huge to the sport. They do a lot for us. They have that Sunset Lakes over in Groveland, Florida. They run the ski school, and big shout out to the Travers. I know they're all probably watching at home, and congratulations to Natty.
Yeah, so John was on my flight over the other day. We came out on Thursday. It was a bit windy. He elected not to ski, decided to ski yesterday. Had quite an interesting practice set. Jamie decided to take the switch off the rope and let him ski with the switch rope not on the switch. So he had a fun short line practice set.
And I thought you HO skiers all skied together and were helping each other. I didn't know we were trying to play mind games, but at least he figured it out, so he knows that it didn't just go south real quick. But right now, he got through 11 meters. This is 10.75. Got to run this one if he wants to challenge the lead. Looking good as he's rounded 1. Oh, a little bit on the tail at a 2. Oh, he's in trouble now.
He's going to have to work hard to get to the end of this.
Ooh, and just kind of sliding there at a 5. That kind of is a bummer there for JT. I know he wanted more, but I'll be honest with his 2 and 3, I'm surprised he got to 5 ball, but still got through it. Now he's going to have to shake that one off and go get a huge score in the second round.
Yeah, I think those clinchers may have come to his saved him there at 3 ball. That was a huge hit out of 3.
And for those at home that don't know what the clinchers are, they kind of lock your fingers in, help him kind of go. You see him rock to the back here. Now watch 3 ball really deep there. Kind of has to sit in the back seat. But, I mean, to me, that's wild that he can still get to 5 ball there, because I know if you watched most skiers, they do that hit at 3. They're not getting to 4, let alone turn 4 and get over to 5. So not quite the score he wanted, but still getting, he's going to have another round. Do you see those hands? They come to that inside hip at 1, so it kind of checks him up there, so he doesn't quite get as much angle as he'd like to 2, and I think that's kind of why he tried to stomp on 2 and get it to turn so hard. And the ski starts to skip on him there at 3, and still manages 4, and then that'll be 4.5 at 10.7 for JT there. So we see him do his he's getting pretty good at that body slide that he does there. It seems to happen just about every week now when you watch JT ski.
So up next we have got Thomas DeGasperi. He's been back in Italy for a few weeks now, back at his home site up in Trento, getting some ski sets in there.
All right, and I know he's skiing for Team Good, and Good right now leading the leaderboard right now. So we'll have to see. You know, you see there are three skiers right there. You got T-Gas, Regina, and Dane. But right now, Good, the top constructor in the constructors points. But here we go. We got T-Gas opening pass. This is 13 meters. This is your mandatory minimum start line length. And T-Gas looking really good. All right, and while we're waiting to shorten the rope for T-Gas, we'll pop down to Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, welcome back Lakeside. We're joined here now by Thibaut Dayan, who just finished skiing, or just a little while ago finished skiing, and he had a great set. So how did it feel out there?
Good. No, it was my first set here. Like I said, I skied many years ago here, and I'm happy to be back. And felt great. Just arrived from Orlando last night, so it's different skiing, but it felt so good out there, really. Yeah.
All right, and I've asked this to Brando and Sasha. What do you think is going to be the cut to get into the final today?
Well, I always expect more from the others behind me. It depends on the conditions, really. If the wind picks up, it's going to be more. But three is always you squeeze in usually with three. 3.
Well, you got 2 1/4. You're just missing a little bit, but at least you got a good backup score. It gives you confidence for the next round, right?
Yeah, no, it's at least a good backup score. So I look forward to the second round.
All right, perfect. We look forward to see you ski the second round. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, and thanks to Lorenzo, and that's good insight from Thibaut. And I mean, Thibaut's been skiing lights out this season. I've already pointed out, but he had a new PB, which, you know, these guys don't quite get those quite as often as they normally did, but he got a new one for like the first time in at least 5 years. I think it was more than like 7. So congrats to him, already having a strong start to the season. And we're back on the water here with T-Gas with, this is 12 meters. So Thomas looking good as he's making his way over to 5 and around 6. So still nice warm-up pass for the boys, getting a feel, probably trying to fill out the wind, figure out what it's doing, because you couldn't show up early today and go, that's what the wind's doing. No, it's kind of evolving all day long. So definitely going to play a factor as we're into these final skiers in this Series 1.
Let's see. After T-Gas, we'll kind of know we'll have 8 left, so that'll kind of be our cut line for the first round. Obviously, we won't know much after this round. It'll be, the ever important second round. But we'll be able to see kind of what the lead is going for those top 8 spots.
And I think those guys on the bank are right. I think it's going to take, I think I said that earlier, it's going to take 3, to definitely get you a spot, and then the backup scores are going to start playing. And if you can get 2 threes, I think you're set. But anything less than 3, I think you're kind of going to have to sit and wait and see how it goes. But T-Gas, one of those guys that no matter what, he seems to somehow always pull out 3 when he gets to 41. So I think he's setting pretty nice. We'll have to see if he can get through these next couple passes and give himself a shot at it. But if I were a betting man, I'd say that T-Gas is going to get him 3.
Yeah, he's one of those, very consistent, very reliable skiers. He's very, experienced and can do it under pressure. He's one that I would put my money on, especially, when you're on the line and pressure's on, he's one that can pull out that 3 consistently every time.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to him a little bit this morning and yesterday, and he looks like he's in really good shape.
He found a new love for boxing. This winter.
I had heard that, and you can kind of tell. It looks like he's slimmed down a bit, but I mean, that'll help him on his ski. And yeah, I think T-Gas is looking really good right now, just physique wise.
Yeah, he found something. Find something new that you enjoy, get you in the gym a little bit more, just get you moving and active. So he found that this off season and has really been enjoying that. I don't know what his plan is now he's back in Italy, if he's got a place near Trento that he can do that or not. But I know when he was in Florida, he was loving that.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got to find something that you can, like, skiing's really good exercise, but you got to find something to kind of keep you in shape that's not skiing, or sometimes you'll see some people get a little burnt out and they need to take a lot of time off, and it's nice when you can kind of find you a release from what you do every day, and it seems like it's working out really, really good for T-Gas. As we see the leaderboard here, you still got Sasha Deskun sitting in the lead with that 3 at 41. That's what we're kind of banking that the cut's going to be. And then Thibaut Dion is sitting in second with 2 1/4. And then we got a two-way tie for third with 1.5 at 10.7 with Nikki Attensom. 10.2 with Nikki Attensom and
Brando.
And Brando Caruso. There you go. Just drawing a blank there on that second one. I knew we had a tie.
Alrighty, so here we go. T-Gas coming in, 10.75, 39 off.
Wind's picked up a little bit for this pass, Allie. We'll see as he looks good. Big 2-ball there. Staying on top of it, staying over the ski. Now he's just trying to manage some speed. Little down course off of 4. Good into 5, and there you go. That's another 10.7 in the books for these men skiers, and now going to give him a shot at getting to 3, maybe taking the lead or tying the lead from Sasha.
Yeah, so as the wind is continuing here, it's still kind of a tailwind off the dock from the end that he's on right now. So we'll see if he can get a good start here and see how far he can push it, see if he can take the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, it actually feels like the wind is starting to kind of move to a more traditional crosswind, I think you're getting some wind off of the ocean over the mountains, and it's really starting to kind of pick up and blow in. But you see T-Gas there. Looks really good off of 1. Got a nice turn there off of 2, and build himself some space and getting on top of that pass. Now we'll see him gets his hands a little high there at 4, causing him to run with the boat just a little bit, but T-Gas, no stranger to that 10.7 pass, and managed it very, very, very well. We don't get ski lakes like that at home, huh, Allie?
Oh, that's a really nice looking spot here they have. We've been very fortunate to come here the last few years, but yeah, the aerial view looks amazing.
Yeah, and then, right over there, if you're looking on the screen to your right, you go over that mountain and then you get a nice shot of the ocean. It's absolutely gorgeous here. But right now, the lead is 3, and it would be gorgeous if we could see Thomas de Gasper get there or get more. Let's see what he can do out of 1. Gets a pretty decent 1. What can he do at 2? Okay, over to 3.
Is he going to turn it? Oh,
and he's going to stand up. You could kind of tell when he loaded up off of 2, he was banking on getting that 3. But what did we say? If I know what T-Gas is going to run, it's going to be 3 for sure.
There you go. There's that shot of that ocean we were talking about.
Yeah, an absolutely stunning shot right there. We're out here on the French Riviera. Just a beautiful, beautiful view.
All right, take a look at this replay.
I thought he got a really good 1. Did a good job. Now here, gets a little deep here out of 2. You start to see his feet are behind him, so he's now trying to get that ski to catch up with him, and I think that was a smart decision to try to S-turn there. I think if he had tried to turn 3-ball, I think he was going to have a little bit too much speed, and that tail might not stick in the water like he wanted to. So smart skiing from T-Gas. I think he knows that cut line is going to be around that 3 number, so definitely getting him on that spot and setting himself up for a good look for the second round. But we'll go pop in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We took a little walk and we came back towards the middle of the course. We're joined here by Aaron Davis. So how was your set this morning?
Honestly, I would have liked a lot more. It's been a little slower start to the season for me. It's the first pro tournament for myself. But yeah, I mean, things felt good in the set, and then I don't know, the start of 39 at 10.7 felt pretty good, and I don't know, I just buckled forward at 3, and I don't know, it all went downhill from there really.
How was the wind out of the water? Because we've been seeing all morning the wind changes, picking up, dying down, changing direction. How was it for you out there?
So on like the first few passes, I was feeling it out, and it definitely felt like you had to watch the water even as you were skiing the pass. You could see those little patches coming towards you. Like, okay, you know, 2 hands long, keep moving out wide, especially on in the headwind. Just in that tailwind, it's all about keeping that tight line. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about at 10.7, and I just came narrow at 3. You know, that's kind of what it was really.
All right, but do you think that that fact that you had to take care and look so much for the wind had a little effect on your result today?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, but not so much. I think it's just one of the things that happened out there, really. It wasn't so much the wind, it was just a mental game, really, I guess.
All right. But I'm pretty sure, as you already said to everybody, that you analyze your mistake, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get back in second round. And we hope to see a big score from you in round 2. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right. Thanks, Lorenzo. That's a very good insight there from Aaron, you know, talking about the wind. Like I said, we've been talking about it all day. It's a factor, but we're moving right along. This is Corey Vaughn out of Virginia. Skis out of Bum Pass, Virginia. Got a pretty cool little setup there, and runs a ski school there. I know last year he got his first ever pro win at the pro tournament in England, in Oxfordshire. So looking to maybe replicate that and get him a second one under his belt. I know that would be absolutely huge for him.
And when that happened, you were in Bumpus.
You were right. I was in Bumpus with at Corey's Lake when he did that, and so it was super good for him. I know I've seen some comments on the webcast. We got a lot of the crew from there is checking in, and shout out to you guys being up late or early, whichever one you want to call it, and cheering on Corey. So shout out to everybody in Virginia. And while we're talking about that, make sure if you're watching it at home. Go to twbc.com/watch party and share a picture of where you're watching, who you're watching with, how you're watching.
Yeah,
and,
we want to see you watching in the wee hours of the morning back home.
Yeah, you never know. We might get some people that are in California that might know the bartender and get it pulled up on the TV at a bar. I know I have done that in the past because TWBC has it, and we got YouTube on the TVs and. If you're nice to your bartenders, they'll let you do it. But yeah, so be sure to post your watch party. Let us see how you're watching. We're looking forward to seeing more of those roll in. Already had one come in from the Emmets this morning and cheering on Charlie, who skied earlier in the event. But right now we got Corey Vaughn coming in. This is 12 meters, 35 off. Riding that KD Waterski. I know he's had a big part of kind of helping design it, and man, he's got it dialed. It looks really good. He looks so strong, and Corey's showing you there just how dialed his skiing is. All right, and shout out to Matteo Lazzari. He is watching there in Jolly down in Italy. I'm pretty sure he's coaching a Jolly clinic this weekend, so pretty cool to see that he's got it up at the lake and people are watching. So shout out to everybody in Italy. Look forward to having a pro stop there in a few weeks. All right, and we'll go check in with Lorenzo at the bank.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're again in the middle of the course, talking to some of the skiers. We got here a great French Ricker, Paul. So how are you?
Good.
And just a quick question. What do you think about the fact that this year at this tournament you have 2 girls tricking with you guys?
It's good. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we have like more people to compete against, so then that's good.
All right, perfect. Well, we're really excited to see in trick a playing field, more even for everybody, to see if one of these 2 girls can get and steal a medal from you guys. What would you think if one of the girls would end up winning the event?
That they are better, maybe, huh? It's like that, huh? But I think like all the boys gonna try their best to win, huh? Honestly.
I think that every one of you guys, every time that gets in the water, tries best. Well, thank you very much for this little interview, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And yeah, I guarantee you these men are going to be really pushing it. They did not want to lose to the ladies. I know, Allie, when I ski with you in practice, I do everything in my power to beat you by just a little bit because it makes me feel a little better. But there you go. You got Corey Vaughn getting his way through that 11-meter pass. And, man, he is looking so strong. He's looked so good the last 2 seasons. It's really good to see him, really turn his skiing on and look as great as he did.
Yeah, the last 2 seasons, Corey's been looking really strong. He's been skiing really good, putting up really big scores. We saw him knock down the 41, 10.25 pass last year at King of Darkness. So that was super exciting for him, and just kind of, getting to show off how good and how strong he's skiing.
Yeah, and Corey doesn't have your traditional entry into the water ski world. I think he kind of got started with competition skiing a touch late, kind of grew up just kind of free skiing and doing some of that, and then ended up at Clemson on their water ski team. And, now look at him. He's one of the top pros in the world. So definitely cool to see him out here skiing so well. And, and now he's going to be, get a chance at 10.75. And then I just got told in my ear a little bit of a fun fact about Corey Vaughn is that he's the one that introduced this watch party idea to us, and getting to show people at home. And I think it's really cool because there's people all over the world that are watching, and it is kind of fun to see what your setup is and how you watch the events. And we are so happy to be here with you and broadcasting it to you live.
All right, here we go. Corey Vaughn coming in, 10.75, 39, must run pass.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a headwind here.
Big money pass here. Let's see, good 1 ball there for Corey. A little bit on the tail out of 2, but he'll manage it. Let's see if he can get down through it here, over to 4. Now he's kind of taking some speed down course, but still going to get outside of 6, and there you go. Nice skiing, gets through that 10.75 line length. Now, I think if he can get to 3, that's where we're at right now. That's kind of what we know the bubble is. But I think, I know I saw Corey post on social media. He's been, he's shooting for that 4 ball. So I'm expecting him to try to turn 3 ball here and get over to 4. I'd love to see him run it. That would be so cool just to get things rolling.
Definitely feeling the wind pick up here. You can see throughout that pass, he started bringing the handle a little bit high at the backside of the buoy, but able to manage it, no problem. Gets through 6 at 10.7.
There it comes to the inside, so you kind of see that ski kind of pop up on him. I know we've been talking about that today, that safety check, if you will, but it's not not quite a safety check. It's that we're not quite getting the ski under the rope, and we're having to reset to get our angle. But Corey managing it through 10.7. Now we're going to shorten the rope to 10.2. While you're waiting, be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. That way, when we go live at all of these events in Europe, you will be notified anytime they go live, and you won't miss a second of the action. Also, be sure to go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and pick your ski winners and enter yourself into a chance to win a free ski. But right now, 10.25, this is Corey Vaughn. Needs 3.
Oh.
Yeah, and just not quite able to hold on to it out of 1 ball. A little bit disappointed with that one. I think he knows he really needed 3. So that's going to kind of leave the door open there for him. But we'll have to wait and see, what the next few skiers can do and how his second round goes. But now he really needs that second round to be a big score.
Yeah, unfortunately, that'll put the pressure kind of on for the second round. We'll see. We don't really know what the score is to be right now, but we've had several skiers say that we think it's going to be 3. See him again coming in. Got a little bit stretched out, I think, and then kind of falling to the inside there on the backside of 1.
Yeah, let's see from the boat view if we can kind of dissect that gate. You see he rolled that shoulder forward, didn't quite keep all his momentum moving outbound, so he started to run with the boat. So now when he pulled that rope in, he was trying to eat up slack and just not quite able to hang on to it. But, still looking strong out there on the water, and I'm expecting a big score out of Corey's second round.
For sure. I'm sure he'll come back strong and ready for next round. I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm going to go see my favorite skier before he skis, and then I will come back.
All right. Well, Allie, thank you for helping me out. It was great having you here, and we'll chat with you a little later. I'm Zane Nicholson, your announcer for the day. This is the 3rd annual Monaco Waterski Cup. Thank you guys for tuning in on the broadcast and checking it out, watching this great skiing, great event, and we're expecting some big scores coming up. But right now, let's go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, welcome back, everybody, here with Kari Vaughn, who just got done skiing. So, Kari, what happened out there at 41?
Yeah, I mean, that's a disappointment. It's I thought I had the gate. I felt pretty good about it coming through. But then as I'm coming into one, I knew, like, I didn't like the picture. I felt like I was early, but I felt tight. You kind of saw I double pumped. I'm going to want to go back and have a look at the broadcast, see if I can pick out exactly what happened. But yeah, after all that hard work, it's a bit breezy out there, trying to dial things in, get the 41 ready to put something down, and that ain't it. So we'll try to get next round, and I've been backed in the corner before, so I can come out.
We know that you're able to come out, and I asked everybody, the wind from shore, it looks like it keeps changing direction. How does it feel out on the water?
Yeah, it feels like that. I mean, it's primarily tailwind off the dock, headwind from the far end, but it's swirly, it's a little bit across, and it's more on the body than on the water, so it's a factor. I know it's come up from earlier, but yeah, it's beautiful to ski here. I mean, this is a wonderful place. I had much higher expectations than that, so hopefully round 2 will give me a chance to satisfy those.
Oh, well, we hope the same for you. Thank you very much for being here again. Can't wait to see you ski in the second round. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right. Thanks, Lorenzo. And that's really good insight from Corey, talking about the wind. We've been talking about it all day. And we're moving right along to our next skier, which is Charlie Ross. And I do know in practice the other day, he fell around 5-ball. I believe it was at 10-2, and the boot released, and he kind of got hung up in the rope and got drug a little bit, and he kind of hurt his back knee. So I think you can see he's got a sleeve on that knee just to kind of protect it a little bit. So maybe skiing a touch injured, but Charlie's out here going to look strong. And I know Charlie is one of the 2 men this season that have gotten through that 10.25 line length. So him and Freddie are the only 2 this year that have run it. As we take a look there with Freddie dragging his stuff down the bank, I'm looking forward to getting him out on the water and seeing him go. But right now we've got Charlie Ross on the water, and one of these guys that can take down that 10.25. As we take a look there, you see Will Asher getting ready on the dock. We got a beautiful shot of the drone over the boat down there at the far end. Charlie, they're shortening the rope up, getting him ready. Going to bring him back in 12 meters. All right, as we tighten that rope up, we're going to get Charlie back into the course. All right, here we go. Charlie Ross, this is 12 meters. Still a bit of a warm-up pass for these boys. See what we got is bring him in 1. Nice looking tight turn off of 1. Strong off of 2. Charlie been dialed. I mean, he's definitely picked his skiing up quite a bit. Another one of those Rollins College water skiers, so probably skis quite a bit with Jaime and Nikki Atkinson. So cool to see the college guys get out here and skiing on the Pro Tour. But Charlie Ross has shown up, and man, he has been killing it. I think he won Moomba, so. Really excited about that one, and trying to get another title under his belt. So we can hear, maybe you can hear through the microphone, the wind kind of picking up, kind of blowing from behind me, a little bit of a cross tailwind from the dock. So definitely playing a factor in with these skiers. Right now we know that the lead is 3 at 10.25, and that's what we've kind of been calling the cut was. So really looking to expect these skiers to get out of 1 and get a good enough 2 to get over to 3. I know Charlie's rooting to get all the way down 10.25. There you go. You take a look at Vincent there behind the computers, popping everything out. Make sure you go check out the TWBC podcast, listening to it on Spotify. Very good interviews with all kinds of skiers, different ones. I think one of the last few ones might have been with Freddie and and things like that. So if you're ever in a car and you need something to entertain you, go check out the TWBC podcast. All right, here we go. This is 11 meters for Charlie Ross. Nice and strong through the gates. A little bit of slack line off of 1, but managing it well. Gets a big turn at 2. Now he's back into it, just kind of cruising through it. A little bit of a check there off of 4. And there you go. Gets through 11 meters. So now going to get a chance at the money pass. Got to run this next one. If he's going to make the final, going to have a chance to challenge the lead. So we take a look at the replay from the tower. He gets a huge 2-ball here. That was really nice. Good looking turn there off of 2. Now you see him start to kind of lose his hands just a little bit off of 3. I think maybe that's kind of why he has this check here. You know, now brings the hands to the inside, has to reset, but still makes his way through it, gets through that 11 meters, and now we're going to shorten the rope up to 10.75. Right, there's a look at the leaderboard. Still, you got Sasha and T-Gas on the lead at 3 at 10.25. And then Thibaut Dion sitting in 3rd place with 2 1/4 at 41 off. Okay, here we go. This is 10.75. This is Charlie Ross. Team Nautique skier. Looking good off of 1 ball. Let's see what he can do as he gets to 2. Nice turn off of 2. Cruise into 3. Nice looking pass here. This is way better than the 11 for Charlie. And there you go. That was super strong skiing. Looking super dialed. Now I think just that might have been the strongest 10.7 we've seen of the day. And now setting himself up really nice for this 10.25 line length. There you go, and you see Charlie really gets that front of the ski in the water, really gets it turned, gets everything rotated. Ski goes under the line really nice, so he doesn't ever really have a stall off the buoys, and yeah, runs that 10.75 nice and early, nice and smooth. All right, here we go. We're bringing him back in. This is 10.25 for Charlie Ross. He is one of the 2 men this season that have run this pass. Let's see if he can do it today. Pulling out nice and wide on that Nautique ski boat. See as he's rocking through. A little slow off of 1. Can he get outside 2? There he does. Oh, and gets pulled over the ski and ejected out, and not quite what he was looking for. No, he wanted to get over to 3 and at least get the tie for the lead. So that's going to kind of leave the door open in terms of the finals. Going to need a big score here in the final round if he wants to get into the finals. As you see there, he brings that handle to the inside of his body, so the ski kind of checks up, doesn't quite go under the rope like we would like it to, and then was kind of had a little too much speed into 2 and gets pulled over the ski. But good skiing for Charlie, and we'll see him here a little later today in the second round. All right, we are here with the third edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. I believe we've got 6 skiers left. Our next skier should be Will Asher out of Great Britain. Yeah, there we go. We got to look at the rest of our start list. Will Asher, Nate Smith, Carter Eaton, Adam Settlemeyer, Freddie Winter, and finishing up the first round of this men's slalom event will end with Robert Hazelwood. Such a nice day here. Really, really warm. Got a little bit of wind, but we'll go pop down and check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, welcome back Lakeside. We're here with Charlie, just got out of the water. So Charlie, how are the conditions out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little windy, but it feels amazing. I mean, some of the best drivers in the world here. So the 39, it felt really good. A bit of a hiccup at 41, but excited for next round, and we're going to do it.
And did you also, like everybody else, felt that the wind is kind of changing direction and swirling a bit around?
Yeah, it's swirly a little bit, but it's nothing that, we don't ski in other tournaments, and so, it's good out there, and big scores will be made.
All right, so I guess you're going to go back and watch the video to see what happened at 41 and get back at the second round?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, perfect. So we'll let you go and watch the video. Thank you very much for being here, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Cool, thanks, Lorenzo. Nice to hear from Charlie. I agree with him. I thought his 10.7 was textbook. It was almost perfect. So, great skiing out of Charlie. I know didn't quite get the score that he wanted at 10.2, but if I know Charlie, he's going to go make he'll go make a few adjustments, and we'll get a big score down 10.2 in the second round. But moving right along, we are moving with our next skier, Mr. Will Asher. And Will looking to make his first final of the season. Hadn't quite started out like he would like it to, but if I know Will, he's going to come back strong today and get a score that'll get him into the final here. So let's see, 13 meters for Will on his opening pass. See that awesome 2.46 turn that Will has. It's really fun to watch. And looking good here as he's making his way through that opening pass. All right, as we see at the dock, you got Nate Smith getting ready. He will be our next skier in this men's slalom event. Maybe looking to get his first 10.25 of the season. All right, we hear that boat beep, and we'll get the rope tight, and we'll pull Mr. Will Asher in for pass number 2. Should be 12 meters. All right, as we get that boat up to speed, bringing it back in the course. Take a look at Will here. This was 35 off. Will's looking really good there off of 1. There you go, got the big Will 2-ball. Again, these are still warm-up passes for these guys. They're filling everything out. I know Will got a practice set yesterday at the end of the day, and so, probably feeling a little more dialed than he would be if he hadn't gotten a practice set. So nice to see him out there looking nice and strong and getting through 12 meters. Wind's kind of died down here for Will's set. It's not quite as strong as it was for the last couple skiers, so maybe that'll play a factor for Will, make it make it able to get a huge score here and push this lead out. We'll have to see, though. He's got to run the next 2 passes to have a shot at that. So we'll see if the wind can hold off for another couple passes here. All right, we're coming back in. This is 11 meters or 38 off, and this is Will Asher looking to make it into his first final of the season. See what he's got as he rolls in at the gate. Looks good off of 1, nice and strong out of 2, and nice and early at 3. Little on the tail out of 3, not quite what we were expecting. Kind of gets a big turn out of 4, slow off of 5 again. So something looking a bit off there on that 1-3-5 side from Will. I mean, he got a really good 1, but kind of losing it at a 3 and 5. Let's see. He'll make some adjustments down here and get the ski to turn better there. But let's take a look here at the replay from the tower. Nice, strong looking 1. Big turn off of 2. And let's see if we can see kind of what happened to him here off of 3. Yeah, you kind of see, kind of waited. He might have been a little touch narrow there into 3 and kind of wait, and then brings the handle, inside and doesn't quite get the ski to move under the line. That was better, but still not quite as fast as he would have liked that turn to happen, but still got through it. Nice looking 11-meter pass there for Will. As we see our driver, Nicholas Delage, been driving the men all morning. Everybody says he feels great, so skiing great. Boat looks good. Boat sounds good. Skis well, so expecting big scores. And maybe Will could be our first skier to break past that 3 ball at 10.25. Be sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and enter your chance to win for a water ski. All right, here we go. Will Asher, 10.75. Got to run this one. Want a chance to challenge the lead. Let's see what he's got here off of 1. Nice and smooth off of 1. Looking good off of 2. Gets a much better turn off of 3 than at the 11 pass. There you go, Will. Looking good around 5. And there we got it. Will's through 10.7. Now we're going to get a chance to try 41, 10.25. Take a look here at the replay for Will. Nice roll in there at the gate. Gets the ski up under him really nice. And kind of has to do a double pump there into 1. Created a ton of space with the gate. And there you go. There's that 2 ball. I love watching Will's 2.46 side. He's such a good turnover there. Little bit over the front of the ski. Kind of skis chattering around him on 3. But, stays over his feet. Manages it really well. Gets through that pass. And now, going to try to take the lead. So I know the lead right now is we've got a tie for first with 3 at 10.25 with Thomas DeGasperi and Sasha Descoons. So going to be looking to at least get to there and then maybe try to push that lead out for our last 5 skiers. And so right now is, I believe, the best that he's scored this year has been 1 at this 10.25 line length. So looking for a season PB. See if he can get a good start here. Get off of 1, get over to 2. Rolls in pretty good at the gate. A little slow off of 1, gets a good pull to 2. Can he get over to 3? There you go, Will. And going to take the S-turn and take the tie, but setting himself up really nice for that second round, knowing that he's got 3. And that's kind of, again, that's what these guys are saying. They think the cut's going to be is that 3 mark. So that's the first box checked for Will. Let's just see if he can stay consistent and get another 3 or more, or at least a huge backup score to put himself into the final. All right, as we see the replay, Will gets the handle in the water a little bit, but still gets that big pull over there to 2, and the onside turn helps him get over to 3 ball. So good skiing out of Will. Season's best for the year, 3 at 41, 3 at 10.2. And sets himself up really nice going into the second round. So we see Nate Smith on the dock, waiting for the boat to come back. There we go. We got Will skiing back to the dock, and we'll get the boat turned around and reset the handles, and we will get us back underway with Nate Smith. Nate Smith is your current men's slalom world record holder with 2.5 at 9.75, so maybe we could see him get close to that record today. That would be pretty rad. I'm also being told Nate is going to start at the 12-meter pass, so electing to kind of move things around, see if he can use his strategy into play and get him pretty far down that 10.25 line length. All right, here we go. This is 12 meters for Nate Smith. Looking good here, making his way through this opening pass. Still a bit of a warm-up for these guys. So I expect him to, just like I said, get the feel for the boat, but he did. He started at that 12-meter pass, I think, to strategy for the win. Knows that he's got to get the 3 ball. So definitely playing it so that he's setting himself up perfect for getting at least 3 at 10.25. All right, and I'm Zane Nicholson here. I will take a look at the schedule. We've got 4 more skiers left, and then we've got we're going into that trick event, and then we'll go back in for the second round of the men's. We are here at the 3rd annual Monaco Waterski Cup. We've had a bunch of good skiing so far today, and we've still got plenty of more action for the rest of the day. Super happy to have everybody that's watching at home on the webcast. Be sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and let us know. Send us a photo of what you're where you're watching, how you're watching, and we look forward to seeing more of those photos roll in. Shout out to the first couple people that have sent us a photo. We look forward to getting a lot more as the weekend progresses. All right, here we go. Nate Smith, this is 11 meters. Rolling in, looking nice off of 1. Nice and strong. Now you can see Nate stays super tall, doesn't ever really squat, never really bends his legs, which a allows him to leverage that boat really nice, and you know, gets him into position. So you never really see Nate get out of position due to how he stands on the ski. Not a lot of upper body movement, stays really still, and you see that translating into good skiing, more buoys being ran. So great skiing from Nate. We'll see if he can continue this as we shorten the rope up to 10-7, but take a look at the replay here. Nice tight turn off of one. Looking super strong as he's making his way through it. You can just see all his passes kind of look the same. It's just he's got it dialed and figured out, and never really strays from what he normally does, and it you know, that's why Nate has been the best for as long as he has. All right, here we go, 10-7-5, Nate Smith coming in. Let's see, gets a pretty good start out of one. So, again, he elected to start at 12, so he's taking his 10-7 from a different end of the lake than most of the guys today, but doesn't seem to be bothering him at all, and looking really good there as he gets out the gates at 10-7, 39 off. So now we're going to get to shorten the rope up to that 10-2-5 line length, and see if he can get past 3-ball and take the lead outright from our little bit of a log jam we've got there at 3. Now going to have a little bit of a headwind here for this 10-2-5, so electing to use that, you know, kind of slow him down a bit. I'll expect Nate to go get a really good start, and you know, he's looking to crack off his first one of the season. I know we had Freddie run it last weekend at Lake 38, and Charlie Ross got it. He was the first guy this season to run it, so good skiing from those two guys. And let's see if we can add another one to the list for the season. As we take a look at the start dock, I believe that's Carter Eaton getting ready. All right, and we are 10-2-5. We're trying to get another course record. It's 6 at this pass. If he can run 6 and get something at 9-7, he would have the course record. See, there you go, gets the 3, goes over to 4, takes the lead, and not quite able to hang on to the rope out of 4-ball, but gets a full half more than everybody else. So kind of pushing that lead out, putting himself on top. That's going to be really big when it comes into making the final. He's now, you know, he's got a big score, but now he's hopefully not going to have to rely on a backup score, and kind of take some pressure off of Nate for the second round. And there, confirmed, 3.5 at 10-2 puts Nate as your new leader. Great skiing out of him. Gets over there, just see kind of not quite able to hang on to that, but still didn't matter. Puts him in the lead, and that'll make the second round a lot easier for Nate. All right, and we just saw the replay one more time from Nate Smith. Again, 3.5 at 10-2-5, so that'll put him in the lead, and we will go hop over with Lorenzo on the bank.
We're joined now by Will Asher. So, Will, how was your set?
Yeah, you know, it was good to just feel my feet under my ski again, or on top of my ski. I like to shout this one out to my uncle Tim Hazelwood. He just went through some pretty serious stuff, a surgery, and he gave me some really good advice. He just said, be strong, trust yourself, and like the words that he said were ringing with me out there. So that was pretty cool, just to go out there and ski, and that was for him.
All right. Well, good that he's okay. Good that he went through, and those words, I guess, help you because you were telling me that this is the best score of the season so far.
Yeah, it's been a slow season, and I mean that's what I talked about with him. And it's just got to trust yourself sometimes and just attack and go, and spend a couple of days with family. Last week was really nice, and just nice to be back here, south of France, Monaco Cup at Roquebrune. I'm happy we come back to this.
All right. Well, we're happy to see you here. We're happy to see you with a smile after this first round, and we will hope to see a bigger score in the second round. So thank you very much again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right. Thanks, Lorenzo. And while we were talking with Will, we had Carter Eaton, new to the Pro Tour, and didn't just hit one ball, ran it over, and that's going to be a half on the opening pass. So I know that's not what Carter was looking for today. Now going to need an absolutely massive score in the second round if he's going to have a chance to make the final. Had a big tournament at Lake 38. I think he ran his first 10-7 in a pro tournament. So, coming off of a high and then next set kind of going into a bit of a low. But that's okay. That's the best part about it. We got 2 rounds, so he does have a chance to redeem himself. And we'll be looking forward to getting him on the water here in a little bit in that second round of the men's slalom event. But we're going to keep moving along with this event. I believe our next skier ought to be Adam Settlemeyer. Sledge out there on the water. Been skiing real well, and looking forward to seeing him on the water. And now we've got another person that is submitted to our watch party. We've got Carolina Atkinson watching from the car. So hopefully they're not driving and paying too much attention to it, but staying safe on the road. But thank you, Miss Atkinson, for getting us a view of how you're watching. Really excited to see how everybody is watching. Be sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and send us in your videos or pictures. So we take a look there at the ocean, that beautiful view from the drone with the mountains in the back. It's a nice day today, really warm. Like I said, got a little bit of wind, but it's not, not really messing with the conditions on the water. The skiers are saying they're feeling it a little bit more on their body than anything. But yeah, it's a great day today. And we've had some great skiing and expect even more great things to come as we see Adam Settlemeyer in the water, and then there is Freddie Winter getting ready on the bank, making sure his hands are nice and clean before he goes for a water ski. All right, here we go. Adam Settlemeyer. This is 13 meters. Skiing out of the Czech Republic. I know now lives in the U.S., but looking good as we bring him in here past number 1. And there you go, first pass. And I am joined back in the announcer's booth with Miss Allie Nicholson. Went and got to go watch some skiing from the bank, and you got tired of sitting over there by yourself and wanted to come chat with me again, huh?
Yeah, stepped away, went down, told Nate good luck before he skied, watched him ski, and I'll join you back in the booth for the last few here.
Well, we enjoy having you. It's always fun to talk with somebody that probably knows water skiing better than I do, and so it's nice to have you here and have somebody to chat with. But man, Nate looked good out there. Got over to 3, got around 4, and put himself in the lead.
Yeah, I thought, he had a really good start there, and solidified himself in the lead. So we'll see. Definitely, I think he was very aware that the next round could be pretty windy, so definitely was trying to get that big score out first. Yeah, well, he did just that and put himself in the lead, and he set himself up pretty nice for making the final here, for getting to ski tomorrow. So we'll look forward to getting him back out on the water here a little later today. And right now we're running through Adam Settlemeyer, trying to see what he's got for us. Can he get over to 3 and get him, a good first score for making the final? And he elected to start at 32, correct?
I believe that was 13 meters, yeah. So this next one should be 12 meters. only 2 guys have started at that 12-meter pass and taken the 41 from the far end. So you never know, that might be the strategy to do. But right now, Adam Settlemeyer, this is 35 off. And looking strong. Again, we've kind of talked about a lot of these first couple passes are just a warm-up for these guys, making sure they got their feet up under them, making sure everything feels good. I point out, I coach a lot of times with people, and they want to start at a pass that's a little bit too hard for them to start, and they leave a bunch of buoys out on the water when they do that. But, these guys, they get in, they get a couple warm-ups, get everything moving nice and good, so then when it's time to hit those hard passes, they're dialed and ready to go. Good.
Yeah, I think all of these guys are capable of starting at the 35, the 12-meter line, but I think they have a little bit more comfort with the 32 start. That's what most of them do in practice every day, but we see a lot of them start at the 35, and I think that, when it's necessary, they have no problem doing it.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like I said, you take it, but, still 35 is still a warm-up for these guys, so, they go in and start there. It just... they can do it, but their groove is in practice. They probably go out and just start at that 13-meter line length and, just keep everything pretty consistent if you can at all possible.
Yeah, especially the first round of the tournament. I think next round, especially if it gets really windy, I think we'll see people try to play the wind a bit more. But first round of the tournament, I think a lot of people want to just kind of keep it usual, what you normally do in practice every day. Stay in your comfort zone.
All right, well, this is 11 meters for Adam Settlemeyer. Got to run this one. He's no stranger to running 11 and looking good here. Halfway through the course, no big bobbles, nothing really major happening on there. And there you go. That's another pass in the bag for Sledge.
Cool drone shot replay there.
Yeah, that's my favorite shot of the day is when they're following you guys behind. It's super cool. Definitely a cool shot. And the drone operators are absolutely crushing it this weekend and giving you those cool shots.
See Rob Hazelwood getting a little bit of warm-up down there on the dock.
Yeah, maybe working on his balance a little bit, trying to find that balance point, pretending it's the water ski. But, yeah, Rob's been skiing real good and coming off of a win last weekend. Back-to-back champions at Lake 38, so that seems to be, we might have to change it to Lake Hazelwood.
Yeah, I know Rob was super excited to get to back up his title there last weekend. And then kind of come in on a high coming into Europe. So we'll see what he can do here. But for now, we have Adam Settlemeyer coming back. 10.75, 39 off, must run pass.
Ooh, big one ball, kind of in some trouble here. Going to have to manage some speed over to 3. Now he's narrow. Let's see, can he still get through it? He's way down course, over to 5. There you go, nice turn off of 5, gets around 6, and there you go. Managing a lot of speed from the start. He was kind of in maintain mode at that point in time. But, that's why he's here at the pro events, is because he knows how to do that.
Yeah, stay nice and calm, able to stay in it. Definitely got a little bit stretched out, a little fast there in the middle of the course. We can see it again here on the replay.
Yeah, you see he comes through here and kind of gets deep there. You see him, he kind of rotates with the shoulders instead of the hips, so the ski starts moving fast. Now he's got
here
his...
at 3 ball, it looked to me like he was pretty narrow, kind of stretched there. Was able to come out the backside of that and stay calm and stay in it.
Yeah, he looked like he left his feet off behind him off of 2 ball, so when he went to go edge change out, the ski didn't quite swing, and he didn't quite have the width that he normally would have there at 3, so kind of having to, kind of work on the fly there, but,
yeah, he was able to manage. He took a lot of speed into 4, went down course kind of like you had mentioned at first, but went down course a little bit to kind of kill that speed and then stayed in it and got through it. So we'll see what he can do now, coming back at 41, 10.25.
Yeah, and now he's got to try to get a good start here. Wants to get over to 1 and 2, and then give himself at least a shot to get to 3.
Yeah, I think you definitely want, if not a full 3, at least a piece of 3 here. Definitely a full 2. You want to put yourself ahead of those 1.5s that we have on the board.
All right, here we go. This is 41 off. Let's see what Sledge has got. Nice 1 ball there. Going to get a good pull to 2. I think he's going to get outside of 3 here. Throws the ski. There you go. And that'll put him in there. Now, that's knocking Thibaut Dion down the list just a little bit. So, kind of going to add to him. He's going to need a pretty big second round because I think he's right there on that bubble. Just kind of depends on how the wind ends up for the rest of the day. As we see here.
Yeah, so that is our 4th 3.
Yeah, so you got Nate with 3.5, then you got 4 3s, and then
2 1/4.
Thibaut's sitting there at 2 1/4. So, that was big for Thibaut to at least get over there and get the ski outside of it. Now he's in a much better spot than he was if he was sitting with just 2. But
yeah, those quarters don't seem like much, but they definitely make a difference.
Yeah, they could make or break some money this weekend for sure.
Yeah, especially as a backup score. That's setting yourself apart from those 2s. Everybody that can get a 2 to 2 1/4.
But good skiing there out of Adam, getting around 3, kind of knew what he needed, and made sure he got through the 10-7, and then got over there and got that 3 that he needed. Now he's setting himself up pretty nice for the second round.
He was working hard there on that S-turn to make sure he got back before the boat guides.
All right, and while we're waiting to get our next skier in the water, we will go pop over to Lorenzo on the bank. Sorry, let me take that back. Lorenzo is not on the bank. We are sitting here with Fred Winter. I'm super excited to get him in. He's been having a pretty decent season. Know he got himself a Masters title again this year, and man, he ran a freaking killer 10.25 at Lake 38 last weekend.
Yeah, he did. He had a really nice pass there last weekend. Coming back off an injury from last year and looking really solid so far this year.
Yeah, I know. He's come out and just looks super great. It's great to see Fred, killing it back on the water. And he went to Moomba and then came over, made the Masters, Lake 38. Now he's over here to Europe. And, baby, one of my favorite skiers, the lake, always happy, loves to chat, So if you're a spectator at an event and you see Freddie, you should definitely pop up and say, hey, he'll talk to you like he's your best friend. And, that's something that I really appreciate from Freddie. All right, and really excited to get Freddie back here because, last year we did have a season-ending injury that happened here, and, it's great to see him. He worked really hard this offseason to rehab and get that leg back healthy, and, I was really excited to see Fred, show up to Moomba, ski well, and now having the season that he's having so far and skiing like he is. I mean, it's a testament to his work ethic and just how much he puts into the sport, and really excited to see him out here and getting after it. So we're gonna bring him in. This is 13 meters 32 off for Freddie Winter.
Yeah, I know last time, as soon as the incident happened, Freddie was talking about how he was going to work hard to get back on the water. He was counting down to Moomba. He knew he would be back and ready for Moomba. So it was good to see him come back this year and, make that goal and be back on the water.
Yeah, and it was really great to see him not only come back, but he came back really strong. That's the thing that I, it's one thing to get back on the water and skiing, but for him to get back and be skiing at this high of a level, this soon from an injury is just, it's a testament to how hard he works every day. And, it's really nice to see him back on the water.
All right, we see the boat crew there getting ready as timer ticks down. We're going to bring Freddie back in. 12 meter, 35 off.
All right, and we've got some strategy at play. I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know when, but there we go. We've got an opt-up here. This is our first opt-up of the day. So electing to skip that 12-meter pass and going in at this will be 11. So
all right, here we go. 11.25 coming in. Freddie winner.
good-looking gate there. Nice start. Definitely you can tell, kind of like Ali said earlier, you know, these guys can start at 12, but sometimes they start at 13 and they'd like to just make that opt-up, and sometimes that's easier for skiers than starting at a pass that they don't normally start at in practice. So, you know, Freddie kind of doing the same thing that like Nate and Brando did, but a little bit different. All right, and while we're waiting to get Freddie shortened up, bring him back into 10-7, we'll hop to the bank with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here, Lakeside. We got Eden here. What happened out there?
You know what? Your guess is as good as mine. And blew up.
Do you think that the wind that has been changing, moving around, had a little bit affecting in that mishap?
I don't think so. I mean, it's my opener. Like, I should run that every time. I felt good. It wasn't like I wasn't super nervous, and I just went out and I hit one ball and I fell. And yeah, I think there's a first for everything, I guess.
Well, in this sport, there is a first for everything. Sometimes those things happen, but talk us a little bit about your beginning to enter in the Pro Tour. How do you feel? Are you excited? Are you still nervous on the dock, or you're able to conquer that fear and make it your strength?
You know, I'm really nervous before the first stop last weekend. Going into this event, it was a lot less. I was like, okay, you know, here we go. Kind of showed up and had a good weekend at 38, and yeah, here we go. Let's just go skiing. And I would have liked to ski for longer, but we can do that later today.
Yeah, we'll do that later today. We'll see you again in the second round. Go and think about what happened. The webcast can help you to see what happened. Thank you very much, anyhow, for being here. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, you know, that's a bit of a bummer for Carter, but I expect him to come out and be nice and strong in the next round. But here you go. You got Freddie Winter. This is 10.75, and, man, is he looking good here through this pass. Just absolutely smoked it. Now going to give himself a chance at that 10-2 with the headwind.
Yeah, and you were talking about, you know, some of the skiers electing to opt up. I actually asked Adam Caldwell last week, because at Lake 38, he opted up both of the preliminary rounds from the 32 to 38, and I was like, why? If you want to ski that direction, why don't you just start at 35? And he said he just likes the 32 start and kind of makes him feel more comfortable. So maybe that was kind of Freddie's strategy today. Who knows? Maybe he went out, felt out the wind, and said, you know what? Maybe I do want to take it the other way. So anyways, electing to take the 39 this direction and getting it done. And now we'll see him come back at 10-2.
Yeah, and I mean, and like the other thing though too, Allie, is like as you shorten the rope, the load starts getting a little bit, you know, quicker and tighter to the buoys, and so sometimes, you know, they want that pass that's just like normal, and it's a lot easier to make that adjustment after really taking kind of an easy one and getting your feet under you and then moving to 11 than maybe, you know, having it harder on the first pass. You know, just have your normal first pass and then kind of amp it from there. Kind of get you a good baseline to start. But Freddie making it look semi-smart so far. Let's see what he's got here at 10.25 here in a minute, and see if he can get. He's trying to get to 3, but definitely would like to get more than that. I'd like to see him run one like he did last weekend, but we'll have to see. He's got to get a good start here. Let's see what he can do as we bring him in the course. Okay, one ball. Gets over to 2. Now he's slow out of 2. Can he get to 3? There you go. Gets to 3. Throws the ski, and there we go. We've got a Freddie Winter body slide, and he is stoked, right? Super happy to have a good score here, and you know, we're super happy for him that he got in there, tied for the lead. We'll have to see. We got a score under review, see if he got outside of it, but still, definitely got to 3 ball, so that's going to set him up really nice for this second round and looking into the final. Kind of got 1 foot in the door, now just has to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, from the initial look, it looked to me like he got outside 4, so we'll see what the score comes in. We'll see it again here on the replay. Definitely was a little bit scrambly after the start there, coming into 3.
Yeah, didn't quite get the ski under the rope out of 2 ball like he'd like to, and definitely got outside of 3. So
most definitely, yeah, outside of 4 there.
Yeah, sorry, out of 4. So that'll be 3 1/4, and there you go. That'll put him into second place, right behind Nate Smith. But really separating the gap too. So that'll also come in. We were talking about quarter of a buoy. That was big. So now. He doesn't really have to rely on a backup score where these other guys that are all tied at 3, it could get to where, hey, our backup score is what's important. And, Freddie kind of making that where that's not really too much of a factor for him.
Yeah, Freddie's one of those skiers, that's not afraid to sacrifice the body. He'll throw it out there, get that extra quarter, extra half if he can. But that quarter definitely will set him apart from those other 3s that we've had this first round. And, yeah, that'll be important moving forward for the second round. Up next, we have our tour leader, Rob Hazelwood, coming off the win last weekend from Lake 38, electing to start at 13 meters, 32 off.
I got to watch Rob's practice set yesterday from the bank. He's looking good. He's been skiing really well this season, and I know he kind of said earlier he's had some highs, had some lows, but that's slalom skiing, right? It's always kind of that way. That's what keeps that. It's the highs and the lows that keep you coming back to skiing. If it was just the highs, I don't think we'd have as many people doing it. So, all right, we see Freddie in the water, and he's happy that he got through that one and got a big score, and good to see Freddie out and skiing as well as he is. All right, now let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
We're up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here lakeside. We are joined here by Pato Fon that is about to get in the water for the trick preliminary round. So, Pato, how are you?
All good. Very happy to be here. It's an awesome site. Tricks very well, actually, so I'm very excited to be on the water.
And let me ask you a quick question, because I used to be a trick skier, not as good as you, of course, but when are we going to see the 13K?
Well, I don't know. Not today. I think I'm going to try a different run, try to get 12.7. Maybe Matti can trick 13 today. Matti's very close too. Jake, we got a couple skiers, so I think this year someone's definitely going to trick 13.
All right, I can't really wait to see that 13K score. Let you go and warm up, do your warm-up routine. Thank you very much for this interview. Good luck, and back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo, and I'm looking forward to seeing Pato there out on the water. I know he's looking for his first win, and I think maybe over a year, so maybe today's the day. We'll have to see. But right now we've got Mr. Robert Hazelwood on the water. This is 12 meters, making his way through this pass. Looking to go back-to-back weekends with a win. Let's see.
Yeah, he went, back-to-back Lake 38s, and I think if he were to go back-to-back weekends with a win, we might not fit him on the plane next week, so we'll see.
With all the ice cream that he's going to have if he wins, you might be right. He might not fit on the plane, but that's the one thing that I love about it, right? You ski good, you go get ice cream, got to reward yourself a little bit. I always tell the kids that I coach when they get done, when they get out of the water and ski a PB, I say, now go tell Mom and Dad Zane says we get ice cream tonight. So
Rob is a firm believer in that.
It's kind of cool to see that the adults are still doing the same thing that we have the kids do.
All right, looks like we're going to have the privilege of being joined by Freddie Winter here in the booth. Just a second.
All right, yeah, we got Mr. Freddie Winter here, dude. How did it feel out there, man?
Well, it felt great, actually. It really did. I felt off balance during my practice sets. I mean, not to make a big deal of it, but it feels a little weird coming back here, to be honest with you. And so I didn't feel good in my practice, but that I got a bit more hooked up, bit of adrenaline, and so yeah, I mean, I'll say that I was coming in at 41 feeling pretty nervous, but I'm all good.
Yeah, but that's all understandable, right? But hey, you came out, you skied well, and I mean, dude, I have to just commend you on your 41 last weekend, dude. That was freaking sweet.
Yeah, I did it in the first round, which is the lamest time to do it. So honestly, I'm almost regretful about it because it was just all downhill from there. So, you know, as I've said it a million times, and I'll say it when I get good scores and when I get bad scores, I don't care about the score. I just want to win the tournament. So to run 41 in the first round and then come fourth or wherever I came was upsetting.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But here we go. Let's take a look at your replay here.
I wasn't in this on the gate. I wasn't thinking about anything. Actually, it's not a bad one, to be honest with you. I was so stressed coming in. I pulled onto 2 here. And then, yeah, didn't hook up. And then I'm coming into 3 and I'm going, okay, do I stand up? Do I not? And I'm like, just go easy, and pull like hell to 4. That's a lot of gym work right there. And yeah, I wasn't getting back up from that one. John and Adam Caldwell might have got back up, but I can't do that. Not this year.
So talk us through your decision for the opt-up.
We
always are curious what's going through the mind.
Yeah, I just I don't like this end. Like this buoy one I don't like. I've struggled my 38s, my 39s doing the tube practice set. So I wanted to have 41 from the other end, but then I was like kind of nervous I wanted to get into the set because I know it's going to be a bit of a weird set. So I did 32 and I felt good, and the wind was down. I'm like, okay, let's just go 38. Follow the plan I had 20 minutes before I skied, before I changed my mind, and it worked. Like I actually felt better than my practice, and I'm pretty happy. I'm really happy actually, because that was it's a big stress off my shoulders and face to fear there.
Yeah,
Rob Hazelwood.
Well, it was great to get you through it, dude. Now let's take a look at Rob's 39 real quick, 10.75.
Here we go, must-run pass for Rob.
Been skiing in England this week. I don't know if you've been talking about that, but his first set back on some warm water. It's looking pretty good. That's a good 3. It's a very solid 4 and over to 5. That hand in the air, it's impressive.
The signature Rob Hazelwood wave there.
Now, I hate to correct you, Freddie, but he did have 1 set in warm water. I watched him ski yesterday from the bank, so I do know
he was here.
He got a practice set yesterday afternoon, so he has skied in a little warm water. So not a whole lot, but he's at least got his feet wet in something that wasn't.
I'm way less
weather.
impressed then. You should have just left it. I'd have been like, wow, that was amazing skiing for a guy just off the plane.
Well, he's still looking good, and like coming off that win last weekend, and that was huge for him. Back-to-back wins at Lake 38, and it's good to see him out here skiing well. And
yeah, he's very, very, very consistent and skiing very, very, very well. And I always. That hand high in the air, the way he keeps his balance while doing that is very impressive to me, because when my hand, that's a big issue for me, is when my hand goes up, it means I'm really off balance. So
yeah, and same thing, like when I coach a lot of people, you see it, I try to get them to not do that so they don't unlevel their shoulders and tend to drop their shoulders. But yeah, he does it and keeps his shoulders level, and it's kind of his own unique style, but yeah, it works for him.
When I was coaching at the boarding school before, people would say, but I'd say the same, keep your hands down. And they go, well, Rob Hazelwood does it. I'm like, Rob Hazelwood does it, and he does a lot of other stuff really good. That's not the reason he skis well.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's kind of his thing, and he does that, but like he does these other things that he needs. But here we go. This is 10.25. He's got to get 3.5 if he wants to tie the lead. See if he can get a good start here.
Very good one.
Very good one. Handle high a little bit there at 2. He can get outside 3 S-turn.
He'll be upset because that one was amazing. Look at him. Yeah, see, he's got that really good onside turn. When you get the offside like that, when you come out of 1 like that with a bit of a tailwind, I mean, like you just want to hook up out of 2. He didn't get it, but he'll be a little frustrated. But I don't know. Thinking like from the top, there's Nate, 3.5, me 3.25, and there's Will, Adam, Thomas, Sasha. Will, Adam, Thomas, Sasha, and then Rob,
and
so
then Tebow's got
7, and
then Tebow's got 2.25.
So he's got the 3, but it could come down to it. I mean, like Corey scored low, Charlie Ross scored low. So that 3 is good, but I think that it's going to come to backups, isn't it? Like
So our 8th spot right now is 2.25.
Yeah, that's Tebow.
Yeah, that's Tebow. So
and that decision between a quarter. I mean, he was close with the 2 because he nearly let go before, but that decision between a 2.25, and 2.5 is a big one, because the 2.5, it could come down to that, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, no. So I mean, he's still not sitting, very nice. Even the guys that have 3 are kind of, they still have to ski really well. Where I think that like you and Nate have kind of giving yourself a score that kind of will get you going. So
we'll see.
We'll we'll have to take a look. But here's the leaderboard right now. You kind of see Nate Smith at the top. You're sitting at second with 3 1/4 at 10-2, and then we've got that log jam of 3 between Sasha Descoons, Thomas DeGasperi, Will Asher, Adam Settlemeyer, and Robert Hazelwood. And then the last person in the final, as of right now, would be Thibaut Dion with 2 1/4. But we'll have to wait and see on the second round on that one.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning, but what the wind's going to do here this afternoon, and see how it looks out there, and see if we can get big scores.
Do we have another round today, or is it the women?
Today, men.
Men again. Okay.
Men again today.
Sorry, I thought it was that, and I'm suddenly second guessing because it's so late now. And anyway, okay, right. Well.
All right. Well, if I'm going to pick my first pass for this one, I'm going to take yours, dude, so you can't choose yourself. I want Freddie's 41.
Just a third viewing of it for all the viewers.
I'm so stoked to see you back and super strong. So
no, this is helping me. I mean, I'm happy to see it again. It was a better one than I thought I had. My mind wasn't in it, and then I probably pulled a little long and turned to 2. But I have to say, pat myself a little bit on the back here if I'm allowed to do that. Like I went really soft at 3, but still got around 4, which I kind of knew was going to be a big difference. And cool. All right, Ali, you should go next. I'm not going to be able to remember. I didn't watch anyone ski. So.
All right, I'll throw a pick out for the girls. I want to see, because I was on the dock and didn't get to see it. I want to see Jamie's 39.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, actually.
That was my second choice, just so you know. So, yeah, let's see that one.
God, terrible, too. What's that about? I saw Jamie's 39 from the bank here, and I was like, oh, damn. It was impressive, and we kind of expect it now. I mean, she didn't have a good weekend last weekend at Lake 38, but she'll be happy to be through that pass again.
Yeah, and I think that was her first one of the season, so it was...
She probably in a pro event.
Yeah.
No, did she not run it at Swiss? Oh, really?
Yeah, so... Okay, she did run it at Lake 38.
No, she did not run it at Lake 38.
No, I think she only ran 5 at Lake 38. Yeah, so...
she was 3s and 4s and 3s and...
First one of the season, so that's pretty good to get that one off her shoulders.
She did run it in a record event. Dane, I completely... I love your stance that we're only talking about pro events here, but I think she did run it in a record at Jack's. But yeah, like, interesting there, like, kind of a sucky too, like me, Rob, and her.
But her 1-3-5 side for a righty is...
Yeah, it's outrageous.
Is amazing.
And I just knew here, I'm like, okay, we're going to see this. This boy 5, and I mean...
Well, I mean, even last weekend, she kind of had a slow turn off of 4 and somehow managed to get over to 5 just with a big pull. And
she got super stretched out last weekend at 3 ball and got to 4 and then got to 5, yeah.
Yeah, and had that huge pull to 5 ball to get outside of it. So if she's not getting stretched out, she's got the power to get her over and to make it through those passes.
That's some serious skiing.
Yeah. All right, Zane, you're up. Oh, no, Freddie's up. Sorry.
I didn't pick myself, actually.
That's right.
Let's see Nikki Attomson's 39. I think that was really good to see. He was the first one of the day. He's sitting there. I think he's just outside of it in 9th, I think, with a 1.5. But his 39 was very, very good and great young skier and a nice chap who had his birthday yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, and he's now legally able to drink in every country in the world.
Yeah, because he hasn't been drinking up until this point, so that's pretty fortunate. He's a college kid in America, not doing much drinking. But yeah, like, kind of crushed over there at 3, and he's thinking, he's been running it in practice, like, come on, big 4, and then gets that ski over. He gets over uses his knees a lot, gets over the front of the ski, and it was a really good pass. Look how much windier it was then than the last than when I was skiing.
Yeah,
I really have to say I lucked out massively with the wind. I don't know how long it was before I skied that it flattened off, but it was really windy when he skied, and I think. People like Corey and Charlie Ross and all those guys, they had some pretty rough wind.
Yeah, I think about the time Will started to ski, I think the wind kind of backed off a little bit, and it kind of stayed backed off. So, he did it in the wind earlier, and I mean that was huge. Happy birthday to himself, getting through that 10-7. The first guy of the day, and
got Pato Font's birthday as well today.
Oh, is it? Well, happy birthday to Pato.
Maybe
he can give himself a happy birthday and get him a win today.
He can. That's going to be exciting.
Well, all right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with this trick prelims round 1. So we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Thank you, guys.
Come play with me. I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
USA.
See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate.
And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off.
Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second.
All right, hit it.
Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
World record. ropes. Masterline.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Masterline, made in the USA.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Masterline, made in the USA.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on.
Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn, and 4, and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate.
And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on.
Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn, and 4, and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes Masterline.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are here at the third edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. We just got done with women's slalom, men's slalom, had a pretty good day of skiing, and we're getting ready to roll into this trick event. Getting the boat down, coming down, going to do a simulation pass, and we'll get underway. We see the lake right here from the tower. And here's a little bit of a recap from the leaderboard this morning. We had Jamie Bull is your outright leader right now at 1 at 41. And Vanessa Veek and Allie Nicholson tied 1.5 at 39. Neely Ross 1 at 39. Alana Bischofberger 5 at 39 off. Manon Costard 38 off. Manon Costard 4 at 38 off. Brooke Baldwin 3 at 38 off. Allie Garcia 2.5 38 off. And then Violetta Mulaski rounding out the leaderboard with 3 at 12 or 35 off. And then we take a look at the men's side. We had Nate Smith as your leader with 3.5 at 41. Freddie Winter getting back out here and getting 3 1/4 at 41. Then we had a bit of a log jam with Sasha Descoons, Thomas DeGasperi, Will Asher, Adam Settlemeyer, and Rob Hazelwood with 3 at 41. And then Thibaut Dion is sitting in that 8th spot with 2 1/4 at 41 off. All right, well, I'm Zane Nicholson. I'm joined here in the booth with Freddie Winter and Adam Settlemeyer. We're getting ready to run through this pro trick event. All right, and we're going to take a look at Adam at your 41 off.
Oh, boy, I actually haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I just ran away to take a quick lunch, so I'm interested. Oh, boy. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have watched that, but... yeah, man, I'm just really excited to be back getting around 3 and staying in the game. And, right when I got off the water, I was telling these guys, I was like, that was the most fun I've had in a while. So definitely excited to be back and looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, dude, and I mean, that 3 at 41 was pretty big. I think with the wind kind of coming in later in the day, I think you're kind of setting yourself up pretty nice to have a good shot to make it into the final.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Freddie agrees. This place skis really well. Wind can definitely come in and play a little bit part in making it slightly difficult. But, the field is stacked. And if you want to stay in, within the finals, you got to get yourself a shot with 3 at 41 a couple times or a piece of 4. So I'm kind of taking the first strategy. Freddie over there getting a piece for 4. I know he was super excited, and yeah, that was definitely a good one as well.
Well, it's definitely, Adam, you probably thought the same as me. Like, you just don't want to end up outside, like below that 3. If you're outside of that 3, you're going to be in trouble because the wind comes up and suddenly you're having to run a really big score as everyone gets their backup score in a lot of wind.
Yeah, absolutely.
The strategy starts getting very, very, very difficult. So, I mean, the 3 is very important in the first round.
Yeah, and it was a little shaky doing that with the tailwind. I saw you elected starting. Did you opt up or start at 35? You opted up.
Yeah.
So definitely a good strategy. Takes definitely a whole lot of confidence, and I know you're here getting back on your horse, and to kind of do that, man. Big shout out to you as well for sure.
Thank you very much. That's very nice of you.
Well, cool. Well, we've run through this Slalom event. We're getting ready to move into your two guys' favorite event, the trick event. So I'm glad you guys are joining me up here, helping me out, and I'm looking forward to seeing some good tricking go down.
Me too. I'm slightly embarrassed to be here with Adam, who's a very, very second in the world in 2015.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's a serious credential, and the only thing I can claim. I had a pretty solid conversation on a podcast about trick scores recently, so that's the only thing I can say that I know that I have any claim to be up here. I'm not sure I really should be here, but I'll give you a hand if you allow me.
Oh, well, we're stoked to have you. I think everybody just likes to hear your voice, man. One of the bright spots in water skiing.
That's very nice of you. Thibaut just slalomed.
Yeah, just slalomed, and he's right now sitting in 8th place. So if we were to go to the finals right now, he would be in. So let's see if maybe he can get himself set up right for this trick event.
Yeah, and Thibaut is definitely one of those guys back from the overall days. Have done really well at a couple of the World Championships. I think he came second in France, and still keeping it going there. And I'm really excited to see what he has in store for us here. A couple little back-to-back surfer tricks. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. I think the wind's coming in and playing a little bit role here. Coming up a little bit short on the reverse toe wake line back-to-back. Kind of an interesting start there. I mean, I'm sure you guys can tell that he didn't start in a toe 7 or toe 5, which we are generally used to seeing. So switching it up a little bit here. Definitely a little bit of a different approach. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think Thibaut's been really focusing on slalom, so maybe not quite as much time on his trick ski. And I agree. Yeah, not throwing out that huge trick to start like we're going to see some of the other guys later on in the run. But you just kind of see that wind starting to catch him as he's going through these line tricks and not quite able to stand up this toe pass.
I think that. I mean, I'm guessing, of course, but I don't think he skied the Swiss Pro Tricks this year, which happens like 200 feet from his from his front door. So maybe he hasn't been training as much in tricks. His slalom's been just ripping this year. Made the final at the Swiss Pro. I think he got around 4 in a record tournament at 41 a week or 2 after that, and so he clearly his slalom's improving at the age of he's my age. He's 35. So that's pretty awesome. So I don't know how much he's been tricking, but here he is. He's supporting the event and looking to get a big score. Adam, maybe you can tell us. We got a wind. We got a tailwind off the dock. I understand. Excuse me if I'm wrong. That a tailwind in toes is probably the preferred option.
Yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier to get through your toe pass with a tailwind. Obviously, the wind's pushing you down the lake just like it does in slalom, so you tend to have a little bit looser line. And, if you were to do a flips in a tailwind, it kind of is hard to manage your rhythm with the looser line. So I definitely would opt up starting with toes. I'm sure we'll see some guys that will maybe switch it around. It just kind of is a different or personal preference for sure, but I would say 90% of the field prefers to either start with toes or do toes in a tailwind.
And when you go out and train, you ski a lot at Drew Ross's place, right? And so there's a lot of very good trickers there, and yourself included in the older day, a few years ago. Would you go out? Sorry, no. I mean,
older days, yeah, man, that's fair enough.
You're not tricking as much these days, right? So, but would you normally go out and do hands first or do toes first?
I usually do toes first, and it used to be the other way around, but then I found myself at a Corey Pico ski school, and at that time Corey was still tricking, and he would always go out and do toes, and so does his son Adam, and it's just one of those things where, flips are generally the most challenging part of trick ski and kind of gets your heart pumping, so getting through your toes, even though they're pretty difficult, you kind of stay calm and stay in the rhythm, and then leave the hard stuff that gets you really tired for the end.
So actually, with that in mind, this will actually suit a lot of the skiers to have to do toes first, to keep their heart rate down, and then use all the explosive energy they have for their second pass.
I believe so. I mean, nowadays the trick has evolved, so it's just on a whole nother level than, as you mentioned, during the good old days. But here comes Thibaut, starting with the flips, back to front, ski line, back, ski line back to back. Let's see if you can do ski line 5. There it is. Ski line 5 front. Coming up a little short. And that's, starting with the flips and then finishing up with ski lines, that alone takes quite a bit of physique. I think Thibaut maybe ran out of steam a little bit, and especially with the headwind, right? You want to really power through the last couple of tricks. So definitely a little bit of a challenging last trick there.
A lot of pop off that wake there.
Yeah, classic Thibaut. He never really struggled with that part. You mentioned about his Swiss Pro-Am this year. I know he skied 2 years ago, and he put up 2 stand-up passes, looked really good. I haven't seen him tricking in a while before then. He looked like he never left the game, but I think you're right. Maybe main focus is slalom, a little bit of a real estate business, and he's back in his motherland, so he just wants to do it all and show off in front of the local audience.
And he's riding that reflex, which I think he's always ridden a reflex trick ski, but it's a French ski.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say a lot of the French trick skiers probably prefer to support the local company, and they are great trick skis. I mean, back to the days of Patrice, not Patrice, but Nick Laforestier, big reflex guy, and having some special shapes and tuning it, and it's really what you need to take your trick game into the next level.
That's what Neely skis on as well, right?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Very cool. So, if we touched on it, there's not many events where you have men and women competing in the same field.
No, and Neely Ross said it earlier. She thought it was the first time, and we'd have to go all the way back to the old days when they got rid of the women's pro slalom tour, and Jennifer Leachman just said, "Screw it, we're going to go faster and ski with the men." So we have had this happen one other time,
right?
In
but
the
that
sport,
was in slalom.
But that was in slalom. So this is the first time in trick.
Very, very cool. So, a world first here. 2 women in the field. I don't have a start list to hand, but I think there's overall 8 trickers.
8 trickers, correct.
8 trickers. Yep. So it's a full field, and it's pretty interesting. It's seeded based on best score. I guess Thibaut probably doesn't have a score from this year or from last year, so that's why he would be seeded very early, because he certainly got some big scores previously. But we've got some, looking ahead, we've got some really good trickers ahead. Pato Font, 2 or 3-time world champion. Mati Gonzalez won here last year, won the Swiss Pro this year and last year, so he's trying to get his 3rd pro event win. Of course, Neely, 2017 world champion in the women's, trying to get a first pro win in the men's. Well, not in the men's. Sorry, what are we
combined,
in the unisex field, the open field?
Just think about how mad the men would be if Neely comes out and is able to get her a win today.
Well, I understand there was a vote, right? If it was going to be allowed for this, and I thought the men could have said no, but I think the man that stands up and says I'm not happy with it, that's going to be pretty hard to say, right? I don't want to ski against Neely, so yeah, I mean, but they do not want to lose to Neely as much as she's a great skier. They're going to want to be putting the big scores out there. She's very capable. I mean, she's ranked 3rd. It's going to be very, very interesting later on.
Yeah, I mean, Neely, constantly battling for that world record. Lately, it's been between her and Erica, pushing the women trick records, over 11,000. And Trust me, if you can trick 11,000, I mean, you know what you're doing. And on any day, that could be an easy podium, maybe a win. So Nile definitely up in the mix, and huge respect to, all these women participating and, just putting their name in the list. I think that's really good to see.
What was your best ever score, Adam?
11.5, but
Whoa,
only once.
big.
Yeah,
That's big.
yeah,
That's very big.
Yeah. Here we go. Wrapped in, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. Oh, toe wake front back, toe back to backs, toe 5 front. Ooh, little loose there with the wind. Toe reverse, toe wake go. Are we gonna see some toe wake lines? Toe wake line back. Oh, that's a bummer. It was looking pretty good until then. Can you guys tell?
Yeah, no, she was looking
tidy.
super strong, nice and tidy, right? I thought she was looking really good on that toe run.
I'm going to defer to you, though, Adam.
Yeah.
If you say it's good, then it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really used to seeing her skiing, so I don't really know what a regular day looks for her. But first time watching, looked very tidy, looked really clean, really controlled, especially with the tailwind. Maybe a little bobble there, but recovered nicely. And yeah, she kept it going. Went huge on the toe wake line back, and maybe got a little bit too much of a line and couldn't control it. So good until then, though.
Lot of pop on that one.
Yeah.
Is that when you're trying to do that trick? Are you trying to stay pretty low so you can stay more balanced?
I mean, it kind of depends, right? There are people. I mean, I can think back to like Javier Julio days. I mean, his toe wake line back was absolutely humongous, right? It's just kind of how you learn and what you prefer. Obviously, nowadays, Pato and Mati, and the name of the game is speed. So I think they're at the point where they try not to go big. They obviously want to get a credit, but they don't want to spend too much time in the air because they lose some time at the end. So. It's just kind of what you learn. I mean, some people do it big, some people do it small. Both of them count.
All right, as we take a look at the dock, we see Pole and Pato getting ready. I know Pato's chasing his first pro win in, I think, over a year, so maybe he can get out and put up a huge score and get himself on top of the podium today.
So we just saw the score come up with underneath the graphic. It said powered by iTrick, and iTrick is developed by the guys that make Splash Eye. It's a new way of judging tricks where I believe the judges each have an iPad and they watch it at a slightly slower speed so they can kind of maybe see it a bit clearer, and they judge it trick by trick instead of having to. In the old days, Adam, you'll help me here, but in the old days they would write it on a piece of paper and then it was all kind of collated, like you had to. 5 judges would have to give all their piece of paper to the scorer. It would take a bit longer. It was inefficient, and it slowed everything down. Now that they're pressing yes or no on an iPad as the tricks come past, and that makes it a lot quicker. That's one of, I think, the big downfalls of tricks in the old days was you'd wait 10 minutes after someone skied to know what their score is, and now we're getting it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of years ago, the real trick event started when everybody finished skiing and the pink sheets weren't handed out. So definitely a step in the right direction. I'm excited with like the AI technology and that getting embedded in everything that we do on a daily basis. I can see that sort of becoming part of trick ski judging, and the scores coming back even faster, and it's going to be a total game changer. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. And hey, that was some great skiing. I saw some flips, stand-up pass. I mean, hey, definitely a good way to bounce back and then do a full stand-up hand pass.
All right, and while we're waiting to get our next skier, let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right. Dockside. Most dockside as we can get, and we're here first trigger of Thibaut Dayan. So Thibaut, I've been seeing you tricking your own. That didn't look like you.
Well, I haven't tricked much really. It's my 5th set of the year, and I'm mainly here because I'm a big supporter of the tour, and I'm happy that they're including trick with Slalom. So I'm mainly here to support more than anything.
Oh yeah, I'm really happy as well. Being an ex-overall skier, I'm really happy to see something else rather than slalom in a pro tour, and it's very fun. But what are you expecting out of second round? Do you understand more or less what happened in this first round, and you know how to correct it?
Yeah, I need just more breath. I'm getting out of breath halfway through the run, but make it better for second round, I hope.
All right, not second round. You go straight to the final.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's even better.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for supporting the tour. Thank you very much for being here and showing us a good show. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, well, thanks, Lorenzo. And it's great to see Thibaut out here supporting the Pro Tour. And I agree with him. I think it's great to get more than just a slalom event. We're getting everybody involved, and it's really great to see it kind of taking off.
And I mean, I always say it, but I really do believe that trick skiing can be our premier event in this sport, where, you can put it on any body of water. You don't need, a ton of technology. You don't need to put in buoys or a ramp. It's all there, and we should be able to send this out to, not just nice lakes like this that are purpose dug, but in front of, on rivers and canals. And so, as this grows, we have more and more trick events, and that's the way we need to be moving, and well done to him for supporting it, like you said, Zane. Also, I'll say Adam was absolutely right about him losing his breath a bit. That was pretty good.
I know, I'm not going to lie. That feels good to be right sometimes. But who do we have here? Oh, Tobias. Cool.
One of the biggest jumpers in the world. I think he made Masters this year.
Yeah.
The next couple of skiers are jumpers, actually. We've got Tobias Georges and Paul Duplan-Fribourg. So, I should say 3 eventers.
Let's see how the trick event goes for him. All right, toe back-to-back, reverse, toe 5 front. Pretty fast there. Toe wake, ooh, a little off balance. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. And nice reverse. That's all she wrote, as Tony Lightfoot would say.
Well, we got a stand-up pass there out of Tobias, so that's good for the confidence coming into pass number 2.
And just to bring it back to Freddie's comment there, I'm actually super excited to see, people competing in multiple events and being competitive, obviously coming out of, being an overall skier myself. I definitely am super excited, and it's great to see. And it's interesting, tricker and jumper. I mean, Jared Levelin and all these guys, they were there as well, and it's great to see people keeping it going.
Yeah, and and Tobias even, slalom pretty good for himself this morning. I think he tied a season's best with 2 at 10.7. So, out here, doing well in all 3 events, and super excited to see him here and competing on the Pro Tour.
Well, Adam, you're one of the best overall skiers ever, right? How many world championships do you have in overall?
2.
2, yeah. I mean, that's huge. And so you know what it takes. What is the hardest event while you're training so much, because you just have to do that volume? What is the hardest event to keep at a level, let's say?
I mean, it just depends on who you are as a person, right? For me personally, always tricks, just a lot of grind, a lot of time spent on the water, jumping, just tough mentally. But once you have that figured out, it's really just a mental game, at least for me personally. And slalom just always came naturally to me. So tricks is something that you just have to grind. You have to grind, and you have to grind, and you have to put in the time. And other than that.
All right. Well, we'll go check in with Lorenzo real quick on the bank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dockside or Lakeside. We're here with Ines. And also, Pro Tour. She did slalom earlier this morning, and now she's streaking. First time ever in the Pro Tour. How does it feel?
It was good. I'm really happy to ski with the pros. Really good for the first tournament.
And how did everything feel? How did everything go out on the water?
Really good. The conditions are perfect, so all good.
All right, perfect. It's good to see you here, and we hope to see you in many, many, many more Pro Tours. Thank you for being here with us today, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. We are rolling through Tobias Georges' first pass. It looks like his boot released on him there on that front flip.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. Looks like his release came off, and his foot almost flew off the ski.
How did he stay on the ski?
Exactly, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Wow, what a shame. That's very miserable. I mean, and it's always in tournaments, right? That stuff only ever happens in tournaments. Just weird That would never happen in practice. How frustrating for him.
And I would, back in my later years, I would have my hand ski booth just attached to the plate, so this wouldn't happen, right? Before that, I did have a release, but I would tape it during the tournaments, just because here on the front flip, you kind of go straight up and come straight down, and that can actually happen. If that was a backflip or whatever, the load on the binding on the release is kind of a little bit different. So if it's going to happen in any trick, it's going to be a front flip, and yeah, that's why I always prefer to tape it and close it shut.
Yeah, I mean, it's just impressive that he stayed on the ski. You can kind of see he started to lose his balance, but really stayed over it and got to at least ski down the lake. And definitely something he's going to want to look at before the final to make sure that doesn't happen to him again.
It was a good start. He came out a little bit short on the first flip, which sort of throws off your rhythm a little bit. Again, I think it kind of goes back to a little bit of a headwind and coming, having to load the boat to get the nice pop. He came up short there a little bit, but we saw 3 flips. Hopefully we can see a little bit more from him in the next round.
Yeah, that'll be one he'll want to shake off, but the best part about it is he's moving on to the final, and we'll see him in the trick final tomorrow.
So are they cutting skiers, or everybody makes the finals?
Everybody's going to go in. We got one round, and then everybody advances, and then we'll ski the 8 of them tomorrow and figure out our winner.
Okay, so that's cool. So today it's kind of just freebie. You're going to go out there, you feel it out. Hopefully we'll see some scores. I mean some great scores. I don't see these guys ever holding back. Obviously, being the last one on the dock is huge, knowing what you need to trick. I mean, Pato and Matti and all these guys, they have a couple different run variations. So, I'm excited at what's to come our way.
Here's your first skier of the day that's starting off with hands, so electing to do something a little bit different than the other skiers.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I wonder, he does that French-style hand pass where he's got tricks in the middle and then ends it with the flip. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Here we go. Half twist, ski line back to back. There it is. Ski line oh.
And what happened to him there? He just looked like he went a little too big, and then unable to kind of get his landing. Had too much load when he came down. I don't know if that's
I
agree or no.
I hate to blame everything on the wind, because obviously it is a little tailwindy, but just getting a little bit more line than was needed there, and sucking the tail of the ski. That's what happens when you don't have a load and you don't have a control. But everything up at that point looked really clean. He was keeping it going, and like I said earlier, I just love that signature French hand pass where you split up your flips, you do that ski line back to back and then wake front and a couple ski lines, and then you end it with a huge flip. And his brother does that inverted ski line I mean, he just racks up some points at the end there, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and so we take a look at the leaderboard right now. We've got Thibaut in the lead with 75.30. So, and then Tobias George just tricked 670. So good scores out there for the boys. We see Matty getting ready on the dock. I'm expecting a huge score out of him and Pato this afternoon.
So let's talk about a little bit about what these guys got going on. They had the Swiss Pro, first pro event of the year, obviously Masters. Now they're here. What else is there for them through the end of the year?
I believe they've got a trick tournament in Morocco next weekend with us with the slalom event. So excited to have that addition to that event. I think I was seeing that in Portugal they've got something going on for tricks. So it's good to see more and more. It's really cool to see them have like 3 weeks in a row where these trickers can come over and actually compete in the pro events, and again getting a little bit more than just slalom.
Yeah, that's awesome. 3 week streak. It's definitely something that makes the Euro trip worth it. I always loved participating in all these tournaments. It was a little bit challenging for me to get the practice in between and sort of stay on the water and do all the 3 events in a row. But hey, these guys got it figured out, and nothing can faze them.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of agree with you there too. You always watch trickers; they have to work so hard to just stay polished. And you know, the slalom guys can come over and take a couple days off. Your body actually sometimes will like that, and these trickers need to be, you know, just grinding and getting it dialed so that they can stay nice and good on the water.
Yeah, not to take anything away from slalom skiers. I mean, it's definitely challenging, but I feel like on tricks you just you were looking at me, you completely missed it.
I did. I'll have to check the replay there. That is a big bummer there for Pole here on his opening trick.
Yeah, that's just came up a little bit short there. That's a bummer. But hey, like we said earlier, it's a little bit of a freebie, so he'll just know what to watch out for tomorrow, and you know, he'll get through it and he'll put up some score.
Yeah, so we'll look to see him in the finals tomorrow and make a rebound there. That'd be really nice. But right now, we'll go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, welcome back here, dockside or lakeside. We're joined here by Tobias. So what happened? You did a great first pass, all standing. You did everything. What happened in the second pass?
Yeah, that way I was pissed. I had a really good toe pass. And then on the second pass, when I landed front flip a little heavy, the release came out, and I couldn't continue skiing.
That what happened, because we saw you playing with your binding, and I couldn't understand what was going on. But that's what happened. And is it something that often happens, or is it something that you never experienced before?
No, it happened to me like 2 years ago. It was coming out after every front flip because of how heavy it was. But I changed the settings that time, like 2 years ago, and it didn't happen again, and it happened now in the tournament.
Oh, well. Sometimes those things happen, but at least you guys are all going through the finals, so you're gonna have another shot tomorrow. And we were talking just now before going live, and you saw that you got your 2 mobs cut. Do you know why?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the first one was a little small, but the second one felt great. I'll try to change something for the finals.
All right, perfect. We all know that you guys are able to change things in a blink of an eye, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see a big score from you in the final. Thank you very much for being here all the way from Argentina, and as always, back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo, and yeah, that's kind of a bummer, but at least that happened in this, you know, familiarization, if you will, round. So, you know, Tobias will go and maybe check the webcast out, see kind of what happened there on those mobs, maybe do something to that binding to keep it from releasing on him in the finals.
And I thought it was interesting. He said last time it happened was 2 years ago. You know, eventually your boot kind of like rubs off and settles in, and the whole setup becomes a little bit looser. So you need to add like a little bit of a pad, some tape. So you know, it does happen eventually over the time, and I wonder if he just needs to kind of recheck that and get it reset.
Yeah, maybe a drill and some screws and just mount it to a plate might help. But right now we got on the water, we got Axel Garcia. He's one of the young Frenchmen coming up. Really good tricker.
Wow.
Seeing him work his way through these toes.
Wow. That's super impressive. I've never seen this kid ski, but wow, toe wake line front. It's that was a great pass. You know what's interesting? When he goes into his toe wake line front or the first toe wake line back to back, which is kind of reverse, he kind of tends to look forward towards the bow. That's super interesting. He got through it super clean though, so obviously it works for him. But not something I'm used to seeing, and something that's really easy to pick up on. But yeah, those were some cool tricks right there. Getting through it super fast. Nice rope grab, not wasting any time. Yeah, very impressive. Here we go. I'll point out the toe wake line. See like that? He's looking over his shoulder right there. Typically, you want to look back and almost like counter rotate the other way so you can get your foot across, because that's where you're pulling with this trick. Wow, it's super interesting. And huge toe wake line 5. I mean, to throw that at the end, that takes some skill. And he's still looking forward. See that? Wow.
Yeah, that is something I would not have picked up on that. But yeah, you're right. When you watch those other guys, they are all turned back, and it's kind of like they throw everything to kind of get their momentum going. And he's kind of got his eyes forward. And yeah, it's definitely a little unconventional, but it works for him. And this young kid I've been following him on social medias, and he's been skiing real well.
That's awesome. It will be interesting. Watch Neely, because I feel like she's one of those that counter rotates quite a bit on that trick. to kind of get that cross-course speed going. So, yeah, definitely a unique style, but hey, it works.
And it's funny that you point out that she counter-rotates in trick, because I was pointing out how much she counter-rotates in slalom, so she just must be really good at counter-rotating.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for that one trick. It's a little funky one, right? Because you kind of pull your foot across from your binding, and just it's an awkward position. But once you get that all figured out and you figure out the counter-rotation, it's actually fairly easy. It's just at the very beginning, it's super awkward. And 4,200 points on a toe pass, that's getting right up there. I see the toe bake line 5 back was in time, so but he started okay. Gotcha. Hearing from the booth here, it's all prelim. They still got to review it and time it, so we're not gonna make any rush decisions here. But nevertheless, I mean, that's a anytime you trick over 4,000 points in toes, that's super respectable. I think Matti is like one of the top guys, almost holds a record for the biggest toe pass, which is about like 5,500. So that's huge. But like I said, anytime over $4,000 is huge.
Yeah, watching Matty do toes is insane. I mean, he moves so fast. I think it's good that they've now moved to this judging technique, because sometimes you might move so fast that judges not be able to score his tricks.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of coaching Matty when he was growing up, along with his sister over at my lake, and I told him 2 weeks ago, I'm like, hey, remember who taught you a reverse toe back, remember where you came from, son, but yeah, that kid, right from growing up, I mean, it was always about the speed, and actually for me, it's a huge inspiration, because it's one of those things where if you get the speed when you're young, it will never go away. The other way around, which was the case for me, where I knew how to do the tricks, but I never knew how to do them quickly. And as you kind of age and you progress, it's really hard to gain that speed, and takes triple the amount of effort to do that.
Well, Axel is he's 17, the same as Matty, and he was kind of pushing. I watched him at the Junior Worlds last year in where was that, in Canada, right? And he did. He was pushing Jake Abelson. He's struggling here a little bit. Adam, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, back to front flip, half twist, reverse, front flip from a toe side, ski line 5 coming up a little short. Still hanging on. Wow.
What a
and
shame.
We had our second boot release of the day before the skier was in the water.
He'd have come back up from that. I think if he would have got back up if the boot hadn't released. I mean, he was battling there. But yeah, cased the wake a couple of times here. No, like a little bit off balance, maybe used to some wakes that are a little bit narrower.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was supposed to be a reverse back-to-back, reverse mob, right? But yeah, I think the wind, the headwind, it's like in slalom. It kind of slows you down and pushes you down the lake. The line is super tight. So we've definitely seen a couple of these skiers coming a little short, a little tight. And yeah, you just kind of got to account for that, load the line a little bit harder. Wow, that was impressive.
He nearly stayed up on his back foot.
Yeah. Talk about trick skiing right there.
Looks like Timothy Chalamet a bit, no? Don't you think?
Yeah.
He's got that sort of, he's got a little bit of Timothy Chalamet, which is not a bad person to look like these days.
No, listen, if I looked like him, I'd be very happy.
I don't know what his relationship status is, but I mean, maybe he can, well, he's 17, so probably not going to bars, but it'll do him well in time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Timothy is dating Kardashian, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I'm a big fan of both.
Of the Kardashians. Dear me, I thought you had better taste than that.
Listen, I'm happily married, and we watch murder shows and catching up with Kardashians. So if you got any questions about both of those topics, let's chat.
Yeah, my question is, how on earth do you watch that for more than 5 minutes at a time? I've seen bits and pieces. I've always struggled. Well, I was a fan of Scott Disick back in the day.
Yeah, I say I watch it, but I'm one of those guys that's fall asleep the first 2 minutes you put on anything on the TV. So, what can I say?
You get the credits.
There you go.
At least you're participating.
Yeah. I'm there. I'm physically there.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, right?
Actually,
All right, and we're moving along. We got our second women's tricker of this event, and this is Neely Ross. So she is our third seed, so we've got 2 after her, and looking to put out a huge score here to challenge Pato and Maddie here.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. I mean, Neely, as good as it gets, one of the best female trick skiers out there, and I mean, she's definitely got speed on both toes and hands. So get ready, guys, because we're gonna fly through it.
She always does the hands, right? She has those the flappy hands right before
Oh
she does
yeah,
the toes.
gotta get the hands loose. Here comes the toe 7. Ooh, little loose. Toe wake back to back, reverse. Toe back to back, reverse. Toe 5 front. Toe wake O. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Toe front. Here it comes. Here comes the no reverse today. Toe front. Toe slides. Toe wake line 5. Boom. Oh, coming up a little bit short there. A little bit of a bummer. That was a great run. Losing her line a little bit here and there, but good for a first round, and she'll know where to adjust.
This angle is just incredible, isn't it? This is
I love
TWC at its finest. Something we had never actually seen in a trick event until the Swiss Pro Tricks 2 years ago. I remember watching Joel Poland's hand run towards the dock as he won, and it's almost better with toes. You can just really see how the head stays exactly above the hips while everything moves underneath. It's spectacular.
I mean, this shot truly shows the beauty of toe skiing, right? Because to me, toe skiing is super cool. Just given the way you have to start, keep balance, and you gotta keep moving from one trick to another. I mean, but yeah, like you said, this shot is just something that really kind of, to me, proves that. Oof.
Yeah, and I agree with both of you guys. I was ranting and raving about the one from the drone shot when y'all were slaloming, but yeah, it does a lot of justice there for the toes when you got the drone behind them.
And how tight Jason Charles on the drone there, getting a fantastic shot. Charlie Ross pinning, it's pretty cool. The very very highly accomplished slalom skier doing a good job as a pinner there, and needed.
All right, and while we're waiting to get Neely back up on her hand run, we'll go check in with Lorenzo.
Back here side, we're here with Paul, who just got done tricking. Paul, tell us a little bit what happened out there.
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I crashed a month ago, didn't train that much because I hurt my ribs, and took off 3 weeks of training, just started skiing a week ago. So then I know I'm missing sometimes on the water, so I mean each trick, and yeah, but tomorrow will be better for sure.
But apart from that crash, how has it been your start of the season? Have you been training a lot? Have you been happy with your result in training?
Yeah, I was happy. So yeah, I won University Worlds in overall just before Mumbai. I did third also in Mumbai in jump. So then pretty good start of the season, and then the crash just stopping me a little bit during the season, but it's all right. I mean, it's part of the game, right?
Well, yeah, it's part of the game, and thankfully it was right at the beginning of the season, so you have time to recover for the next remaining of the season. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for tricking with us, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Well, thank you, Lorenzo, and good insight there from Paul. And kind of back to what you talked about, Adam, he had to take a couple weeks off and, kind of losing a little bit in the tricks and, not able to quite be as polished as he would like to be for this event.
And actually, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
His brother had the exact same situation before Masters. His brother took off about 10 days before the Masters, and I think he turned up to the Masters having not skied, and then came 5th in tricks and 5th in jump, just outside of the final placements. So interesting from them. Anyway, we're watching Neely here. I'll give it to you, Adam.
Yeah, here comes Neely in for a hand pass. We should see a couple flips at the beginning. Neely is one of the skiers that also splits her flips up. I think one of the only women that does that. Mob, reverse mob. Here comes the back to front flip. Boom. Speed goes down in the boat. Here comes the 5s. Wake front. Ski line back. Front. Speed goes back up. Huge front flip. Reverse front flip. Ooh. Slipping out on the takeoff there a little bit. Which with a toe side front flip, that's actually super easy to do if you're a little bit off balance, you don't carry all the way through, you don't get that load, and it's hard to sort of get that pop. So I feel like that's what happened there for Neely, coming up a little bit short, missing on a couple flips. But yeah, she'll refocus, and we'll see her finish this through tomorrow.
And so, like, when you do the front flip, Adam, you've got to do a bit of a different edge than you would for, like, the back flip, right? Like, it's not your traditional edge, kind of hard to get the ski to go away. You kind of got to stay over it. And that's kind of what I thought looked like when she got to that toe side front flip. She kind of edged a little more hard. I don't know if you agree, but...
Listen, if you want to talk front flips, you're talking to the right guy, because it took me 25 years of a straight grind to land both of them, right? We saw Neely do that back to front flip. Believe it or not, that's actually one of the easy front flips there, because the way you're sort of positioned in the reverse back and you're edging in, it sort of just kind of throws you into the right position. So I was able to unlock that one first. And then, yeah, we'll finish the conversation here next. A little bit.
All right, I think we're going to go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
And welcome back here, dockside, with Axel, who just got done tricking. So, Axel, you look like you had a pretty good tow run. What do you think about that tow run?
Yeah, tow run is good. Not fast, but it's good.
And what happened in the second one? Because I saw you starting for your first mob, then you have a little hiccup in the second one. Did you kind of pull back that wanted to go faster after you didn't do the second mob really good?
Yeah, the first is good. The second is not good after the second. And that flip is good. But après, the ski line, the first ski line 5, it's a little bit short and fail after the ski line 5.
From the webcast, we also saw your boot releasing, and we thought that you fell again like Gregory's did, that he couldn't keep tricking for the boot. Was that the case, or you were falling before the boot release?
No, I fell and after the boot release.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much. You just told me that this was your first trick tournament. You still have tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for being here. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo, and we're looking forward to see Axel ski again tomorrow. But right now we got on the water, we've got Pato Font chasing his first pro win in over a year. Let's see if he can get a score to get him high on the podium.
And this kid just lives and breathes trick skiing, right? So clean, so composed. It's really fun to watch there. Big toe wake line front. Wow. Yeah, that was a classic Pato Font I'm used to seeing. Super under control, super fast.
Did he miss a trick at the end there?
I don't think so. His toe pass is a little bit atypical in the sense that he doesn't do the toe O reverse. So he kind of goes straight into the toe wake lines, does a couple of toe slides there. So I think he got all of it. But let's see on the replay. Yeah, here comes the toe slide. When he goes big, he does both of them. Toe wake line front, reverse. See Zane, he kind of looks back, counter rotates, back to what we were talking about earlier. Here comes the regular one. Big toe wake line 5.
Wow,
Boom.
That's beautiful, that.
Looks exactly like his dad. Kind of pulls the leg across and crosses the line towards the very end of the trick, which a lot of people do nowadays, but also a little bit atypical to see. But clearly works. I mean, it was huge.
It's fantastic. And, you know, fair to say he's had a bit of a difficult time, you know, the last little bit. He was, you know, very dominant for a long time, and he's had a couple of, you know, unfortunate events in Masters where he would have been disappointed with. But, you know, he's a guy that's, you know, we don't doubt his quality. He's just incredibly good, and also, you know, not allowed to have favourites up here, but he's one of the certainly the nice people I know in water skiing. So I'm always pulling for him a little bit.
Yeah, listen, he not only puts up a huge scores, but he also does a very cool stuff on the water. I mean, I see him kind of hugging Matti before they go out. I know they're good buddies. They ski together. I would love to be in a boat for their trick sets because, you know, you got to see some cool stuff. I mean, they're definitely, you know, bringing the game to the next level, and it's just super exciting to see them hanging out together and kind of pushing alongside each other.
I mean, it truly is mad to ski with your big competition every day and to be such good mates. Like, I mean, it's really what you'd like to see in other ways, but just the reality is that doesn't really happen in top-end sport. So to see them do that, and especially, you know, as Pato was the dominant guy and Matti's come along and won a couple tournaments, you know, it speaks very well of him to keep that relationship so good and to see. I mean, they really do pull for each other, and you know, both of them very, very good, nice people.
And in trick skiing, it's they push each other too, right? I mean, if you're out there, if you're able to go out there and do this, I mean, watch me, I'm gonna do that as well. So it's definitely healthy for both of them, and we get the benefit of them just showing us the coolest stuff you can see in trick skiing. I mean, this right here is super fast.
Come on.
Big front flip, huge ski line 5.
Ski line 5 is so
Oh,
good.
ski line 7. Don't see that on a daily basis. Boom, ski line 5 finishes up. Oh, that was cool. That was awesome.
He's happy.
That's going to be big.
That's fantastic. Good for him. I think, that ski line 7's pretty saucy.
Yeah. I mean, ski line 7 on its own is definitely difficult, but to do it at the end of your run is like a whole nother dimension, right? You got to find the power. You got to be in a just insane shape to be able to do that with a headwind and everything else that kind of comes into play. So,
but his ski line 5 there is so controlled. I mean, he has. I mean, sorry from a neophyte's eye, but to me it looks like he's got the best ski line 5 in the business. Right, just he goes straight up, rotates it. Every the rotation's finished, but by the time he lands again. And so he kind of has the base to do that ski line 7 right afterwards.
Yeah, Pato is just one of those guys that knows how to load the ski really well. And the ski line 5s and all the ski lines is all about how you kind of push and load the ski and get the release. So he just, goes straight up and down, no sliding. And it's incredible to watch. Awesome front flip here. Here it is. See, push, release, boom.
Love it.
Nice
so
control.
locked in.
Let's see the ski line 7. Boom.
So sick.
That was cool.
Very cool.
Little bubble. I mean, I've seen him do it a little cleaner or faster in practice, but this is a tournament. It's a different game, and Pato, one of the only 3-4 guys out there who's able to get in 6 flips and 5 ski lines, and for the final score, that having that extra ski line in is obviously huge. And,
so who are they of the 4?
It's Pato, Matti, and Jake.
Yeah.
I just kind of left the 4th one in there just in case I'm forgetting.
Tencho, no?
Maybe. I'm not so sure about that.
Those are 3 guys that are really pushing that world record, right? So really is a speed game, to get that extra trick in, which is going to be, on average that extra trick will be worth 700-800 points, right? So huge extra benefit.
Yeah, ski line back is usually like 400 points. Maybe he gets a wake front, so that adds on top of it. But anything other than a side slide or back, which is what most of the field is able to squeeze in, is just huge. Jake obviously doing a 7 front to front. I mean, that's just mad.
Trick.
Yeah, that's just mad. And we saw, Ace, when he was breaking the world records, he was doing some ski lines 7 front to front, some insane stuff. But, he kind of relied on the 6 flips and 4 big tricks. He never really was able to squeeze that extra one in. And, that's why these kids are just pushing his old world record up.
His world record was, 12.430?
Something around there, yeah.
If that's right, I'm quite proud of myself.
You know the numbers more than I do, that's for sure. Here comes Matti. Wow. I would say a classic Mat 8. I love this section right here, just not wasting any time. Toe wake line as clean as it gets. Toe wake line back. Boom, big rotation.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Going a little bit too big there. I think he was maybe a little bit too excited, but lost a little bit of control, got a little deep.
Because, of course, the higher your ski goes, the higher you're off the water, the harder it is to land. You're taking more of an impact. There's more chance of going off axis.
I mean, sure, to a certain extent. You can go big if you have line and if you have control, right? I mean, the landing itself, maybe it's a little bit, stiffer or whatnot. But as long as you have line and you have control, there shouldn't be any issues with that. I'm interested to see what happened here. Good toe wake line back. See that counter rotation right there, Zane? Yeah, that was pretty clean. Yeah, I think, maybe I hate to go back again to the tailwind, but maybe he had a little bit more line that he thought he would have and got a little bit deep. And, if this is something that were to happen tomorrow, you can bet that his pin person's going to hold him and he's going to get out of it and just throw an insanely huge reverse toe wake line back. But, no reason for that today.
So you think that was savable?
If money and pride is on the line.
With a bit of bravery
yeah,
yeah,
exactly. You know, those spin people, they don't hold back. So
you're so reliant on them. It's such an interesting part of our sport that that's the only one where you have someone else that you're actually relying on. And you know, the pin person, having never done it, I can imagine there's a huge feeling of responsibility, and you don't want to get shouted at off the dock, right?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
hey, what's happened? You should have helped me there.
Yeah, and you know, back in the day, Patrice Martin, you know, he didn't have a release person or didn't want the release person to hold the rope. He was falling, then getting back up. The guy was just completely insane. Funny story, a good buddy of mine, Martin Coleman, his dad was actually judge at one of the tournaments that Patrice participated in. And back in the day, a universal person was spinning for everybody in the field. And so Martin's
Universal.
dad...
Is that right?
Yeah. So Martin's dad sees Patrice falling, so clearly he pins him. And Patrice is super pissed. Like, what are you doing? I don't want to be released. I can get up. I mean, that was a kind of interesting story there. But yeah, I don't know if that lasted for too long, but there was definitely a period of time where nobody was releasing for Patrice because the guy just could have get up.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's an interesting thing that they had, like you say, a universal person, because I mean, like, your life is in their hands. You got to trust them, and like the feeling, well, you know, why did you favor that guy? Why did you release for me? Like, that's a lot. I wouldn't want to be in that position.
Yeah, that's exactly where my brain went, right? You know, what happens if someone gets pinned early, they say early, and they think it's, you know, kind of favorable to somebody else.
Yeah,
but
rewrite for failure of tournament equipment.
You should try doing toes behind cable. That's a whole nother dimension right there. Here comes Matty Mopes, classic, back to front flip, boom, half twist. He's on a roll here, reverse, front flip, as close to the wake as it gets. Oh, wake O, switching it up a little bit. Ski line back to back, ski line O. Kind of drawing blank there. Things get a little hairy there towards the end, but yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be way up there he's going to do a little bit of a practice here. Yeah, ski line 5 for confidence, unlocked for tomorrow. No issues.
So I had a conversation with him earlier, and I asked him, you know, how's he feeling, and he said that he's struggling to sleep. He said he slept only 2 hours last night, and you know, we've all come over from, well, most of us have come over from the USA, and you know, a bit of jet lag and stuff. He said he's been struggling. I don't think he's going to... We saw, I think, 11 something, 11 and a half for Pato, so it doesn't look like maybe he's going to be right up there with that, having missed a couple of tricks in the first and the second run. We'll see here. Yeah, 11.430 for Pato. On his birthday, by the way. Pato's birthday
happy
today.
birthday, Pato.
23 years old. He was given some Legos. He was making a Lego car because his car got stolen this week.
Oh,
someone bought him the same model of car that he could make in Legos. Pretty brutal.
That's the same model? I mean, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
And where did his car get stolen from?
Outside of his house in Winter Garden.
Oh,
yikes.
No. Yeah.
A little bit of a misgrab there. Yeah, you know, with trick skiing, everything kind of comes into play. So I think you're right there, Freddie. You know, a little bit of, you know, more rest is needed, and staying fresh to finish up the ski lines there after the flips. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, that is a huge feat in its own. You got to be like 100% on top of your game, and with the wind blowing in that direction, and you know, you kind of got to over-exaggerate everything a little bit as well. So yeah, a little bit of a bubble there, but Matti will be back, and I'm sure it will get really exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this final event with, you know, we had some bobbles there. I think these guys will go, you know, watch this webcast and clean up kind of what they missed, and we'll see some huge scores tomorrow.
And we had Matti, I remember at the Swiss Pro in the first round, he didn't ski very well. He was sort of potentially on the outside looking in, but he put a good second round together, scored very well, was top seed, and then went out and was won in the final. So I mean, he's maybe not the specialist in the first round, but he's good in when the pressure's on in the second round and the final. But I guess we go straight to the final here, so that's what he'll have.
All right, and we take a look at the leaderboard. Pato Font puts himself on top with 11.430, and then Matty Gonzalez coming in with 9.420. Axel Garcia, big score of 88.40. Neely Ross in fourth place of 85.60. Tebow 75.30, your first skier of the day, so good for him. And then we had Tobias Georges pole and Enos Agnot rounding out the leaderboard.
I think that might be Angano.
That's my Southern American pronunciation.
Yeah, but in
for
Louisiana,
you.
there's a lot of French speaking, so can't let you off.
I'm Tennessee and Florida.
Yeah. Axel Garcia there, sitting in third in his first pro event. Our Timothy Chalamet lookalike is no longer a complete unknown.
He really should go to those lookalike. I can't shake it now. I mean, I saw him during the interview. I'm like, man, is it Charlie and the Chocolate Factory right there or what?
Yeah.
But really cool to see Neely right there in the mix. The scores are a little bit down for, the boys, including Neely. And, man, tomorrow is just going to be exciting. That's for sure.
Yeah, they've had a taster. They'll put it together tomorrow. And, I think there'll be a couple of people shaking their heads a little frustrated. But they'll see how we go tomorrow. What's the schedule tomorrow? It's tricks before slalom?
I think they got women's round 2, and then they'll do the slalom and then tricks.
Oh, wow, okay.
But, again, too, this round probably, there wasn't as much pressure on the line, so maybe, the skiers are going out just trying to get a feel for things and not quite as amped up as they normally would be, knowing that, everybody's into the final and, just trying to get their feel for them so that they can go out and absolutely crush it in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Pato throw in a ski line 7. I mean, would that be something that he would do if, he needs 11.5 to win? I mean, maybe not, right? He would definitely think twice about it. No reason to risk it for a biscuit. So, I think everybody was kind of feeling it out there, feeling the conditions. They'll make the adjustments. A couple of people will fix their bindings and boots, and I'm excited for the big show tomorrow.
Yeah, and I absolutely love this shot of the lake just kind of coming in with the mountains in the back, From America, we don't ever really get that kind of scenery, and, man, it's just an awesome setup over here at these lakes in Europe.
It is beautiful out here how, you wake up in the morning, you look out, and there's just mountains. It's gorgeous.
I mean,
spending our time in Florida, you don't see anything, only lampposts above your head.
And it was really cool to kind of watch the fog kind of move out and, just the day kind of come in. And, yeah, I agree with you, Freddie. It was just kind of awesome just to be here this morning and kind of take in the view.
Yeah, and, I'd like to think that I've traveled to a lot of different places and beautiful places, but this place is definitely one of the top 3 for travel for me. I mean, I just love the little coast. I love the the city, the beaches, the vibe. I mean, it's definitely awesome. I don't shy away from a bread. Yeah.
All right, let's go check in with Lorenzo. He's got a skier down on the bank.
Welcome back, everybody. We just got done with the trick preliminary round, and we're gonna have 3 back-to-back interviews here, starting with Neely, who skied. How did you ski, Neely?
I didn't ski amazing. I had fun out there, though. I think I'm ready to trick a little bit better tomorrow. Boat felt great. Lake felt great. Wind felt great. It was actually really great conditions for us, but I think we all just need to do everything together a little bit.
How many trick tournaments have you done this season so far?
Oh, I've done tons this season. We started at Moomba, and, yeah, I've been keeping busy. It is not one of my... I've done a few tournaments.
All right, perfect. Because we all know that usually in trick it takes a little bit to get into tournament shape, but you've done a little bit. Ups and downs happen all the time. Definitely. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tricking with the guys. It was amazing seeing you and another girl tricking with the guys. It was really good show. Thank you very much again. Cool. And let's see if we can get Pato up next. Goodbye to Neely. And we get Pato here, who's walking with a ski bag kind of slowly, but he's coming here. So, Pato, how was it out there? How did you ski?
It was good. I actually felt really good. I thought the score was going to be a little higher. Going to go ask the judges what they thought about it. But, yeah, happy about my performance and happy to ski tomorrow, too.
Let me ask you a question. How
I mean, sometimes you feel like you've done it a certain way just because you've done it so many times. So, for example, there, I felt, I guess the judges saw different things, what they saw and how I can change it for tomorrow.
All right, perfect. We can trick tomorrow. I was hoping to see a 13, but you told me it's not going to happen. Never mind, I hope to see it this summer, along this summer. Thank you. Yeah, and we got Matthias now, who just got done tricking, still wearing his bib. Come on in the frame.
How are you?
So, buddy, how are you?
Feeling pretty good. Didn't ski really good, but hopefully tomorrow is going to be better.
What did you feel today that didn't go the way you thought?
Yeah, I wanted to go up and back just to put a big score for tomorrow. Toes didn't feel really good, so that messed up my head. But hopefully tomorrow's going to be better.
And how about the condition? Did the wind bother you at all?
No, the wind I didn't feel that much, so it was pretty good to ski. Hopefully tomorrow I can do better.
All right, we really hope so. We really hope to see you do something better. To all of you, we really hope to see all of you do something better. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for tweaking. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, well, thanks, Lorenzo. Great to hear the conditions were good and the skiers were happy. I'm expecting huge scores tomorrow. And, Freddie, I appreciate you hopping in here, helping us out. I think it was real fun having you and Adam. I know Adam had to run off and grab Corey. But
nice talking to Adam and getting to pick his mind, on air. It was very, very cool. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was tons of fun. And now I'm looking forward to getting you ready and getting you back out there on the water for this men's slalom event. But we'll hit a commercial break. When we come back, we'll be back with men's slalom.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, and we are back with this third edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. I am your announcer for the weekend, Zane Nicholson, and we're rolling right along. We've got the course reset, and we are getting ready to get underway with this second round of men's slalom. We've had a bunch of big scores today. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. We've got Nate Smith in the lead with 3.5 at 10.25. Freddie Winter in second place with 3.25 at 10.25. And then we've got the log jam up at 3, which is where we're kind of calling the cut with Sasha Deskuns, Thomas DeGasperi, Will Asher, Adam Settlemeyer, and Robert Hazelwood. And then your last spot in the final, as of right now, Thibaut Dion with 2.25 at 41 off. So we'll have to see what this second round brings. Again, I'm calling that cut. I think is going to be around 3. I think there's going to be another guy that can go out there and get 3. The wind is picking up, so could be a factor here. We'll have to wait and see as we get these skiers on the water. But we've got the boat going down the lake, running a simulation pass, and when we get underway, we'll be started with Carter Eaton, your first skier of the day. First round didn't quite go how Carter wanted it to go, so we're expecting much bigger scores out of him this second round. I know he'd like to replicate his one of his rounds at Lake 38 last weekend and get through that 10.75 and give him a shot to try to get up to that 3. He's going to need, really, I think he's going to need a piece of 4 ball if he's going to get himself into the final. So we'll have to see if he can do that here. But we're getting ready to get this ski event underway. So we take a look at the running order there. We've got 19 skiers, so we'll be here for the next little bit. We're glad everybody's tuning in and watching us at home. Be sure to check in with us at TWBC Watch Party and send us your pictures of where you're watching. Let us see kind of what your setup is, and we'll get you on the webcast. We've already had a few submissions in, so it was nice to see that happen. And there you go. You see Carter Eaton hopping in the water and getting ready for his second round. Carter, a skier out of Alaska, not your typical place where you get a lot of water skiing come from, because most of the year it is frozen, but been spending a lot of time down in Arizona. I think he just graduated from Arizona State, so, kind of getting some warm weather. Been skiing really, really well, so it's really good to see him out here and competing on the Pro Tour, especially in the European leg, flying over across the pond, and we'll bring him in. This is 32 off, 13 meters. As you can see on the webcast, the wind is a bit stronger to this round than it was the first round, but Carter has already bettered himself for the first time. There you go. He got a fist pump. He was pretty pumped to just make it through that one. So good for him, and now hopefully he can shake the nerves and get himself a good score. All right, and then we see on the dock Benjamin Soucy getting ready out of France, and there you go. You see him throw the fist. I don't think he was happy to run 13. I think he was just happy that he got through his opening pass there. Like I said, his first round, we didn't even really get to see him ski because we were doing a dockside interview and not quite getting the start to his European trip as he would like, but there's still plenty of time. We've got 5 weeks of skiing, so he'll look to make a rebound from that, and it can only go up from here. And then as you see here from the boat, you can see that wind is really picking up down there at the far end of the lake, blowing a straight head tail from the dock, so it's going to be a tailwind off the dock. You might have to see some strategy come in, maybe something like what Fred Winter did in the first round where we run 13 and then opt up to 11, or maybe the same strategy as Brando Caruso and Nate starting at 35 off for 12 meters. But here we go. We got Carter Eaton. This is the 12-meter pass. Getting through this one over to 6. So now he's bettered his score by 12 buoys, so looking good. Now we're going to get him into the 11, try to see if he can get it and give himself a chance to run that 10.7 and give himself a chance to try to make it into this final. All right, and we see Nicholas Delage in the boat there. He is behind the wheel for this men's event. Spent a lot of time in the boat earlier, and he's back in there now. But I talked to a few skiers as we had a break, and they were talking about how great that ski nautique felt, along with the driving. And as long as they can manage the wind, I'm expecting some more good rounds. But this wind is picking up. Definitely totally different than the first round. I mean, I think the guys that skied first in the first round kind of had the worst wind, and then towards the end it died back off, but it is now back up and steadily blowing from the dock. So look for that to play a factor in here. Like I said, we kind of know where our score is and what these guys need to run. We've got several 3s. We got a 2 1/4 at 41 off, so that is the score to beat right now. You have to get more than 2 1/4 if you are not in. So let's see what Carter Eaton can do here at 11 meters. He looked a little unshaky at the gates, kind of couldn't quite find where he wanted to be. A little loose line there at 2. And now now he's kind of going to have to manage this one, and pops the handle there at 4, and this is just going to be a day that Carter would like to forget and move on, move to Morocco, and good thing we've got him over here, and we'll see him at some more events. All right, and we see the replay here. You kind of saw, I kind of touched on that Carter was a little uneasy at the gate, and you know, as a lefty, you really see that gate kind of catch you up. But he was kind of rocking back and forth, so he turns 1, but then as he comes in here, you can see his path to 2 is running right at it, and that's just because of the gate. So he had a little loose line. Now he's trying to get back into it, and it's kind of hard when you get to that 11. You see he's got more angle there, but when he unloads there, he unloads that upper body too fast, and the ski starts to run. You see it kind of chatter on him, and he's unable to hold on to that. So bit of a bummer there for Carter. I know he definitely wanted to get through that one and get a chance at the 10-7, but we'll move right along, and we should have our next skier coming up here in just a second, and it's Benjamin Susi. All right, and we got the dock back, or got the boat back to the dock, and we are going to grab our next skier. I believe Ben ran 2 at 11 in the first round, so definitely going to need to get through that 11 pass and try to get him to score into 10-2. I know he's been there a few times. Let's see if he can do it today. As we get that rope tightened up, and we'll bring him in at the 13-meter pass. That is the minimum start speed for these men in this event. So we'll see as we get him up, get that boat up to speed, and bring him into the course. Another skier electing to use that A2 setting. So as we talked about earlier, that A2 is kind of the favorite of these skiers in this event. So we'll see Ben looking pretty good. Unloaded a little heavy there at 4. Again, 13 meters, still kind of a walk in the park for these guys, so just kind of getting their feet under them. But that might be something to watch as we get, you know, moving in the wind. If we start unloading a little too hard, then we'll start running with the boat, and we start losing the line, and it starts causing us to kind of rock back and forth on our skis. So something to keep an eye out for. So we see there on the dock, we got Charlie Emmett getting ready. I know we've already had a submission to the watch party from his crew watching, so shout out to them. I bet you they're still up and tuned in with us, so happy to have people watching in on the webcast. All right, and we take a look at the leaderboard again, just as we're waiting to bring Ben back in for pass number 2. You can see that cut line is 2 1/4 at 41 off, or 10.25. So, you know, Tebow right there getting his ski outside of 3-ball in the first round. That could come to be a huge advantage to him just on backup scores or outright scores. So we'll have to wait and see how this second round shapes up. All right, here we go. We got Ben coming in, 35 off, 12 meters. He has a headwind here, so should be kind of slowing him down into the buoys, and he's looking really strong here on this pass. Nice looking 5-ball, and there you go. You got it. That's 6 buoys at 12 meters for Ben. All right, and we see in the comments on YouTube, we've got a ton of people checking in, watching from the U.S., some people from Australia. Super happy to have everybody here. Glad you are tuning in with us. Glad we could bring this live to you at the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. We've seen the women's round 1 of slalom. We've had men's round 1 of slalom, and we've run through our trick event. And now we are back into the 2nd round of this open men's slalom event. We've already had 1 skier. We're on our 2nd skier of this round. We just ran 12 meters, so they're shortening the rope up, bringing him back in. This will be a tailwind 11. All right, here we go, 11 meters. Here we go, looking pretty strong as you go to the gate. A little bit down course off of 1, gonna have to manage it. Oh, and then blows the tail there at 2, so you kind of see, got a little bit pushed down course, and then was trying to really push that ski and gain some more angle, build up some room for himself, and unfortunately blowing the tail there, and that's gonna be a little bit less than what Ben was looking for, as you see here on the replay. Gets a little bit of speed there, kind of checking off speed, trying to bleed it off, and just right here trying to push too hard and pops that ski out of the water. So a little bit unfortunate there for Ben. Look forward to seeing him later on in this European leg of the Pro Tour. All right, we see down on the dock, we're going to bring the boat back down to the start dock. We're going to pick up our next skier out of Great Britain, Charlie Emmett. Talked about it earlier. Charlie's been skiing really great as of late, putting up some huge scores. Didn't quite make it through the 11-meter pass earlier, but definitely one of the skiers that is capable of running the 11 meters. So we'll see if we can put it together here for round 2. All right, we got Charlie getting on the dock. We'll tighten that rope up, and he'll come in. It'll be a 13-meter start. Charlie ran 3.5 at 11 in the first round, so Going to be looking to better that score. Going to need to run that one and run the 10.75 if he's going to give himself a chance to try to make it into this final. All right, let's see as we bring him in. This is 13 meters. Looking nice and good. I really like the edge change and the way he allows the ski to roll out going to that 1-5 side. And a little bit narrow there at the end. I think maybe the wind was kind of catching him. But again, this 13-meter pass is pretty much a warm-up pass for these boys. So getting his feet up under him, and we'll get him back at 12 meters and see if he gets a little more dialed. All right, and we are here at the third edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup, and we are in men's slalom round 2. So we are getting ready to cut the field from 19 to 8. Top 8 advance to the finals, which will be tomorrow. Right now, your last person in is Thibaut Dion with 2 1/4 at 41 off for 10.25. And then we've got several guys locked up at 3, and then a couple scores of 3 1/4 and 3.5 at 10.25. So right now, the score to beat, all these guys that are out are chasing that 2 1/4. They need to get more than 2 1/4 if they want to take it in, and then if they tie, then we're going to have to go to backup scores. But with Thibaut being in the 8th spot, if he can run the same, he would be going there with his backup score here. So take a look right there on the boat response, so the explanations of the 0 off, and you see a lot of skiers use that A setting, so it hits you a little bit later at the buoy, but then in return, it kind of stays on you as your edge changing. So, that's kind of why that one is the preferred setting. And let's see what Charlie's got as we bring him in for this 12-meter pass. This is a pretty strong headwind that he's running into here. You see him looking really good over to 5 and outside 6, and there you go. It's his second 12 of the day, so now going to get a chance to better his score from the first round. Going to be a bit tougher today, though, because he does have a tailwind, and it will be pushing him down the lake. So we're going to have to see if he can get the ski to go out, keep the rope tight, and not let that wind push him too much. All right, here we go. We got Charlie Emmett coming in. This is the 11-meter pass, 38 off. Got 3.5 in the first round. Let's see if he can get more than that. Big one ball. Let's see what he can do over here at 2. A little bit of loose line out of 2. Over to 3. He is down course. Oh, and pops the handle there. So not quite able to better his score. So he'll be scored at 2.5 at 38 off there. So a little bit disappointing for Charlie, but really cool to see him here competing, and he's been skiing real well, so hats off to him, and I expect big scores out of him later on this summer. As you just kind of see on the replay, lets those hands get away from him, starts getting disconnected, and that boat starts kind of pulling him towards the buoy instead of letting him swing out and kind of running out of real estate. And then that last one, just the boat kind of hit him really hard. But see here, watch him off of 2. You see how high those hands come and how far away it kind of drops his butt back and causes him to kind of run. So probably wanting a little bit more than that, but still great to see him out here. Great to see him skiing, and look forward to seeing him at some other events. We see down there on the dock, you got Nikki Atkinson chatting with Pato Font and Tobias Georges. Tobias will be your next skier. Had a pretty good score of 2 at 10.7 this morning, tying his season's best. I know he's going to be trying to better that season's best here. We'll have to see if he can get through this 11-meter pass. It seems to be chewing up everybody so far. Haven't had a skier through the 11-meter pass in this second round. We'll see if maybe Tobias can be the guy that uncaps it and gets everybody through that one. All right, we'll get those handles switched out, and we'll get Tobias back on the water. Again, the minimum start speed for this men's event is 13 meters. So, and then if you're not familiar with the slalom event, these guys are skiing at 58K, or for my Americans that need the Freedom units, it's 36 miles an hour. And the boat will maintain its speed through the course, so they get consistent times each time with the 0 off. As we have our next skier on the water, Tobias Georges. This is 13 meters. Nice good roll in here at the gate. Solid looking one ball and looking nice and strong. He looked strong this morning, and it's carrying over. We just saw him get done with the trick event. Had a little bit of an unfortunate circumstances with his binding releasing as he landed the front flip, but skied away, and you know, we'll see him tomorrow in the trick final, but he's trying to punch his ticket into the slalom final here. And that wind is picking up here. We've got, like I said, it's a pretty stout wind coming from the dock, blowing down the lake. So, you know, I expect maybe here in a few skiers we'll start seeing some people do something maybe not quite what they normally would, just on a strategy thing to get their, you know, the pass they want into the headwind or the tailwind, and we'll see. But right now, Tobias Georges just ran 13 meters, and they'll be shortening the rope up, bring him back in at 12. All right, we got that boat back up to speed coming into the course, 35 off. Let's see what he's got here. He's not as big of a one ball here, kind of backing off with the tailwind, not wanting to get pushed down the lake. There's that big slam dunk turn that we saw from round one over on that side. But there you go, there you have it, another 12-meter pass. Tobias is looking super strong on his slalom ski today. Really wanting to see him get down that 10.75. I'd love to see him run it. That would be huge. I know all of his buddies on the bank would probably be just as excited as he is, and that would be a massive score. We take a look at the replay here. Kind of backing off a one ball a little bit, which I think was probably pretty smart just with that wind, kind of getting his feet under him, and now he's in rhythm and looks really good here. Still, as we kind of talked about, this first couple passes are just kind of a warm-up, trying to get a feel, figure out what the wind's doing, you know, get their nerves kind of calmed down, and then, you know, that way when you get to 11, you can really go into attack mode and try to set yourself up for a big score. All right, 11 meters here for Tobias Georges. He got through this one this morning. Let's see if we can get it two times in a row. Big one ball there. Looking pretty good off of 2. A little slow going to 3, but man, that turn over there on the 135 side is pretty rad. Managing the rope here pretty good. Can he get outside 6? Yes, he does. And there you go. That'll be 6 buoys at 11 meters there for Tobias. So now getting ready to have a chance to push out his score from the first round. Ran 2. Going to have a headwind here at this 10.75 line length. Hopefully we can get him pretty far down, and if not, run it. That would be pretty cool if we can get him through it. All right, you see him there getting a little bit slow there off of 4. Big turn off of 5, and there you kind of know he had it. And then for everybody watching at home, he kind of spins the rope. He's not doing that for style. The thing is, when you got slack at 6, if you can get that rope out of the water, it'll make that hit, a lot smaller, and if not, not at all. So, kind of him being smart, getting that rope out of the water, taking kind of the load off his back. So he'll be able to ski tomorrow, because we're definitely going to see him in the trick event. He would love to punch his ticket into the slalom event here. All right, here we go, 10-7. Tobias George is coming in. He has a score of 2 already. Big one ball. Let's see, can he get out of 2? There you go, a little slow, but over to 3. That'll be a season's best for the year. Come on, Tobias. Throws the ski outside of 4, and there you go. That's a big score. He's happy with that. 4 at 10-7. Good skiing out of the Argentinian. All right, let's take a look at the replay here. Tobias really getting after it here at 1 ball. Big turn there. Looking pretty good on his way over to 2. Now he's a little slow here. As you see, that hand comes to the inside, so we get a little bit of a check. But now gets a big turn here at 3. Kind of checks up again there as well, but still able to squeak it outside of 4 and gets himself a full buoy count of 4 at 10.75. All right, you see here, get one more look at the replay, but Tobias looking good, looking strong out here. Was happy with that score. Season's best by 2 buoys, so great skiing from Tobias. All right, we are moving right along. We've got our next skier in the water, going to be bringing him in. This is Aaron Davies. I know he's spending the night out here at the lake and staying on site, so spent plenty of time here. Let's see what he can do. I know he ran 3 at 10.7 the first round, was definitely looking for a little bit more.
Here he goes on his first pass, 13 meters, 32 off.
All right, and Aaron looking strong this afternoon. Talked to him a little bit when we were on a break, and I know he was a little bit unhappy with that 3 at 10.7, but if I know Aaron, he's going to come out and he's going to throw the hammer down and do everything in his power to run that 10.7, give himself a chance to maybe try to punch his ticket into the final. I'm also here joined with Emil. You're back. What's up, dude? Glad to have you here in the announcer's booth.
Yeah, well, I went in the tricks to film the backup camera.
Well, nice. And so you got to go watch some pretty good tricking in the boat. We saw you riding over there. Saw the likes of Pato Font getting on top of the leaderboard, tricking over 11. So
yeah, I think 11.8.
I think it was 11:430 is what they finally called him out. But, yeah, he tricked really good, and he looked good out there. I know he probably wanted a little bit more, but you got a feel for the boat. He's in the final, so we'll see him tomorrow in the men's or in the pro trick slalom final.
Yeah, hope so.
All right, well, I'm Zane Nicholson, and I'm here with Emil. We're at the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. This is the first leg of the European Tour. I'm glad to have everybody checking in. We got 4 more weeks after this of skiing, so be sure to like and subscribe to TWBC YouTube channel just so you get notified when we go live. But right now you got Aaron Davies on the water out of Great Britain. This is 35 off for 12 meters.
Getting a pretty nice one ball there for Aaron Davies.
Yeah, and he said earlier that he was really early into 3-ball, and you can kind of see there, look at how much space he has at the buoys. You know, he gets over there nice and early and, you know, allowing himself enough time to make the turn. Sometimes you can get over there too early, though, so, you know, that's kind of what he was telling me earlier. So we'll have to see if he makes some adjustments. I guarantee you he went back and watched the broadcast and probably dissected his skiing and is going to make some adjustments here for the second round.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think he wants to go in the finals, so
yeah, we take a look at the leaderboard real quick. Still got Nate Smith and Freddie Winter are your top 2 skiers, but Nate Smith's got 3.5 at 41 or 10.25. Freddie Winter 3.25 at 10.25. Then we have a huge logjam of 3 at 10.25, which it was kind of what we were calling as the cut before we started. And right now, your last person in is Thibaut Dion with 2.25 at 10.25. So that'll be something to watch here as we progress through these skiers. You know, can you get to 3? And then if they do get to 3 and we end up with a lot of them, we're going to have to go to the backup scores. So some of these guys that might not have gotten as good of a score as they like, you know, they actually have to push it out past that 3-ball. So a lot of these guys, if you don't have a 3 in the bag, you're trying to get to 4-ball.
yeah, well, when you have 2 rounds like this, the leaderboard isn't really steady. It can change at the second round or whenever. So here we go, Aaron Davies on his 11.25 meters.
It looks good out of 1, you know, managing the tailwind pretty nice. Aaron's no stranger to running this pass, usually runs this every time he skis, so looking really good. I think he looks a little stronger than he did the first round just on these first 3 passes, so we'll see if that translates into this 10.7 when we bring him back into the course.
Yeah, we can see his shoulders passing a bit forward on his 1.35, but he manages to get to the end of the slalom easily and calmly.
Yeah, you know, you see those shoulders move, but then what he does really well is once he gets on, he really gets his feet up under him, so then he's really not leaning over the front as much as it kind of would be for somebody else, but does a really good job. He's really stacked behind the boat when he's crossing the wakes, and you know, kind of allows for that little unevenness of the shoulders, if you will.
So now we can see the driver, Nicolas Deleage.
He's been in the boat quite a bit today. I think he's having a lot of fun. I know the skier said that he feels great out there, so we'll see if we can get some more big scores. We've already had a huge round 1. I'm looking forward to the rest of this round 2.
Yep.
All right, this is 10.75 for Aaron Davies. Let's see what we got here as he comes out the gate. Needs to get a good start here if he's going to try to get down this pass, so let's see what he's got. He definitely ran 3 in round 1, definitely wants more than that. See what he gets here. Way better 1 ball, so looking good off of 2 as he works his way over to 3. There you go,
Good
Aaron.
3.
Much better skiing this round, and can he get out of 5? Oh, a little slow out of 5 ball, but gets over to 6 and out the gates, so good skiing for Aaron, finally giving himself a shot at this 10.25. Still has his work cut out for him because really, based on the backup scores, he needs to get to 4-ball. He needs a piece of 4-ball if he wants to basically solidify himself into the final. But right now he's on track with a really good 10.7 right there. You can see he was really strong. I thought he was really good. And then at 5, he kind of checked in. But, we have a gate review. That is not what we like to hear. We'll have to see if he got through them, see what the judges say. So we take a look here. What happened to him at 5 ball there, bud? He got a little separated at 5. You see the hands kind of get away, so he didn't quite get the ski to swing out quite as much as he wanted, so it caused that little bit of a slow turn at 5. But he was at 5 ball. He kind of knew he just needed to get the feet up under him and get over to 6 and makes it through that pass. But we'll have to wait and see what the judges give him on the gates.
So skiing on the D3 Neo 2. He's a member of the D3 team.
All right, and they have given him his gates. He went through them, so we can kind of take a sigh of relief there for Aaron. Now he's going to get a chance at this 10.25. Needs to get a piece of 3 ball if he wants to kind of get up there for the 8th spot, but really needs to get over to 4 if he wants to give himself a good chance of getting into this final.
I think if he can get a piece of 2.5, I think it'll be a match for the final. Ooh,
big 1 ball. Let's see what he can do off of 2. Can he get over to 3? Come on, Aaron. Pull out. Gets outside of 3. Now, this is where it gets tricky, Emil, because he has 3, so that now moves him into the 8th spot. But if let's say Corey Vaughn or a skier like Brando Caruso, who has 1.5 at 10.25, goes and gets 3, Aaron's going to be out just based on backup scores.
Yeah.
So, we'll have to sit and watch and see, but big score there for Aaron. And that was a season's PB there. That's the best for this. I think that might be a PB, so that's an ice cream night for Aaron. So good skiing for Aaron. He's excited, throws the fist. I know he's glad. 6 buoys better than his first round, so good skiing for Aaron. And right now he's kind of on the bubble for making the final. Yeah, and I know Aaron will be happy. I know they've got their modified van that they're living in, him and his girlfriend Violetta. So that's definitely a good start to the European leg right now. Getting that 3 at 41, real happy, giving a wave to the crowd, and good skiing for Aaron. That's massive. All right, well, we are here at the 3rd edition of this Monaco Waterski Cup. We are in the men's slalom round 2. We have had 5 skiers so far. We've got 3 more in this series 2, and then we'll gas up the boat and we'll come back in for series 1. But right now we're bringing the boat back down to the start dock to grab our next skier, which is the Mexican Jaime Palmino. Jaime also ran 3 at 10.7 in the first round. And right now, as we're waiting to get Jaime, we'll go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the bank. I'm here with Aaron, who just got his PB. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was good. Equal PB. That's been my PB for a few years, but to get an equal PB, that's just as good. Especially in this tailwind, that was tough. Like on 39, just keep that line tight. Keep moving out wide, and it was quite a nice 39 actually. I was pretty happy with that, so yeah, I can't ask for much more.
Were you hoping to get a little piece of 4, or you're happy with your score?
I mean, we're slalom skiers, we're always looking for more, right? Always looking to get that little bit extra. Honestly, in that tailwind, I'll take 3. We'll just have to wait and see whether it makes it to the final.
All right, we have a finger crossed for you. Good job skiing out there, especially after the first one. Amazing comeback, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks to Lorenzo, and that's awesome to see Aaron come out, tie his PB. I know these guys right here, they're not that accustomed to a PB every day like some young guns like you over there, Emil. You know, you're still really progressing. You realistically could go get a PB once a day for a week, you know, sometimes if things start clicking right. So really good to see Aaron come out there and throw out a huge score like that. And you know, now he's got to sit and play the waiting game just to see if he can get into the final.
Yeah, so our next skier on the water will be Jaime Palomino from Mexico.
And I believe he'll make a 13-meter start. And we just got confirmation that it was 13. It is 13 meters, so taking the same technique or strategy he did in the first round, we'll see if maybe, I know he has been known to make an opt-up, so we'll have to see if something happens like that, but we'll bring him in here for the 13 meters.
Okay, here he goes. Third ball, pretty good and sturdy there on 30 meters for Jaime. Pretty good pass. I mean, pretty good warm-up pass for him, but still pretty good.
All right, and like as you can see from the webcast, the wind has definitely kicked up this afternoon. Definitely going to come into play. Didn't really catch Aaron Davies out right there, but it definitely could become a factor here as we move through this event. We got a tailwind from the dock, so first pass is going to be a tailwind, and everything coming back towards from the far end. We got a nice sturdy headwind, but it's definitely something these guys are going to have to keep in the back of their minds and make sure that they really plan for it. As you can see the wind right there in front of the boat down at the far end, it's really kicking up and almost getting a little, kind of a little bit of a chop out there. So these guys are going to have to be skiing very strong and very smart coming this way.
Okay, so Jaime going now with a headwind on his 35 off. Okay, here he goes. 12 meters for the Mexican.
All right, let's see what he's got here as we bring him in for pass number 2. This is 35 off. Big, strong one ball. Gets a little bit of speed over there to 2, but looking good, managing through this pass.
It's a second warm-up pass for him.
And that was an absolutely perfect pass. That looked really good. Jaime's looking really strong this afternoon. I'm expecting him to better that score of 3 at 10.75.
I think he ran quite a few 10.7 last season.
All right, we take a look there behind the camera. We've got Vincent on the 1s and 2s, making sure we're flopping through all the camera angles, bringing you everything that y'all are watching at home. Super excited to have everybody watching with us from wherever you are. Be sure to hop on to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and send us a photo of how you're watching, where you're watching, and we'll get you thrown up on the webcast. We've already had a few people submit some photos, so we look forward to getting some more of those in. And there we see Jaime talking with the boat crew real quick as they're shortening the rope up, and you're going to bring him back in at 11 meters.
Okay, let's go. Jaime Palomino, the Mexican, going in for his 11.25 meters.
All right, here we go. Jaime looking good. They're off of 1, rounded 2. You see that wind really blowing there at 2.
Oh, no.
And I think that wind might have caught him there. There was kind of a bit of a gust there at 2 ball, and really trying to get back into it and kind of turning a little too hard there and popping the handle. So a little unfortunate there for Jaime. As we see, I thought he had a really good one, but then you can really see the wind blowing right there. It kind of gusts up on him, so it kind of pushes him and Now he's kind of running down course, needs a big turn, and just bites off a little more than he could chew. So a bit unfortunate there for Jaime.
Yeah, his shoulders past the forward of the ski.
Yeah, you really saw him. He really tried to stomp it all at one spot, and the ski kind of shut down on him and kind of kicked him over the front. So not really what you want there, but still, it's good to see him out here. Glad to have him on the Pro Tour, especially over here in Europe, making the trip across the pond, skiing with his buddies. I know he's skis out at Rollins College, so probably trains with Nicky Attensom and Pato Font and a bunch of that crew that's over there skiing. So good to have him here, and I look forward to seeing him at some other events later this summer.
Okay, next skier on the dock is Jonathan Travers, coming from the United States of America.
All right, and John ran 4.5 at 10.7 earlier. I know that was not quite what he was looking for, so John's going to come out this time, and I expect John to really rebound and put out a big score. I expect to see him at 10.2 here in just a few minutes. Yeah, and so we got another skier starting at 13. I kind of figured that we might start getting some people to play some strategy. And, John Travers is also one of those guys that's not a stranger from making the 13 to 11 opt-up. So maybe that's something to watch here. Maybe that's what we'll see John do. We'll just have to see how he feels and what he thinks the wind's going to do. But we'll put him in the water and we'll bring him in for his first pass.
Well, I know that Brando Caruso started at the 12-meter line at the first round. I don't know if he's going to do that again.
Yeah, you had Brando and you had Nate start at 12, and then Freddie did the 13 to 11 opt-up. So, both kind of get in the same. They end up at the same spot, just doing it a little different. We'll see if maybe John has something up his sleeve here, but we'll take a look as he pulls out for the gate for pass number 1.
Okay, here he goes. Bit on the tail there. Ooh! Oh, no. And he is not going to be happy with that score.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer there for JT. I know he wanted a lot more than that, and going down a touch early there, so I'm going to have to move on to the next event for JT, but still happy to have him over here. I know he's got a lot going on in life, getting ready to have another kid, and still super stoked to have him here on the European Tour, just blowing the tail there. Maybe that tailwind kind of coming and playing a little bit of a problem for him, but we will see him back out on the water soon. All right, we take a look at the leaderboard. Had a little bit of a shakeup, so we've added another 3 at that 10-2 right now. So right now, outside looking in is Thibaut Dion, who will come up a little later. But right now, the cut's 3. You got to get to 3 if you want to make the final.
Yep.
All right, we're moving right along. This should be our next skier out of Bumpus, Virginia. This is Corey Vaughn. Now, Corey ran a half at 10.2 earlier, so not quite getting the start at 10.2, but making it through that 10.7. So he's going to need to get a 3, but then it's going to have to come down to backup scores. So Corey's really going to be shooting to go to 4. He's one of the guys that has actually made it all the way through the 10.25 line length, so fully capable of getting to 4 ball. We'll just have to see with this wind being as strong as it is if that comes to play a factor for him. But Corey was looking really strong this morning when he skied the first round, so we'll see if he can carry that into the second round.
Okay, here we go. Corey Vaughn starting, I think, at the 13-meter line. Here he goes.
All right, and good start there for Corey. So we take a look from the drone shot here at this 13-meter pass. Nice and strong. He's riding that KD Waterski and making it look really smooth out there for the opening pass.
Yeah, I think he's one of the only skiers who ski on KD skis.
Yeah, and he's had a big play in the design of that one that he's riding. So, really has that ski working for him. He's helped really make that ski and get that ski company really up and going. And then, they're making a great water ski. You're seeing a lot of good results come out on KD water skis.
Yeah, and then tricks also. We have, I think, Axel Garcia, Pato Font. We have, who do we have?
I don't know. I know Pato's got his own signature graphic for the KD trick ski, so you'll kind of see that they have a couple different graphics, but his is that black and white one that they're putting out right now.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. Corey Vaughn on his 12-meter line.
Looking good here as we're making our way through 12 meters.
Yeah, staying strong, even though there's a lot of wind today.
So Corey's got his own ski school that he runs out in Bumpus, Virginia. I know I've seen on the chats, a lot of chats come through. There's a big crew that is checking out, watching Corey. So shout out to everybody back home in America. Glad to have y'all in, watching, tuning in with us. As we see right there, you got Aaron Davies standing on the bank, and he is sitting there kind of playing the waiting game. They're going to see if he can get into this final. Put out a huge score, tied his best of 3 at 10.2, so going to have to see if that'll hold up as we move through this event.
Yeah, so next pass for Corey Vaughn will be 11.25 meters.
All right, we got the boat coming back up, bringing him in. This will be 11 meters.
Here we go, Corey Vaughn.
All right, nice tight turn off of 1. Looking pretty good off of 2. Now this is a tailwind off the dock, so you see the wind kind of catch him there. Now he's kind of getting pushed by the wind, but still managing it. Ooh, slow off of 5. Can he get outside of 6? He does, and there you go. I really didn't think he was going to miss it, but I do think that wind, as we got further down the lake, started to catch him out and kind of started to push him with the boat. And all right, and shout out to our next people with their watch party with Alice Bagnoli. Super kind of bummed that you're not here, but glad that you're watching with us live. And thanks for submitting. Great to see you, and look forward to seeing you later this summer. If you're watching live with us, be sure to go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and submit a photo of where you're watching, how you're watching, and we'll post you up on the webcast.
Yeah, so Corey, at the end of his slalom, got a bit of a slack coming out of sixth ball. But I think it's the wind is catching up a bit everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it on the camera. It's building. You can see it really on the water actually building. And the further down the lake we go, the rougher the water gets. So, you know, and the skiers today were talking about how the water wasn't quite justifying the wind, you know, because it was even more on their body. So it's going to play a factor here in this second round. Now, okay, so I just got confirmed that was not 11, that was 10-7, so made it through there. So this is 10-2-5, into the headwind, needs to get to 3, gets a good 1. Let's see what he can do off of 2. A little slow off of 2. Can he get outside of 3? Oh!
And I think it's going to be a 2 1/4 of a buoy for Corey Vaughn there.
All right, and throws the body outside the buoy. I know he's going to be a little bit bummed with that. I thought with the one ball he had a really good shot to get down it, and just getting a little slow there at 2. We'll have to look at the replay and see kind of what happened to him there, but you know, not quite going to be enough to get him into the final. As we see here, as he comes in,
he had a very strong one ball. I thought.
Yeah, the one ball was really good. Now watch him here at 2. See how he lets those hands get away, kind of comes high, so it causes him to run with the boat, and then the wind slows him down. So, you know, kind of checking up there. Gets the ski outside of 3, but unable to turn it and get the full 3 there that he was going to need.
Yeah, if we look closely at the 2 ball, it's as if he was waiting for the buoy, and after he turns.
Yeah, but he wasn't outside the buoy until right there. Right when he got to the buoy is
like
right when he got outside it. But that was all because he kind of got a little separated from the boat when he was going across the wakes and didn't quite keep his momentum carrying out. All right, and while we're waiting to grab our next skier, we're going to go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
All right, welcome back here Lakeside where we're at Tobias. So after a short break, after a strict run, it's slalom. And how did the slalom run go?
It was pretty good. I tied my PB 4:39, so really happy.
All right, perfect. So I guess that excitement, that adrenaline that you still carried from the trick run made you ski good in the slalom?
Yeah, I was a little pissed and then a bit concerned with the wind. It was a strong wind, but it went good.
All right, perfect. Well, it was good to have you here. Can't wait to see you trick tomorrow. Hopefully that binding won't release, but thank you again for being here. And as usual, back to you.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, yeah, it's awesome to see Tobias get out here, tie a best. You know, no a better place to do it than at a pro tournament. I know he's probably looking to get that one under his belt, get through it. But great skiing from Tobias. And then now we just saw Corey, who just missed out on the final. He is now currently sitting in 9th spot. So a little bit unfortunate there for him, but still great skiing out of Corey. I'm expecting for him to be over here for the European Tour, and he's going to put out some big scores.
Yeah, to come back on the Tobias subject, he skied very well on the toes pass in tricks on the...
All right, and while we're waiting to grab our next skier, let's go check out Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here Lakeside. We have Corey here with us. So, Corey, what happened out there today?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not too angry with the way that I skied. A lot of things felt good. The lake here skis great. You know, first round, a little fluky with my one ball here, and at the 41, I got the one ball that I expected, and then I hung myself up at 2. You know, I didn't expect it, but some days it breaks your way and some days it doesn't, and it's a frustrating spot to be, just skiing pretty good, but as great as everyone's skiing, it's not going to be enough today. So I guess I'll be joining everyone in the broadcast booth tomorrow to announce the finals.
All right, well, happy to have you in the broadcast booth. It was better to see you ski, but unfortunately doesn't always go the way we want it. And let me ask you another question. How's the wind out there? Does it really push on the body, or is it just moving the water?
Yeah, I mean, all I can speak for is my 2 sets so far, but both times the wind was pretty extreme. Definitely on the body. Earlier today, more of a crosswind. This set, very much straighter head-tail, but the tail's pushing and it builds down the lake. And then when you're coming in on the headwind side, very strong at the gates, maybe a little less by this end where we're standing, but a lot of push, at the start there. So I don't think it was the wind there in that pass. I don't know. I will go back and look, but it's a factor, and, it'll be fun. People are still going to ski great. It's just very sweet here.
All right. Thank you very much for being here with us. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo, and it's great hearing from Corey out there. Electing to start at a little different line length, starting at 12 and getting into that 10-2. But Corey's one of the most positive skiers that are out here. He's so happy to be here, and it's great to have him here. And I know he wanted a little bit more, but man, he's looking super strong on his ski, and I'm expecting huge scores out of him for the rest of the summer. But we're going to move right along to our next skier. This is Nicky Adsom. He was your first guy of the day to make it through the 10.75, so we'll see if he can do it again. I know he would be super pumped. He's chasing a 3-ball, which would get him into the final, or could get him in the final, and it would also be an Austrian record. So maybe we can get 2 things at once today. We'll have to just wait and see here, but nice looking 13-meter pass there for Nicky.
Yeah, he was pretty sturdy. Well, as usual on a warmer pass for the pro men. So he's going to come back at the 12-meter line.
All right, we see Brando down there on the dock, kind of getting ready, just finding his inner zen, kind of getting calmed down, getting ready to ski. I know Brando also kind of had the same idea that Corey just had in the first round. He started at 12 and electing to go at 1 line length shorter than what the minimum starting line length was. So we'll see if he does that again. I would bet that he probably does go out at 12 and tries to set himself up for that 10-2 from the far end of the lake. As you see the 2 Italians there kind of talking to each other before they ski, maybe kind of talking about what their strategy is. And we're pulling Nicky Adsom in. This is 12 meters, 35 off. The wind is kicking up. It's gusting up right here for this pass. So Nicky's going to have to be on his A game here. But looking strong as he rounds 3 over to 4. Makes his way to 5. And nice looking pass there for Nicky. We kind of talked about it earlier, Emil. He was kind of struggling with some skis earlier this season, but I believe he's finally got one that feels good. He looks nice and strong out there.
And finally, I think it's the Iron 2, not the Iron 3.
Yeah, based on that graphic there, it's definitely not a 3. That looked more like the 2 or the 1. I'd say it's probably a 2, but yeah, it's nice to to finally get him a ski that's working for him, and that way he can come out here and be nice and confident on the water and attack these passes. I mean, we saw him do that in the first round, kind of uncapped the 10.75. So next we have our next watch party watcher, Miss Shannon Waters of Waters Wetsuits. Shout out to her and Wyatt checking out, watching from their living room back home in Groveland. So super excited to have you guys tuning in with us. Thanks for watching. If you are watching, be sure to go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and share us a photo of where you're watching, who you're watching with, and we'll get you added to the webcast. We look forward to seeing how you're watching today.
Okay, so here we go. Nicky Adsom going in for his 3rd pass at 11.25 meters.
All right, again, that wind is gusting up here for him. He's kind of a bit unlucky. Right as he comes into the course, the wind blows up, but still looking good off of 1. Big turn off of 2. See if he can keep that ski rotating and not get pushed down the lake too much here. There we go, Nicky, a little slow off 5, but makes his way through that 11-meter pass. So now setting himself up for a headwind 10-7. So trying to give himself another chance to get another score into 10-2. Got to run this next pass to get there. But looking strong so far from the Austrian.
He got a strong tailwind on his 11.25 meters. Maybe that's a bit of the cause of the slack.
Yeah, he's generating a little more speed just with that tailwind kind of pushing him. That causes the line to go a little loose. I never really thought he had too much slack, like it was, just a little bit, and that's kind of coming from the wind. But Nicky doing a really good job of kind of managing it, not trying to pull too fast, and when the line's not there, really waiting on it and allowing himself to get down that pass. I mean, that's the big thing on these early passes is you just can't let the conditions really catch you. And then now we got another person added to the watch party, Nicholas Von Briesen. Thanks for watching. He's watching water skiing while fishing. So that's pretty great. Glad to have you tuning in with us. And if you're at home, make sure you send us your photos, and we'll add you to the webcast. But thank you, Nicholas.
Okay, now on to our other Nicholas. He is going for the gate, 10.75 meters. Here we go. Ooh, strong one ball there for Nicky. Bit off at 2 ball, 3 ball.
Come on, Nicky, get over there to 5. Get a turn here. Now, come on,
nice,
get outside 6.
5.
Good job there, Nicky. That's back-to-back 10.75s. He'll be pretty pumped about that. I know he was happy with how he skied earlier, and now he's got a chance to try to get in the final and also a chance to try to break that Austrian slalom record.
Yeah, he got a second chance there to break that record. He needs a piece of 3 to break that Austrian record.
Now let's take a look here at the replay. Nicky is looking really good, gets a really good strong start here, and that's super important at that 10.75. Now he's kind of managing rope there, kind of went a little long to 2, but still looking good here off of 3. And
if he can get a piece of 3, I think he'll beat 2 records, the Austrian record and his personal season best. So I think he'll be happy with that score.
Oh, yeah, definitely would be super stoked. I know if he could get 3, that would be, yesterday was his birthday, so he's right now kind of trying to get himself a birthday present, and I think he's looking for that record and into the final. So we'll have to see what Nicky's got here, but we'll get that rope tightened up. We've shortened it up. It's 10.25 meters.
All right, let's go. Nicholas Hansen coming from Austria, going in for his 10.25 meters.
All right, let's see what he's got here on the gate. He's got to get a really good. He kind of loaded up earlier today. That was a much better gate than this morning. Gets a pretty decent one. Can he turn 2? Come on, Nicky. Oh.
And I think it's going to be 1.5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the judges give him. I think I agree with you there, Emil. I think it was going to be 1.5. So consistent skiing out of Nicky. Not going to be enough to get him into the final, but he should walk away pretty happy from this event. Conditions are not easy out there, and Nicky, getting to 2 ball, I thought he had a much better gate that time and kind of allowed him to go better at 1, then kind of got pushed by the wind and started really pushing at 2 and just couldn't keep the ski in the water. You see it bite right here on him. Pushes real hard, it bites, and he can't quite hang on to it. But still great skiing from Nicky. 1.5 at 10.25. So I'm looking forward to seeing him this summer. I think that Austrian record is going to go down. I think he's going to break it and get his name in the record book.
Yeah, well, Nicky Hansen there, very consistent, even though he had a tailwind, a very strong tailwind now. So next up is going to be Bruno Caruso.
All right, and you see the leaderboard right there. We have got 3 gets you in, so anything less than 3, you're kind of done for the weekend. But we'll have to see. We still got a bunch of good skiers left to come. Brando is one of those guys that can definitely get down that 10.25. And then I also know Charlie Ross is one of these guys. He can run that 10.25. So we're halfway through this slalom event. and we'll have to see, how it shakes up here as we get down to the final few skiers of the day. All right, and right now I'm Zane Nicholson. This is my buddy Emil. He's helping me out. We're here at the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup, brought to you by TWBC. Super excited for us to be here and get going for this first leg of the European Tour. We've had a bunch of great skiing today. We've got 10 left. And right now we're waiting to grab our next skier. Let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
Gentlemen, welcome back here on the bank. We just got Nico out of the water. So Nico, pretty consistent skiing.
Yeah, thank you. That tailwind was tough. 13-12 didn't feel too good. And I was like, okay, I need to step it up for 11 with that tailwind. Luckily I did, and I got a good start at 39 again. And yeah, that one I need to get a little better at 41 and a little more patient at 2, and then maybe I finally get my piece of 3.
All right, but you did 1.5 in round 1, 1.5 in round 2. Let me ask you, what's your PB?
It's 2. So yeah, it's very consistent. Luckily right now, I'm very, very happy with it. Obviously, if I get 3, then I'll be even happier.
All right, I bet you will be happy with 1 extra buoy, but thank you very much for your effort. Thank you very much for being out here, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And we have got Brando Caruso coming in, electing to do the same thing that he did round 1, starting at 12 meters. So a little different than some of these other guys. We'll see if it pays off for him. Needs to get to 3 if he wants to have a chance to get into this final. He ran 1.5 earlier today, so needing to better that score here in the second round.
Okay, so Brando will be coming back at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, so getting into things pretty quick. Kind of wanting that 10.7 in the tailwind, use that 10.25 in the headwind. So a little bit different than kind of what we've seen from all of our other skiers, other than we saw Nate Smith go out at the 12-meter pass. And then we also saw Freddie Winter make an opt-up. So there's been 3 skiers that have kind of done something more strategy-based. And I'm missing Corey Vaughn. Corey Vaughn went out at 12 this round. So we've had 4 skiers that have done something a little different than all the other guys. But we'll see if it pays off for him here. As you can see from the front of the boat, you can see how that wind is really building down the lake. And down there at that end, it's blowing pretty good. You can really see signs of it on the water. But we'll see with Brando as we tighten that boat up and we bring him back in for this 11-meter pass.
I think he'll be needing a piece of 3, a minimum, to go to the finals and get what he wanted.
All right, here we go, bringing him in. Pass number 2. This is 38 off 11 meters. Looking nice and strong. This is a good second pass here for Brando as he makes his way over to 6. And there you go, getting through it. Not letting that headwind really catch him out, making that pass look really nice and smooth there. So now we're going to shorten the rope up, 10.75. Going to have to run it to give himself a chance to challenge to make into the final. But Brando ran it earlier. It's just, again, the wind is a little bit more than it was round 1, so we'll have to see how that plays.
He cannot get impressed now by the tailwind. There, Brando Caruso.
All right, and if you're just tuning in with us, this is the second round of this Open Men's Slalom event today. We had Open Women's Slalom. Then we went through the Open Men's Slalom. We had some tricks, and now we are back into the second round of this Open Men. This will be our final event of the day. And we're cutting it down to 8, so we're trying to figure out which 8 men are going to be in our final tomorrow. Brando looking to punch his ticket here. So we tighten the rope up. We're going to bring him back in, 10.75. He's currently sitting in a tie for 12th, so let's see if he can get into that top 8 here. We bring him in. This is 10.75, pulls out for the gate, gets a good rotation in. Let's see what he can do off of 1. Pretty good 1 ball here. You just got to manage the speed with the wind and hopefully not get pushed too much. Looking fine here as he's making his way through. Now he's on the tail out of 4. Let's see, can he get around 5? He does, over to 6, throws the ski. Can he hang on? Oh, no, he doesn't. And unfortunate there for Brando. That is not going to be enough to get himself into the final. We'll have to take a look at the review, let the see what the judges see. But
I'm not sure if he passed outside of the 6th ball. That's why his score is under review.
Yeah, and you'll kind of see he got a little slow off of 4. So let's see kind of what happened here as we take a look at the replay. I thought he got a really strong 1 ball. He's looking pretty good as he comes into 2. Nice turn off of 2. You see the ski kind of skip on him. That's why he kind of pushed he pushed on the tail just to get the tail to stay in the water, but he was managing it pretty good. Now here off of 4, that's where he gets a real slow turn. Really kind of got separated and allowed that tailwind to really push him. Now squeaking outside of 5. He really didn't get outside of 5 ball until right before it, and
I think
looks like he got outside of 6.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be 6 at 10.75 for Brando.
Yep, it'll be a confirmed 5.5 there for Brando. So 5.5 there for Brando. Not going to be enough to get him into the final, but still good skiing for Brando on the day. Look forward to seeing him at the other events here at the European leg. All right, we take a look at the shot. I've been talking about how beautiful it is here all weekend, but check that out with the beach in the background here on the French Riviera. We are at our first stop here of the European leg. We are at the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. We just had Brando Caruso. We're down to our last few skiers. 9 more skiers left in this event for the day. We're getting ready to find out who's going to be in the final for the men tomorrow. As we see Charlie Ross there on the dock, he is your next skier. Charlie skied pretty good this morning. I thought he looked good, but unable to get out of 2 ball. Only got 1.5 at 10.25, so he is outside looking in right now and hoping to punch his ticket into the final. All right, and Charlie Ross is elected to start at 12 meters, so he is kind of playing the strategy. This wind has kicked up enough that the men are having to start making some changes to the way they normally would ski to set themselves up to get the score that they need to get into the final. And Charlie's another one doing that, starting at 12 meters. You see him have that knee sleeve on while he's skiing because he had a crash in practice earlier this week and kind of got hung up in the rope and kind of tweaked the back of his back knee just a little bit, but still good to see him out here and skiing and making his way through this 12-meter pass. So we get a good look from the drone shot, and we are going to go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the bank. We're here with Nate Smith, our top seed. So, Nate, how are you feeling going into second round?
Pretty good. Glad to not be tied up in all the 3s there. The conditions are getting a little bit windier than I think the last few guys had on the last round, so it'll make it a little bit interesting. But feeling good. I think that puts me through to the next round, hopefully. I think it does, actually. So just go out, ski, feel how it is, and be ready for tomorrow.
Are you going to maybe change your starting rope length to feel out 39 or 41, feel from different direction on the lake, or are you going to keep with the same game plan as you had in the round 1?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it the same. I started at 35 in practice yesterday, did the same here today. So my plan is to do that for tomorrow unless there's some reason that I need to change it up.
All right, perfect. Well, we'll let you go and start your warm-up. You're up quite soon. Thank you very much for chit-chatting with us. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And yeah, it's great to see Nate up there, kind of figuring out what he's going to do. I know definitely would be much less stress not being in that log jam there, tied up at 3, not having to really worry about what his backup score is. He's basically into the final here, so we'll have to see if Charlie Ross can join him as we bring him in. This is 11 meters into the headwind for Charlie Ross. Looking nice and strong off of 3, over to 4, and good looking pass here for Charlie. Looking nice and strong. That's what I said about him earlier. He looks super strong. He just didn't quite get the score he wanted this morning, but going to come out and try to change that if he can say so himself. So we'll bring him down here, we'll drop him off, and then we'll shorten the rope up to 10.75. He's going to have to run this one in the tailwind, and like we've kind of been talking, the wind is picking up. It is nice and strong, blowing from that end where he's at right now. Take a look here at the replay. See how strong he is off of 1. Charlie just looking nice and smooth there. Doesn't really move very fast, never in a hurry, just kind of waits. The other thing that he does is he really, really, really waits on the boat to pull him, and you kind of notice he really doesn't load the boat until he's right behind it. So that kind of gets his swing up and doesn't get the zero off spike too much. So the boat's actually working with him instead of, sometimes these skiers hit it too early and the boat starts to work against them. But Charlie doing a great job, staying over his ski and loading up at the right spots. Right, as we see our drone operators down there, they're bringing you those awesome shots from the air. Let's see what we got though. Charlie Ross, this is 10.75. Needs to run this to have a chance to try to make it into the final. Let's see what he can get off of 1. Ooh, a little slow off of 1. Let's see if he can manage it here off of 2. That was a big turn there, kind of gets him back in the game. Touch slow off of 3, but still working through it. Come on, Charlie, gets around 5, over to 6. And that was very good. He had a little shaky at the start, but didn't freak out. Just kind of relaxed and started turning. Didn't try to get everything all at one spot. Just kind of made himself back up and ended up not being too bad of a 10.75 here. So we take a look here at the replay. You see the wind kind of catches him, and he checks up trying to slow down. Brings that handle to the inside hip, causing the ski to kind of pop up on him. But right there, relaxes at 2. Now he gets the handle still inside, so you see it kind of have to check to reset where he goes, but it's right here is where he's relaxed and gets a good pull over to 5. Now he's back early. He had a good pull to 4, got a pretty decent turn, then a good pull to 5, and now he's back in the game. So nice skiing from Charlie. Good looking 10.7. Now we're going to shorten the rope up, and he's going to get a crack at this headwind 10.25 as we see some more people working the cameras up in the tower. That's where we get our replay. We're all stoked, enjoying being here with you. TWBC's happy. All right, and so if you're watching at home, it's top 8 advanced, but if we have a tie, we go to backup. So he does not have the superior backup right now. So right now, as it stands, Charlie's really needing to get a piece of 4 ball. That's kind of where his mindset. I don't think he's going to S-turn 3. I think he's going to try to crank it and get over to 4 if he can get there. But let's see what he's got. He's got a big headwind here for this pass. Gets a pretty good 1. Let's see what he can do with it at 2. Pretty good off of 2, kind of a little slow. Pulls over to 4. Can he get the ski outside and throws his body? And yes, I think he did. We'll have to wait and see. He throws the fist. He thinks he got outside of it. We'll have to see if the judges give it to him. But if he does, that'll punch his ticket into the final. Yeah, that's super impressive, right? Like you said, got this headwind, and it's not easy. I mean, it's slowing you down. And gets a good 1 ball. Let's see what happens to him over here. It was a touch slow, but, man, he just stayed, got his feet up under him before he pulled right there, and that caused him to be able to turn 3 here. So good skiing there for Charlie. That was massive, being able to do that, and gets the ski outside of 4 ball, I do believe. So we'll have to wait and get confirmation from the judges. But he's happy with it. He thinks he's in the final. We take a look here from the boat one more time. Really good 1 ball there. That was awesome. Now you see him check up there at 2 a little bit, but still working through it. Sits in the back seat there just to get the ski to move and throws the ski out. We'll have to wait to get that confirmation. It's going to be close. All right, and it's been confirmed 3 1/4 there for Charlie Ross. So I think that'll punch his ticket into the final. We'll have to wait and see, but let's go check in with Lorenzo down with Charlie on the bank.
Here we are back on shore with Charlie, who just punched his ticket through the final. And Ollie, you got a big bump up in the standings for tomorrow.
Yeah, I felt throughout the set I didn't feel very good, and I knew I needed either 3 or cut and try to get a piece of 4. So good 1 there, not a great 2, but 3 I just needed all right safety, and then cut as hard as you can to 4. So I'm happy.
Yeah, that was definitely some skiing with the knife between your teeth to get to 4 ball, but it was fun. Like, were you sure when after you stopped stumbling that you got to a 1/4 buoy, or were you I don't know if I made it?
No, I was sure. I cut and I could see kind of where it was, and I just threw and I got around it, so I was happy.
All right, perfect. We're happy for you. Nice to see you tomorrow in the final. Thank you very much, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Awesome to see Charlie get out there. Super pumped. Love seeing the emotion on the bank, and so we're going to have to wait and see. He's not quite into the final, but we'll know after this skier if his ticket is punched. So if Tebow can run 3 1/4, that could possibly throw a shakeup in things, but we'll have to wait and see. Here's the leaderboard here. We've got that log jam with 3 going down to Robert Hazelwood, so it might come into backup scores. We'll have to wait and see, but Charlie Ross right now sitting in a tie for second with Freddie Winter with 3 1/4 at 10.25. And we just saw Tebow. He just ran his opening pass. That was 13 meters, so got him down there at the end of the lake. You can see how much the wind is blowing the water around. It's moving down there. So definitely tricky conditions to ski in. All right, we got the boat back up to speed. This is 12 meters for Tebow Dion. We've seen him slalom today, and we've seen him on the trick ski, so he's looking to get into both finals. He's already into the trick final. Let's see if he can get his ticket into the slalom final. So he's making his way through this headwind 12-meter pass. Looking strong. Tebow's slalom skiing has been on fire this season. I think he got a new PB of 4 at 10.25 at a record tournament at Jack Travers Waterski Lake. So really looking strong this season. Let's see if he can add to that and get himself into the final here at this 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. As you see right there, right over the hill behind me, we've got the ocean back there. Such a beautiful sight here in the French Riviera. Beautiful lake. It's been a great day. It's super warm here. The wind's kind of kicked up, but we still had big scores. It's not really affecting these skiers all that much, so we'll have to see here what Tebow can do. All right, as we take a look at San Rafael there, over by the ocean, such a beautiful sight and pretty close here to the lake. A lot of that wind kind of coming off the ocean, blowing over the mountains. So, been a factor today, but we're still out here doing it and skiing well. We just saw Tebow run his 12-meter pass. So we've shortened the rope up. We're going to bring him in at 11 and see if we can get him through this one. So this is a tailwind 11-meter pass. See what he's got as he rolls in here. Needs to get a good start. Gets a pretty decent 1 ball. Little loose line because of the tailwind, but managing it pretty well. big turn off a 3-ball. So come on, Tebow. As he makes his way to 5 and over to 6. And nice job there for Tebow Dion getting through that tailwind 11-meter pass. So now he's going to get a try at the 10-7. Ran it earlier. Knows he needs to get a piece of 3-ball if he wants to get into the final. He really needs to go get over to 4 if he wants to have a shot, to solidify his spot in the final. But looking strong today. All right, as we see the replay here of Tebow's tailwind 11, we're joined in the booth with none other than Peace Love Waterskiing himself, Mr. Corey Vaughn. Dude, good skiing out there today, man. I know you wanted a little bit more, but, man, you're looking really good on your ski right now.
Yeah, thanks, Zane. I appreciate it. As you can imagine, just a bit frustrating to kind of be there, feel like I'm skiing pretty good. Felt a little fluky, a couple things, but that's how the sport goes. You and I both know by now that someday it bounces your way, someday it doesn't. My plan is to try to keep executing the keys, and it will bounce my way one of these times.
Yeah, and I mean, how was the wind out there? Because that's what we've been talking about it all day. But I mean, it feels pretty windy from where I'm sitting, but I haven't been on the water.
I'll tell you, as we watch Tebow right here, where he's pulling out for this 39, it really builds down the lake. So it's intense right here. It's hard. He did a good job keeping some speed up through that gate turn in. Ooh, he got deep though. But you feel it the most there if he can get off of. Woohoo! Look at that. Oh, I think he's gonna be okay now. Nice gritty pass there. It's it's strong. It's on the body quite a bit, and it off the starting dock, it's at your tail, and it builds. So, coming this way, obviously right here, he's gonna need 3 at the minimum, and past that, it's really intense. But that was a great job on that 39.
So tell us about it. You elected to start at 12 on this round, but you started at 13 the time before. What was your mindset there?
Yeah, I just wanted to admire that 1-ball one more time. He was getting in those deep 135s. I don't want to take away from him here. We see it again right here. The viewers got to enjoy these monster onside turns. Kind of only the way a lefty can, I feel like. Get those big 135s. I went with the 12. This morning I was kind of debating whether to go 35 or 32. I went with the 32, and it was fine. I don't think that, I don't really question that judgment call. It's almost like this lake ski is so nice. You got this extra space at 32 that you don't need. At the 35 start, you kind of get right down to business a little bit more. Obviously, I was thinking I needed to get to 4, which was the case. So I thought a headwind would be a better choice. Don't question that either. But let's tune back into Tebow here.
Needs to get to 3. He really needs a piece of 4-ball.
Good looking gate. Good speed on the gate. Good one. Better than 39. Can he turn this and go? Come on now, Tebow. And he's outside it. He's going to S-turn it, and he's in. He is in.
And he is pumped. That is awesome. Great to see him. So not only are we going to see him in the slalom final, we'll get him in the trick final, and he's pumped. That's great skiing from Tebow.
That's a big weekend. That's got to be hard to double dip. I would not know anything about that, but it's a lot of skiing today, and way to keep his focus and composure there, because, here, getting that gate right with the tailwind pushing you, it's easy to get too fast, but he made a nice move in. He had the big one, but he can handle it. And I think in the past, he hasn't always been able to get off of 2 the way he wants. But right there, he did a great job just managing it, getting outside of 3. Beautiful onside S-turn for Tebow right there. Palms down, didn't sweat it. Nice.
And then my favorite part was when they're dropping him in at the end. He's still screaming down there. So he's super pumped, super happy. But, yeah, let's check this 1-ball out one more time. That was such a killer textbook lefty turn.
Yeah, I mean, he had the same sort of thing at 39, but even more exaggerated where the shoulders kind of fell in, but he can get that ski between him and the boat and hang on to it. And he didn't pay any price, it seemed, at 2. He was still able to rotate, get there over to 3. I mean, the level of skiing today is super, super high. So, he had to get that done right there, and he did it. Oh, let's see. We got a question. Is he in or is he not in? He's got the. He has the backup score over Charlie. Oh, Charlie Ross has the quarter though. So let's see. But he has the backup score over Aaron Davies. Aaron's definitely more on the bubble. Sasha, we're going to see T-Gas, Will Asher, Adam, and Rob.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to what these guys run. They're going to have to get at least 2 1/4, and that could come into play with just the wind. That's what me and Allie were talking about earlier. Was that quarter of a buoy could be huge for Tebow.
Yeah, it was a quarter earlier, not a half. Yeah.
Yeah, he got 2 1/4 at 41 in the first round, so that quarter of a buoy could be huge for him.
So yeah, one of these guys, if one of them, I guess, only gets 2, does not get over to 3, then he's in. Okay, so. He's on the bubble, so then with that, does he eliminate Aaron Davies then? Aaron is out of the contention. Okay.
I believe Aaron was out of the contention when
Charlie pushed the 3 1/4. Okay.
3 1/4.
Okay. Well, no, not until Tebow got the 3, because Aaron had the 3, so that bumps Aaron out. Sorry, Aaron. That was great skiing. Also impressive to get the 3 in the tailwind. Yeah, so the number in these guys' mind right now is 2 1/2, and that will get them in the clear. And that's no gimme out there, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but the wind, it's kind of backing off just a hair. Not crazy amounts, but it is going down just a little bit. Not quite as gusty as it was a couple skiers ago. So
yeah, I feel like those wind gods weren't with me today. I'm going to have to work on my chance a little bit better. That's okay. I'm not blaming that. Wasn't that. Sasha, from the dock earlier, I saw him, and he looked strong. He got that 3 in good fashion earlier. We got a couple passes to let him sort himself out. 32 off start. We can expect these to be nice and cruisy.
Yeah, and Sasha's also really, really strong. That's what we were talking about, kind of how much he pulls earlier, and you can see it out there when he loads up the boat. He really loads it up and kind of gets her going.
Yeah, he has that ability to kind of get in deep on the backside of 2-4. It's a very reliable turn for him. He can kind of let his legs compress and get the ski under the rope with great angle and then explode out of there. So if it comes down to that at 41, if he can get off a decent gate and the 1 ball pretty well, I've got a lot of confidence in his ability to rotate and get the line at 2 and definitely be strong enough to put himself outside of 3. Right now we haven't really seen it, but I mean, the 39s are tricky. I guess he'll be taking it headwind, barring an opt-up. So that should be a little more of a guarantee, you would say, a little bit easier. But then he's going to have to get that gate right at 41 to go to 3.
Yeah, and I mean, we're kind of talking about 3, but I mean, you got to get a good gate and get a good 1 ball just to, kind of get you set up for it, and that's not something that's super easy to do.
No, I can attest today. I had a blown 1 ball, and I thought the gate was there, and then the next thing I know, I was double pumping and swimming and thinking, well, that happened way too fast. So, a lot can happen here. I think these guys were all down there secretly or not so secretly hoping that the 3 was going to be a safe ride, having it locked up in the first round. But with the level of skiers here, everybody with the 3s, they still have something to prove. They got to go to 3 again, at least 2 1/2.
Well, Sasha called it earlier when they interviewed him on the bank because he said, 1-3 is not going to be enough to do it, and it's shaping up right. It's 2 1/2, so you've got to get over 2-3. But we're bringing him in. This is 12 meters, 35 off as he goes around 5 ball, and man, he's looking super strong in the second round.
Yeah, I like that 35 even more than the opener. I feel like that 32 off the dock, you have so much time, so much space, and the tailwind kind of pushing you. It just gets a little floaty, where here you really start to draw your lines through the water a little bit closer to what you're going to be trying to do at those short line passes. So to me, it took a step in the right direction, and I think now he's probably feeling a little more on target for the passes to come.
As we see out there, the sailboats out in the ocean, and you can see it's kind of windy over there. We saw some kite surfers down at the bottom of the screen. As they was panning out here, you got some guys out there kite surfing using the wind. So the wind is here. It's a factor. And we'll see if Sasha can manage his way through these next couple passes and get himself into the final.
I would imagine. I shouldn't speak for him, but I think, he's obviously from France. He must have skied here a little bit before. Hopefully he feels a little bit comfortable about this being not his home site, but some place that he's been many times before, knows what to do with it, and that always helps. I think his father's here on site watching. I hadn't gotten the chance to meet him even today, but I know he's around, and so of course you want to ski well when you got your family support on the banks. That looks good right there. Yeah, now we're swinging.
Yeah, he's rocking and rolling here. Sasha looking smooth around 4 over to 5. And this one looked pretty good, just like the 12. A lot stronger than his 13. I think he was just, really trying to fill the wind out on that first pass. And now, now he's got his feet up under him and, now really going out there and executing and really pushing it. He's wanting to see himself in the final.
Yeah, with the tailwind 38, you've got to be on the attack. You can't just kind of hang back. I mean, 38's typically an easy pass for someone like Sasha, but that wind building all the way through the course, you can't be just letting yourself start to slip buoy to buoy. So we saw him go out here a lot more on offense, and I think that's going to bode well for him, both going into 39 in the head where he's going to certainly have to attack, and it's a lot more the preparation he wants from that end, which he's going to be seeing 41, assuming that he gets through this next pass. Yeah, nice early up course run right there for Sasha. You can see the focus there in T-Gas. He knows he's got something to ski for there. He's kind of the staple 3 at 41 guy, so he's going to have to execute it once again here to stay alive, at least 2.5. All right, Sasha, 39. This is no messing around. It's a strong headwind. You still need to get this gate right. If you run out of speed too much, it could be trouble. That looks pretty good. Hits it pretty hard there on the gate shot. Brings him down past 1 a little bit, but he gets that big 2. That's what I'm talking about. Those legs kind of suck up, and the ski comes into more angle. He does it there again at 4. This is very solid.
And that was a really good 10.75 there for that headwind. I mean, he had to attack, but it really was on top of it, never kind of looked in doubt, and setting himself up, giving him a shot, taking that 41 tail, and he'll know that he needs to get over to 3 again. And
it looks like he maybe ran out of speed a touch, so he hit it kind of hard here toward the first wake on the gate. That brought him down course a little more, like a little loose there at 1 compared to what he probably wanted. But then here, to me, as soon as he comes off of this 2, he's got that strong 2, sets a great line. And from that moment, I wasn't going to say it when he's going, but I didn't have much doubt that he would go ahead and finish it out.
Yeah, we don't want to be giving the announcer's curse up here in the booth. So
nice, safe 5 ball there. Just kind of let it run. Know you're going to get a tight line. Give it a little extra juice going to 6. Not a problem at all. Pretty casual there at the end. Adam Settlemeyer right there. That's my roommate for the trip, so I'm definitely rooting for him to get through. One of us to be having to get some rest tonight and happy about going into tomorrow. So he put it out there with the 3 in the first round. We want to see it again.
Yeah, and huge shout out to Sledge for helping us out with the trick announcing. That was great to have him up in the booth and kind of rack his brain just kind of about tricks. And
yeah, I was tuned in and listening. That was really good. You guys had all 3 with Freddie in here too. All right, this is the money pass. He knows he's got to get over to that 3 and get 2.5 at least. Good looking gate. Uh-oh. That looks a little too familiar. I had one of those myself earlier, and that ends his bid.
Yeah, that's a
bit. No, not quite. Maybe not yet. I guess it depends on what everyone else does.
Yes, you're right, but that's leaving the door wide open for these other guys.
Leaves it a little more open, and Tebow is now in. We can confirm Tebow is through, and boy, that's just not what he wanted right there. And same thing. I thought the gate shot looked pretty good, and maybe a little bit narrow, and then maybe that got him running a little speed past the buoy that he couldn't. That line's so particular at 41, and we're going to send it over to Lorenzo for an interview.
Hi, welcome back, guys. We move a little farther down, closer to the starting dock, because we want to chat with this guy who just got done skiing, and he just punched his way into the final. So how do you feel about it, Thibaut?
Not happening, actually. He skied 3 times, arrived last. So it's like, super happy, good day.
2 1/4, then 3 plus the between round 1 and round 2, right?
Yeah, it changed a lot. I've been slaloming really well lately, so I'm trying to do what I always do in practice and when it counts. And as so far, so good. Hopefully, more boost tomorrow, and then I'll be really happy.
We hope so that you will get more buoys and go rest, because also tomorrow you gotta ski twice, because you also have the trick finals. So good job today here in prelims in both slalom and trick. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And yeah, super stoked for Thibaut. I know he's happy. I'm looking forward to seeing him ski tomorrow. It was cool to see him in the trick event, especially just for getting over here last night and being able to ski 3 times today and be able to ski at that high of a level. I mean, that's really impressive there for Thibaut.
Yeah, that's fantastic. He should be, super thrilled. And I mean, look at the level. It was he had to work for it. It was not handed to anybody here today, and it's not going to be. We still have how many that they have something to prove hitting the water. We're going to have T-Gas coming up next.
Yeah, and T-Gas is pretty consistent. You know, he usually, when he knows he's got to get to 3-ball, he somehow finds a way to get that ski outside of 3, and I expect nothing less from him here.
He's been doing it for a long time, you know, back when 3-ball was often a winning score, and now where it's a score that you need to just get into the finals, and so often you need 2 of them, like today. You know, he's a man that's up to the task, and let's just see, if he can put it together one more time.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. He's kind of found his new kind of off-the-water training technique. He's been doing a lot of boxing. I was chatting with him a little earlier about it, and it was kind of cool to hear him talk about it.
Okay, so we're now recalculating, and we kind of realize, based on Sasha there, who's now the bubble person, a full 1 at 41 off 10.25 will now be enough. So, hey, look, that's still not a gimme. You still have to run that 41. But then, unlike Sasha, if you know you can just stand up at 1 and take the sure thing, if you don't like your gait, that's a lot more comforting. So back to what you said about the boxing. I heard something about that during the Masters qualifiers. I heard that he had been boxing, doing a bit of sparring, and I think that's great. That's not a cross-training that we've heard from a lot of skiers before, but he said it gets him sweating more than any workout that he's done in the past. So, T-Gas is certainly a veteran in the field. So to find something new, to get yourself some push in the off season and keep the fitness up, that sounds like a great plan.
But you kind of even can see, since he started to do that, his body physique has changed just a little bit. I mean, I think he looks a little bit lighter and probably good at moving. And I mean, it looks really good. It's working out for him, and it's super cool to see him find something that he's passionate about to keep him in shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those sports where it's a total body sport. You're not just throwing arms. I think all those punches, they come from the ground up. So your core, your legs, every bit of you is involved. There's a lot of coordination, obviously, and I guess somewhat like water skiing, you got to be able to take a hit. You got to be able to throw your punches, and you got to be able to take them. I would be curious if there was a boxing gym near me. I would check that out, but I don't think that's in my area.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, when I asked him about it, you could kind of see the smile on his face kind of lit up, and he was all about telling us about it. And talking about his foot movement and skills and kind of how he moves his body, and I could see where that translated into his water skiing here. So we'll see if it works out for him here as we bring him in. This is 12 meters, 35 off.
Here we go. Yeah, I mean, at some point, you just got to stay young. You find that thing that allows you to do it, and it sounds like he has found it.
All right, looking good as we bring him in through this pass over to 3. Still kind of a warm-up pass for T-Gas, but, it's not that easy in the wind, but he's making it look really nice out there.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that stood out to me on that pass was his gait looked a little narrow, so he's probably going to make a mental note of that when he gets back down there for 39, he's going to have to pull out a little bit more powerfully into that headwind. It looked like he never really got far up on the boat and broke free to get his rotation. And a gate like that at 39 could be a little troublesome. I mean, he's tall, he can manage 39 really well, but he's going to want a little more on the start.
So we see our only winner here, Will Asher, on the dock, sitting here getting ready to ski. But I want to go back to that. You're talking about that gate and being more powerful. So for everybody at home that is working on their skiing, when you got a wind like this, would you pull out later, or would you try to build in and be a little bit stronger on your build in?
Yeah, I mean, so ideally you would like the same speed through the turn-in, whether it's glass calm, tailwind, or headwind. Of course, if there's a head and tailwind, you got to modify what you're doing on the pull-out. So headwind like this strong, you're probably going to want to set up that pull-out a little bit later. If you go out there too soon, you're going to lose speed, and the glide potentially get sucked in. And you're going to have to put a little bit more energy into that pull-out, because as you're pulling out, the wind's also pushing on your body like a kite. So I'd say, 35 is so easy for T-Gas. He had no problem, being a little bit narrower on the start, but I think he's going to definitely make a little mental note of that, put a pin in it for 39. This here looked like a nice start at 38. Did a good job playing that wind, and, he's riding a nice line right there. That's a good rhythm pass to set up his 39.
Yeah, that looked really good, and he's looking dialed, and I think you're right. He'll make that mental note down there for the gate here, and set himself up to get him a good start and get down this pass.
So let's see here. Yeah, again, nice gate. That gives him some security. I don't know what his strategy will be if he gets through the 39, if he's going to want to just stand up the one ball and say, hey, that's safe. I don't want to risk anything, and go down at one. Or if he wants a higher seating, and he gets a good gate, he might be thinking about turning that one. So, the important thing about this pass, we never had any doubts if he was going to make 38. But he ran it with a nice rhythm, and then as you come back in at 39, it makes you feel so much more confident that both sides are working. You feel the swing from the boat, and that's going to play. So I think to me, this place skis great. The feeling of the ski on the water is really, really nice. It's all really going to come down to this start. If he gets a good gate and comes off a one ball well, I fully expect to see him charge through this headwind without a trouble.
Yeah, and then we see Sledge there on the dock, kind of just loosening up, trying to stay, mentally there, ready to go. Right now, we know that bubble cuts. You got to get one if you want to get into the final. So, kind of maybe probably taking a little bit of pressure off of him, but it's still no easy feat with the wind the way it is. But here he goes, T-Gas in. This is 39 off, 10.75.
All right, now he's off at 2. A little funny on the way out to 3, but he's still going. Yep. Had to do a little bit of battling there, but nothing that rattled him at all. I wasn't going to say anything at the moment, but he came off of 1 good. As soon as I saw him come off of 2 with a tight rope and the ski pointed the right way, to me, that's what you really want to feel out there. If you kind of connect with the boat off the back at 2, after having the gate and 1 under your belt, you've created the swing for the pass, and then you got to stay with it. I mean, 39's very hard, so we saw a little kind of bobble on the way to 3 out of the wakes. We'll see it here in slow-mo. Very nice execution at 1. Right here is the moment where I thought, yep, we're going to see T-Gas run. And then we saw, just the ski pick up a little bit. We've seen it from him before. He manages it fine. Aerial edge change maybe a little bit, as Tony would say. Very strong off of 4 right here. And now he's kind of in the safe zone. Just get back to the handle, put some power on it. And so now I guess we see what he does. Does he play it safe? Somebody told me once, you can't win in the prelims. You can only win in the finals. So really right here, the main objective is just get in. So, if he wants to stand up 1 ball, I think that's a wise move.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the smart play. I know Freddie was talking about, he skied really good last weekend and then just didn't quite get it together in the final. And, he was like, man, that's like the worst spot to do it. But we'll see as we bring him in what he's got. Needs to get a full 1 just to punch his ticket in, see if he can get through the gate, get the ski around all the way to 1. And there you go.
He's going to go for it. He's going to go over to 3. He's going to go over to 4 possibly. Oh, he knew he had something going there. That was really good off of 2. I felt like he saw that ski kind of rotate off of 1. You know, I was like, oh, you're living a little dangerously, but then it connected and he had great angle, turned 2 really well. And, you know, I knew he was going to try to turn 3 because there was no penalty at that point. Might as well. You know, it's tricky territory, though, turning 3 at 41.
But
no gimme.
Giving himself a shot, you know, to maybe take a look at it for the final, just, you know, trying to go, okay, hey, get that ski to turn, get a little confidence going into tomorrow. But, yeah, it looked really strong there, made sure he got the 1. And then, yeah, I thought when he was going to 3, we were going to get him going further down the pass. But still good skiing there from Thomas.
Yep. He's going to be – I know he wanted more out of that, but he's going to be happy. He's in the final. You know, he's skiing well. And, you know, you can rest up tonight and come out swinging tomorrow.
Yeah, and you kind of see that ski kind of hop out of the water again there going to 3 ball. So kind of not nearly as much as it did at 10-7, but still he managed it real well, got the ski around it, got it to turn, and yeah, so we'll see him tomorrow in the final.
That's going to leave him a little bit hungry. You saw it on his face right there. He wanted to get that line off at 3 and go maybe take top seed. You know, we obviously have to see what the rest of these fellas will do, but 4 would have put him in top seed for the moment, and he was thinking about it. But you know, he's going to be up there in the top of the stack with that performance, it seems. And on we go.
All right, and we are down to our last 5 skiers of the day. So going to see these next 3 skiers have got to get around 1 at 10-2 to punch their ticket in. We know Freddie and Nate are already in, but we're going to see if we can get Will and Adam and Robert in.
Well, those are all big names. We're all expecting to see some big things here. I mean, it's in that position though. It's not easy. You ski really well in the first round, and maybe kind of let down for a moment. Like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good, but then you have to ramp that intensity back up because, you know, it's no easy task to put down 239s in a day.
All right, and we got Will Asher. He is your defending champion, only person that's ever won this event, so he's looking to make it a 3-peat.
Yeah, and I'm guessing these guys, the strategy is always going to be now to go off the dock at 32, take the 39 headwind for the more guarantee of an easier pass, and knowing that they've just got to get through 1 ball. So yeah, this is a 32 off start. This is looking nice and cruisy, very textbook Will Asher. Nothing tricky right there, that's good stuff.
All right, and that was a good-looking opening pass, and we are joined here in the commentating booth with your last skier, Thomas DeGasperi. Man, it looked good out there. Punch your ticket into the final?
Yeah, you know, the wind is strong. It's definitely pushing. I didn't want to risk taking 39 tailwind. And after Sasha going down at 1 ball, I knew that half would have put me through it, so took 39 headwind. And after, you know, I was like, just don't miss the gate.
And I think we're going to check out Will's replay. Actually, we're going to re-rack your replay and check out your 41 here.
Actually, I didn't feel too bad. I mean, the wind was pushing, but yeah, a little slow out on 1 ball. But then I tried to crank 3. I was like, well, I'm here. Why not try to turn 3 ball?
You were on a good line here coming in. We all thought you were turning for sure.
Yeah, the boat got me off. Anyway, so no, I'm happy. You know, it's kind of like really like the beginning of the season still, even if we did Moomba and Masters and LCQs. But you know, it's good to be here. It's good to be in the finals. I'm thankful, and you know, the hard work this winter paid off.
Well, yeah, no, but we can definitely tell the hard work's paying off. You're looking good out there, man. We're super excited to watch you ski tomorrow, and we want to see you get over to that 4-ball tomorrow.
I'll try my best. I think I can do it.
Well, good luck, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, with that, we're back to Will. He's going to be coming in at 35. That's a nice gate shot at 35. In his mind, he's kind of setting up his 39. He's going to get some rhythm under his belt here. I'd say we're seeing Will, big. A little more on the attack is what I was going to say, and that 4-ball was a real attack for 35 off. But I think, that's really the way to go. You want to set up that tempo that you're going to feel when you're coming that same direction at 39. So a good, strong way to take that pass.
Yeah, and Will today got his best score of the season at 3. And he'd kind of stuck at 1, so it was kind of good to see him get out of there, and now kind of got to go, and knows that he can definitely get 1, but we've got to get through these next couple passes. And I agree with you. I think he's really on the attack, and I think Will looks pretty strong today.
Yeah, I heard him laughing about it down at the starting dock that it was his highest score of the season, because I'd say that 3 at 41 is a fairly routine score for Will, and he considers it more of a fluke that he hadn't been there yet this year. So he was kind of joking about it. I think he's clearly got his sights set on much more. Like you said, he wants to three-peat. He knows that he's going to have to go past 3-ball in order to do that in the finals tomorrow. So, he's got nothing to lose here other than to lay it out there, get himself dialed in, feeling ready. This 38, I think, like we said on the others, we're going to expect to see him kind of go on the offensive, which is how he's approached both these passes so far. Will's a guy, he's not known for like a super wide gate or a lot of speed through the turn in, but I'd say actually of what we've seen so far, he's been on the higher and wider side and bringing a little bit better energy, nice progressive energy, a little loose out of 1, surprisingly. Big Will Asher 2-ball there. You can just see that wind is pushing a little bit, like there's a little more sway in the line than what we would typically see, but certainly not a problem in that pass. Just good course management, and maybe something to think about here for his 39 gate.
Yeah, and I kind of thought at the beginning he kind of was unloading a little bit hard, but staying over the ski, and then kind of chilling out as he got to the end of it. I think, maybe trying to create all that space at the beginning to give himself plenty of room at the end, but he's also trying to get his first final of the year, so definitely probably that's in the back of his mind, but makes it through that 11 pass. You see, kind of has to double pump there at 5-ball, but still gets through it. Nice. Now gives himself a chance. He's got to run this pass and then get a full 1 to punch his ticket in for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's one of those weird mindsets. Somebody like Will Asher, he can afford a mistake at every buoy and still run 38. So, you don't have to run it clean. And you don't want to make any mistakes in the wind or something like that you just don't connect with the boat or something. So, maybe not as rhythmic as he would have wanted that one. But here he's got the headwind. We saw him charge through that 35 really strong. I think that's going to be his game plan right here. Again, let's see what kind of start he can get with the gate, the pull out, the glide, the turn in.
All right, let's see as we bring him in for 10.75.
Ooh, that's not what he was looking for. And all of a sudden,
Sasha's in.
He's given a gift to Sasha Descon. Will is out and Sasha is in. It will not be a three-peat this year. We see Will do that handle dunk sometimes at 41, come up a little bit narrow or on a strange line, but we don't typically, see him get into that sort of trouble at 39.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a shakeup there. I would have thought we were going to get him in there, and
I know he doesn't want to see this again, but let's see if we can just figure out. I thought that this gate shot was going to be adequate. He's clear of the buoy by a lot. Oh man, that's a very strange one. It just shows you, as we've said here, 39 is not a gimme, even for the best of the best. Maybe a little bit narrower than I thought on that gate, but not something that I saw being a big problem, but that could push you with some straight speed past one if you're narrow. You all of a sudden generate some up-course speed. Gosh, shocker. And that probably makes Adam breathe a little bit deeper. I think we should get some clarification on the rules. Tegas mentioned that he knew if he got a half that he was in. And I think I heard people saying earlier that if the score and the backup score are tied and it runs past 8th place, then the ties all get in. So there's not going to be a runoff for the final. So in theory right here, if Adam runs 39, makes his gate, gets a half, he can try to turn that one ball without a great penalty. Even if he and Sasha tie in the 8th position, they both get in. But as we just saw, you got work to do. He's going to have to get through all of these passes. I know he's up to it. I watched him in practice. He went right up the rope through 39. Earlier today we saw him get 3 at 41. Sledge is another one of those guys that when it counts, he knows how to get himself over there to 3. And we saw that earlier. So hoping to see that again this round. And I think we're going to go over and check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here back in the middle of the course. We are here with Sasha Descant. So Sasha, congrats. You're in the final.
Yeah, it was not expected. Luck was on my side today, apparently. I'm not very, very happy with the set, but sometimes, you're lucky, and that's what happens today. All good for me.
Oh, yeah, all good for you, and we'll hope to see you ski a very good round tomorrow in the final. Thank you very much, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. It's kind of wild. He didn't feel super good, wasn't super happy, but still got his way in. So, now he's just got to shake that off and move on to tomorrow and think about getting that big score for the final.
A half buoy is a frustrating score. You do all that hard work to come up through the 39, and then, you just kind of end right away as soon as you start at 41, and that's annoying. But, I think he's got to just trust himself. He ran 3 earlier. He's typically going to get out of that one ball, so I'd say, he shouldn't overthink it and just be all systems go tomorrow. This makes me a little more frustrated with my backup score of a half. If I knew I only needed 3, I might have treated my 2 ball a little differently, but that's why the seeding value goes to those who perform in round 1.
All right, we've got Adam Settlemeyer making his way through this 12-meter pass, looking nice and strong. I thought he looked super strong earlier today, so we'll see if he can get through the next 2. But kind of a little pressure off of him, knowing that he only needs that half at 10.25.
Slicing and dicing to fine effect out there, as Tony would say. These aren't the passes that make you nervous. If anything, these are the ones that help shed the starting dog nerves. But then those can kind of creep back in on 39 when you know it's a must run. He set himself up for the 39 in the headwind, so I'd say that's good news. And Sledge is also somebody who's a veteran. He's kind of seen everything. He knows what it takes to ski in some wind. He's got that great overall. He's an overall skier. He's got that great body awareness to, even if he gets a little bit off of his mark, he can make things happen when sometimes other skiers can't. So, I'm putting my chips down for Sledge to get it done here.
All right, we'll shorten that rope up, and this will be 11 meters. So still got 2 more to run before we get there to try to punch his ticket, but already off to a good start with the first 2 passes, looking really nice as we bring the boat in and bring him in for 11 meters.
Nice one ball there.
Yeah, Sledge looking nice and strong here. Really good line here in the tailwind.
Looked like, he knew that tailwind was going to be pushing on the gate and swung out there early. Maybe lost a little bit of speed, but at 38 it didn't cost him. He came off a 1 beautifully. If it cost him anything, he had to take it down course a bit more at 2. Like here's a really nice connection off a 1. And here's where a little bit of a slow, narrow gate. He had a little bit of loose rope off at 2. Again, doesn't matter at 38. He's got plenty of space at 3. Adam's somebody that moves nicely on both sides of the course. He turns the ski really well at 2.4 and at 1.35, so he keeps things pretty symmetrical. He's not super heavy out of one side and then having to manage the other. He really can go for it on both sides and know that he can get a big turn when he needs to. So, nice 38 right there.
I think a huge part of that, too, comes from that trick background. You see the trickers are really good at rotating their hips and getting the ski to move, and I think, that's kind of coming into play there for Sledge on that pass.
Yeah, well, I think, trick's one where you've got a limited time. I heard you guys talking about the speed element of tricks earlier, and you've got to be able to make recoveries and get yourself returned to a balance to execute that next trick, especially if it's a big trick. You can't be throwing yourself into it with your axis not right or your weight not right on the front or the back of the ski. So he's got some reflexes that he knows how to rebound right back to the best part of the ski. Let's see if he can get the gate here that sets him up for the pass. He knows he wants to be nice and strong in this 39 headwind. Good one ball. He's on the line. Let's stay right there, Adam. Nice, strong 5. No safety check on that one.
No, not at all. Yeah, he was...
Safety check Republic.
Yeah. And I kind of thought he's a touch slow out of 2 and 3, managed it well, but, really needed that turnover there at 5 and definitely gave it to himself to get him through that pass. And now, he could breathe a sigh of relief knowing that, hey, I got to go and I got to just get through the gates and I got to get my ski around 1 and try to turn it.
That's right. Yeah, I agree. He had a good one. I'd say it's the same thing. If anything, maybe not a lot of width here, and I think that's what catches up to him a touch at 2 and made that slow. But that's where, his instincts and his experience with course management, he didn't try to kill 2. He could get in that right place, take that load. I was pretty confident off of 2, because I know he turns 3 so well. He's going to go over there and stay on the line to finish out this pass. Good job on the 4. And then I thought he had room maybe to make a safe 5, but he didn't. He just went ahead and turned, rotated. He's actually as early for 6 as he was at any buoy in the whole pass. And then now, like you said, breathing that nice sigh of relief. Happy for him. And, he can take a real swing here. No penalty for going down at 1 ball. So, he might as well get a taste. Make the gate. I guess that's the big thing.
Yeah, and now he's kind of playing because he doesn't take a penalty for turning it, but now he can kind of play trying to move his seating up a little bit.
Exactly. That's worth a shot. So let's see if he can do it. That's a good one. Let's get out of 2 and go over to 3. That's what I'm saying about Sledge with the classic 3. He knows how to get that done when it counts. Throwing the fist. I love it.
Yeah, that's nice. That was awesome, and that'll be big because that'll move him up. He will not be one of the first. He won't be the first skier out. That'll kind of put him up there, and he's got a tie of 3 on the backup score, so 3 and 3.
I think he could be in the 4th position. It'll depend on what Rob does because you've got 3 scores of getting to 4 ball between Charlie, Freddie, and Nate. If Rob also gets 3, Rob was the higher seed coming in, so Rob will be the higher seed tomorrow. But I guess the worst seeding value that Sledge could have would be 5th. That's not bad. You get to see what a couple people do out in front of you, and you don't have to be the leadoff man. So, and you have the confidence. Like he's put down 3 twice here. There's no reason to feel like you can't do that tomorrow. Or obviously he's going to want to try to push for more if he can.
Yeah, but setting himself up. Definitely not going to be the top seed, but definitely going to get to see at least a couple of guys go out before him and kind of. See how they ski and how things are going, when it's time to go tomorrow. So we take a look at the leaderboard here. Right now we've got Aaron Davies sitting on the bubble in 8th with Rob Hazelwood left to go. So
But Rob has to beat his backup score, which was something at 39.
3 at 39, so it should be pretty. No walk in the park, but if he gets 3 1/4,
that's right.
That'll put him in.
Which is almost, I feel a little bit bad for Rob. Like Adam knew he had to run 39 basically, assuming that Rob will. Now Rob knows he only needs to go to 4 at 39, which is sometimes a harder mindset than just I need to run this pass because you get in your head that you don't want to fall at 4 and you have that number circling around versus just, Rob runs this pass every day. I'm not putting that on him. I think that we will see him run it, but I've been in that position, and sometimes, you just get that second thought, and it's stranger to ski for 4 than it is for 6.
Yeah.
You always ski for 6.
Well, there we go. We see Sledge. He's super happy. Hopefully we can get him out of the water here and maybe go get an interview with him here in just a few. But, yeah, happy into the final, punching his ticket. And we get to see him ski again tomorrow.
Yeah, outstanding performances, consistency, 3 and 3. That's a good day at the lake. He said earlier after he finished his first round and he got to 3, and he said, man, this is the most fun I've had skiing in a while. So I know he's dealt with some injury. He had some neck injuries going on, and he's been working hard to bring himself back from that. So it's really good to see it pay off.
Yeah, and it's amazing, when you're having fun, you tend to ski a lot better. That's part of it. They go hand in hand, and so big, good skiing there for Adam. It's happy to see him, out here kind of healthy and having a good time at it. So, great skiing there for Adam.
No, that's a great point. I feel like we with experience, we all know that when you're out there having fun, you're skiing loose, that's when the good things happen. And, I think he can carry that into tomorrow, and that makes him a little bit dangerous.
All right, well, we got Rob Hazelwood. He is the last person to decide who's going to the final. Got to get through a couple of these passes and get to 4-ball at 10.7 if he wants to punch his ticket. If I know Rob, he's looking for seeding. He's going to try to set himself up to not ski first off the dock tomorrow. And we'll see him make his way through this pass. And that was a good-looking 13 meters pass. And we're going to go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, everybody, welcome back here on the bank. We're joined by Adam Sedelmaier that just skied again 3. You said after round 1 that it was fun. How was round 2?
Yeah, man, so much fun. Definitely a little nerve-wracking. It's a little bit of a roller coaster ride, thinking the 3 is going to be enough to get you in. Then you got to actually go out there and perform. So little hard to refocus, especially for myself. But, my good friend Andrew Bergman told me, hey, you just got to be out there and ski like you're 18 years old, vintage sledgehammer, just drop the hammer and go, and let's see what happens. And, I'm just really happy that I listened to that. I was really aggressive, didn't let the conditions, the pressure of the tournament kind of face me. And, after being out for almost 6 months, I just felt I'm back to my old self. So super happy with that. Obviously grateful I'm in a final, but even if the final didn't happen, I'm still kind of happy with how I performed here.
Well, let me tell you, you do look back in your old self. You look like the 20 years old you that was just dropping the hammer. And let me ask you one other thing. How's the wind right now?
I mean, it's definitely a factor. It's a little bit stronger on your body than it is on the water. But Nico feels great. The water feels great. So it's just a little something to deal with. And obviously I didn't have much issues with that. So,
well, thank you very much. And as usual, back to you, Corey.
Well, boy, oh boy, we saw Rob get in deep, and then I just saw the graphic up. He's at 11 meters, so it's an interesting. Oh, okay, that was a mistake. This was 12 meters, and he got deep at that 2-ball. I was just thinking to myself, as Adam said, he was skiing aggressively. I think Rob's style, Rob doesn't have really a non-aggressive mode. He skis a really, good up-course line. He takes a lot of angle off the backside of the buoy. He's somebody that also, he turns and moves really nicely on both sides. He doesn't really have an offside at all, and he should be confident. He's coming off of a big win at Lake 38 last weekend, and here he went big at 2, and I don't know, that's definitely deeper than he planned to be. Good job holding on to it. He knew he couldn't let that go, and here he cleaned things up, kind of settled right back into the swing of things. I think he's just going to shake that off again, kind of a fluke, and I think we're going to see him kind of turn right back into aggressive mode here as he comes in at the 38 tailwind.
Yeah, I think he'll shake that off, and that was definitely not your typical 2-ball that you'd get from Rob there at the 12 meters, but still way to kind of keep his cool and manage his way through that pass. Didn't let him, didn't throw him off, and now he can come down here, take a mental reset, and get ready for this 11-meter tailwind.
Here it goes.
Nice looking one ball there.
Sure was.
As he is tagging here now. He did a lot better there at 2. Stayed level with his shoulders. Stayed over his feet a little bit better. But a little bit deep there out of 4. But looking really good as he makes his way over here to 6 and out the gate. So now going to get a crack at the 10-7. Knows he's got to get to 4. I think he's not even thinking about that. I think he's worried about running it, maybe even getting to 4 at 10-2. You got to get your ticket in and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that he's skiing, if you're a betting person and if there's nothing on this, then you nearly 100% expect him to just tear through this 39. But pro tournament, you have to. That does factor in somewhere in the back of your mind. He's I think he's going to run it, but he is going to have to overcome that little voice in the back that of any doubts and anything about just make sure you get 4. But the thing that's, like I said, he turned so well on both sides. I think Rob has a unique ability. If there is some trouble, if he has a mistake somewhere, he can go big and make up some ground on either side of the pass. And for most of us, you know which side you can do that, and the other side you really can't. And I feel like that's what makes Rob skiing so impressive and so dangerous, is that even if he was to have a mistake somewhere, he can kind of put himself right back where he wants to be in the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those skiers, too, that really comes from a really strong overall background. I know he's now focusing on slalom a lot more, but, you kind of see that come into play and making both sides a little more symmetrical. But here we go, 10.75. Got to get 4 if he wants to get himself in, but guarantee he's trying to go for more than that. Nice strong 1 there as he makes his way over to 2.
That's a good 2, better than 35 and 38.
And there you go. Now he's in.
He's in. He's going to run it. All good right there. There's that breath of relief.
Got a little fist bump there, too, so he's nice and happy. Going to get a chance to ski tomorrow and maybe see if he could get 2 weekends in a row. That would be huge for him.
That would be totally huge. He had 2 wins last year, so, I'm sure he's got the hunger. And he's in a great position now because he doesn't even have to worry about any half buoy, make the gates, whatever. While we're dropping, we'll take a look at the watch party. What do we got here? We got Valle Gonzalez. I don't know where they're coming to us from. Who else is in that? Oh, this is Drew Ross Ski Academy watch party right here.
Yeah, and a bunch of parents. So we got Drew Ross, we got Jaime's parents, we got Valentina rooting on Maddie. So that's a cool group of people there checking out their family watching over here. We're glad that TWBC is able to broadcast it to you, and we love that you're sending in your photos and letting us know where you're watching.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how it works, but if you text me a picture of your watch party tomorrow in the finals, I'm sure I can get it in the right hands to show your watch party up there, and love to promote that and get a watch party sponsor like Coleman, Coolers or something, where you get a little prize pack, you get some camping chairs and some coolers and a coffee mug or something like that for the coolest watch party picture.
Yeah, and so just so if everybody's watching at home, so you know how to put it in, it's waterskibroadcast.com/watch party.
Oh, good one
photos.
For Rob here at 41. We were kind of talking over him. He's going to 3 at least. He's going to turn. Oh, I mean, he had nothing to lose on that turn. Worth a try. Slipped a little bit down course on the way to 3, but, a strong start. He knew he didn't have to play it safe, and, he wanted to have his look at turning 3, maybe trying to poach that top seed position. A great stab at it right there. He had a really good 1. I had to turn my head and look over my shoulder. We're going to see it right here. Nice gate shot. I thought he connected. Yeah, that's what you want right there at 41. That's looking really good. I think he connected well out of 2. Maybe that handle just slipped out a little bit, didn't get his full drive cross course, and then that's where that extra rope came from at 3. But very close to being a turnable 3. And it's something that he can keep in his mind where he knows tomorrow he can get that done.
Yeah, and I think that's why he was pretty excited because he kind of knew that he kind of lost the hands, but that's something that he can manage. And he did get the ski to kind of turn there at 3. So, he'll be thinking about that for tomorrow going, hey, I can get over there to 4 and push this lead out. And we'll take a look. It looks like we got another watch party here. And that is Mr. Surepath. Thank you for checking it out. Looks like he's working and watching, so that's probably the best way to be working here on a Saturday.
He's following the numbers, keeping an eye on that Surepath. And, yeah, well, thanks to James. We're always happy that we have his innovation in the boat with us. And, you know, that's been a bit of a revolution in the sport, probably the latest thing to hit water skiing. And, yeah, I think we're all happy for that. And it's a great training tool as well, not just for competitions to ensure the fairness, but also, you know, if you have that set up at home, it's going to help the drivers learn where the boat is, what they're doing, how to get where they need to be. So it's just a great tool.
But not only that, people are using it now for surveying courses, and it seems way easier and smoother to throw in a course than it is to, you know, get your prism out and have to hit it from that one spot. You can do it with the Surepath, pop it on the phone, and you know, you're kind of seeing that aspect of it too. So I think it's a really good tool, you know, not just on the driving side.
No, that's right. Yeah, I don't really understand the surveying equipment and how that works. That's beyond my pay grade, but I do understand how the Surepath survey works. So for a lay person like me, it kind of gives me the ability to check the course, make any movements as needed. Yeah, so that has been just a huge gift to water skiing, and we thank James Timothy. That was a watch party of just one, the back of the head. You know, I don't think he's going to win the Coleman Cooler.
No, they had to have two because somebody took that photo for him. So
true.
They just didn't want to be in the photo with us. They were going to let him take all the glory.
I suppose so. Yeah, two's a party, I guess. Yeah, keep them coming. And so now we get down to the final two. We got Arno, part of the TWBC crew oftentimes, and he's in the airport. He's on his way to Morocco right now. He will be joining the crew in the next stop and maybe more of these legs.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him next weekend.
Yeah.
So shout out to him in the airport. Glad you're watching. But now we're back, eyes on the water. This is Mr. Frederick Winter. He's got his ticket punched into the final. Now kind of going out there just to get a feel and maybe get himself feeling a little bit better for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, skiing great in round one like he did. It's such a gift because you don't have to spend all those hours between then and now on the fence and having the nerves build up about what to do. You know you're good. And with that, we're going to send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here on the shore. We're here with Rob Esable, who just got done skiing. So, Rob, how did it feel out there?
Oh, fantastic. Finally a start that I should have really done something with. I don't know if I sat a little back. Maybe I'll go watch the video. I know 2 wasn't perfect, but it was more than good enough to get out of that 3. And I mean, that tailwind, I guess, is just pushing, and I got a little bit scared, but a little bit more commitment at that 3, and I felt fantastic. Like the 1, I was pretty scary coming into that 1 at 41. You're just hauling. There was nothing slowing you down. Kind of committed with my eyes closed, and the ski released, and went boom, and I was off, and I was off to the races. I should have done more with that.
So I guess after what you said, that this wind, you really feel it on your body, and it's really, really tough for you guys to figure out how to adjust from one pass to the other.
Oh, you feel this one head to toe. This is just windy. This is not like you feel this everywhere. I mean, at my 2 at 35, I just got a solid gate, I guess. Fine 1, and then you just stand out there and you just fall over. It's just stopping you super, super quick. So I think I got lucky that it calmed down on my 39. And then it was pretty fine from then on, I think. I mean, my 32 and 35, I think I got the most of it. 35, the wind was in my face over the gate. So it's up and down, but it's more than skiable for sure.
All right, perfect. Well, can't wait to see you ski tomorrow in the final. Thank you again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. Now, Corey, do you ever close your eyes going into one ball and just hope for the ski to snap?
I mean, not on purpose. I'm not saying that maybe it doesn't happen sometimes, but you know, hey, I kind of enjoyed hearing him say that. I had a chuckle. It's just, I think sometimes you do, maybe what he's saying a little bit is you have to trust it. You know, by the time you've released the ski at 41, at 1 ball, there's not a whole lot that you can do to influence it based on looking at the buoy or anything like that. You basically have to go with the feeling that you've programmed into your body for a long time. So I think eyes open is generally the recommended method, but also you need to know what your body's doing. And I think Rob did.
All right, and I think Freddie might have done the opt-up like he did the round before. I know he ran 13 off the dock and then elected to go through the 11 meters coming back. So I believe that's what he's done again.
we're going to just double check that line length. We think it's 11, but we're going to get a confirmation here soon. That's what he did earlier. He's skiing. He has the advantage of knowing that he's in, so he just gets to take a big fat swing at things. That was 11 meters. So, yeah, he's setting himself up for a 41 off in the headwind, because why not? If you feel like that's the direction for a bigger score, that's the only thing he can do right here is improve his seating value.
Well, and that's what he said, too, when we were talking to him earlier, that he liked the gates from that far end down there a little bit better. He felt like he was getting a better setup. So I think that's probably his plan, is he's trying to set himself up, get a good gate. And, I know last weekend he took down a 10-2, and it looked really good, and I think he's probably trying to do the same thing today.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie, we've talked about some skiers looking strong. I mean, he's definitely a powerful skier, so I think that's where the headwind is going to help you. He knows he can get himself side to side. He knows he can create the spacing for himself. If anything, he wants more of a guarantee of a tight line at the backside of the buoy, and if that's what you want, then you want the headwind. So here, I mean, look, the wind's maybe down from what it was a little bit earlier, but this 39 tail is still a 39 tail. It's not a joke. Freddie's obviously skiing very well, and he doesn't have anything to lose, so I think he just gets to go for it here. That's a nice-looking gate. That's a good-looking one. Freddie turns 2 very well. Lost a little space there, but he's right where he wants to be in this pass. And he's going to get it done right there.
Yeah, and just kind of managing the line, but not doing anything too much and pushing too hard to kind of throw him off. And even at 2-ball, kind of got a little slow, but really didn't freak out. Kind of took it neck down a couple buoys, and now he's built back up some space. And that's something that Fred's really good at, is even when he doesn't get the best turn, he tends to get that really good cross course drive, and that helps him out on the next side.
Yeah, it was a little slower than he probably would have wanted off at 2, but it wasn't an emergency situation where he had to throw, the deep ball at 3. And then I think he kind of always knows in the back of his mind, like, he's somebody, if he wants to make up some time, it's the 2-4. He can make up as much as anybody over there. So I think coming into 4, again, like you said, management, he didn't need anything too big. He's like, let's just get enough. I'll be fine. All right, the watch parties are really taking off here. We got another watch party of 2, a photographer and Phil Knuckles watching from I'm not sure where, but thanks for sending us your watch party. I want to see the watch party with like 12 people.
Yeah, well, I'm ready for somebody to get us a picture of them sitting in a bar with it on the screen behind the bar.
Yeah, you guys, listen, we want a sponsor for this, so hold up something, get something in the picture, your favorite beverage or something like that could come in and be the watch party sponsor. That maybe in the future you could win one of those beverages.
All right, 10.25 for Freddie. He's in the final. Not a very good one, but gets over to 2.
He's not going to run this, but he's in it. He's going to go to 4. And he's outside of it, and he's going to improve his seating. As of now, he got 1 up over Nate's 3.5. He had to work for it. He's happy. 4 at 41, that's a big score. So I guess it's going to come down to Nate to see how the seating shakes out. But Freddie's done what he can there. Smart skiing. I don't think that any of those turns were exactly, on his plan, but still made it to 4-ball.
Yeah, but that's what I really like about Freddie, is even when he doesn't get the best of turns, he doesn't start going to scramble mode, right? I mean, he pulls real hard, but when he gets to the other side, he just tries to get what he can get there and allow it for his pulls, because his pulls are so strong, and that's what allows him to get down these passes. Sometimes when these other guys get a bad turn and then they blow the tail on the other side, they start to push, and Freddie does a real good job of staying calm through those passes.
Yeah, great composure, like right there, like you said, especially at 3. We've seen a couple people have a chance at turning 3 and then end up with 2.5. He did a nice job of not rushing it, to let that ski rotate back to the line, be patient, and then drive, like you said, and take it all the way to 4. Freddie's good at getting that ski out, to pick up that extra buoy, extra half buoy, extra quarter buoy, whatever it is, and that's textbook case right there.
Yeah, and I almost thought we were going to see the textbook Freddie slide right there, but
Yeah.
he managed to stay over his feet and didn't throw his butt in the water. And
He wanted that 4 because, as of right now, until Nate could improve upon it, he is now sitting in the top seed position. Nate is going to start at 35 for that same reason, try to take back the top seed, take the 41 off in the headwind.
So both guys got the same strategy, just a little bit way of going about it. Nate started at 12 in the first round, so electing to do that again. Freddie doing the opt up from the far end, so kind of liking that 32 off start, but still both guys kind of the same strategy on where they want to end up at 10-5. But we'll go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank real quick. I think he's got Freddie.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the one and only Freddie Winter, who just skied 4:41. 10-5. How did that feel?
Good. It's the same score I ran last year, but it was a little bit happier after the set. So I said I just wanted to run 4s all weekend, and I'm very happy. I feel competitive again, which I wasn't sure I was going to be after last year, and I feel fit and strong, and I got a good ski, and very happy to be here, and grateful to everyone for putting it on. It's a phenomenal event. I won it 2 years ago. I didn't end so happy last year, but it's great to be back, and I'm very happy to be skiing well.
And how does it feel to be standing here on one of your demons?
Well, got past it. It's been in my vision all year, and I entered, and I'm putting it to one side. So that's the best thing I can do, and I feel proud of myself to be able to do that and to still ski half decent when it's quite challenging mentally. So I'm really happy.
Well, I wish I could call that skiing half decent as you do, but congratulations on your score. Really stoked to see you tomorrow skiing the final, as I guess are all our viewers. Thank you very much again for being here, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, we've got Nate Smith. This is 11 meters from the far end, so got him a bit of a headwind, looking good and tidy as he makes his way around 5 over to 6. So good second pass there, Corey. What did you see?
Yeah, I think we all expect that out of Nate. Headwind 38, that's really a warm-up pass. I think, this next one will be a little more interesting, 39 in the tail. No gimme even for Nate. And I think I would call attention to the fact, I think Freddie just corrected us, and it matches my memory that he said he won here 2 years ago. We had Will up as the 2-time winner, but I think that my memory was that he won this event in a runoff with Nate in 2023. And then Will won in 2024. So I think we may have had that wrong. And owe Freddie an apology on that one.
Yeah, and good. He's back and looking healthy and skiing real well. And it's just great to see him out there skiing at a high level and back at the top of the game, kind of, where we kind of knew Freddie to be.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like you said, with 2 rounds under his belt, 2 good scores, I think he's put the past behind. This whole tournament will probably be a case of exactly that. Oh, Flo Hazelwood in the watch party, again of 1. Got the Skier of the Day trophy in the picture there. Looks almost like an office setting there. It's Saturday. I hope that you get a little bit more break for your continued watch party, at least tomorrow.
All right, 10-7-5 for Nate. Got to get through this one if he wants to try to have a chance to take the lead back from Freddie. Looking good here, over to 3. Man, his 39s are so smooth. That very rarely can you really tell that it's 39. But he makes it look really nice and easy out there as he gets through that pass. And now setting himself up for this, 41. And going to take a gander at trying to get over to 4. Get him a full 4. I bet you Nate's trying to run his first 10-2 of the year, so that would be pretty great to see that being taken down today.
It'll be interesting, I think, just from a glance around the site. It looks like the wind has backed off a little bit, so that probably increases his chances. 41 with a light headwind is definitely nicer than 41 with a heavy one. So, very cruisy 39. He feels like he's on his mark here. He's on his game. And I don't think he needs to change the recipe. Obviously, to run it or to go to 4, you've got to get that start right. And there is enough wind that you're certainly factoring it in on your gate pullout. So, Nate's been all around the world, skied in a little bit of everything. Certainly nothing he hasn't seen before. So we're about to see what we get.
Yeah, I mean, if I expect anything out of Nate, he's going to definitely set himself up for a good gate and get himself a good start. Now, he hasn't run this pass yet this season, so I know that's maybe in the back of his mind. He's really wanting to get that one, knock the first one off and get that demon off his back. But here we go. Nate, this is 41 off, 10.25.
Good strong pull out. That's up there on the boat. That's a nice gate shot. That's a good one. Good enough for Nate. Ooh, little slow. Oh, and whoa. Wow. Whoa. Now, see, this is one of those ones. He got the top seed. I've had many times watching Nate, and it's like, how? How are you still there?
Yeah, I mean, like he's doing that off a 3-ball,
Into three.
Yeah, into 3-ball. Most guys would kind of freak out, then maybe probably pop the ski there, but he managed it and still looked like he could run it,
Well, and I fully expected him to stand up the 4, and that would still give him top seed because he's got backup score over Freddie. I did not expect him to turn 4 and go and get around 5. That, I was surprised once and then surprised twice.
Yeah, well, that's great skiing for Nate. I know he's excited. That was really what he was shooting for, was to be at the top of the leaderboard. As you can kind of see here, here's our top 8. We got Nate Smith in the lead with 4.5 at 10.25. Freddie Winter in second with 4 at 10.25. Charlie Ross got that 3.25, so that bumped him up quite a bit with his 3.25 at 10.25. And then we've got a little bit of a log jam there at 3 at 10.25 from Thomas DeGasperi, Robert Hazelwood, Thibaut Dion, and your final skier into the final, Sasha Deskun. So looking forward to seeing these guys tomorrow, and I expect some big skiing out of them tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be right here with you, Zane. We'll call it together, and I think it's going to be a good show. We've been mentioning the wind all day, and from my last glance at the forecast, maybe I was getting ahead of myself. I think tomorrow's supposed to be more wind than today, so it's going to be a battle.
Well, and that's what we like. We do like a good battle. So let's go check in with Lorenzo, who's down on the bank with Nate.
All right, guys, we're here with Nate. He just got out of the water. And Nate, how did it feel out there?
I thought it felt pretty good. I mean, the lake ski is really nice. There's a little bit of wind out there, but it doesn't seem like it's affecting anybody. And I think for my set there, the wind kind of settled down a little bit the last 2 passes. But I thought I had a really good start. It was a little weird going into 3-ball there. I'm not sure what happened, but I think I was just too good of a start and came off the handle early and about cartwheeled. But I'm happy with it. Another round tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea, absolutely no idea how you got to 5-ball after that miss-up going into 3. I was like, it's done, but you kept going. How do you do that?
Just confidence, just knowing that you can do it every day in practice. I mean, that's what we do. We go practice every day to come out here and expect to do that in a tournament. I don't want to surprise myself here. So just try to repeat what I do in practice every day, and usually that works out pretty well.
All right, it was good to see that B score up on the board in preliminary. Hope to see some other very big scores for final. Thank you for being here, and for the last time today, back to you, Zane.
All right. Thank you, Lorenzo. We've enjoyed having it. And here we go. We got another watch party from the car. That's Pato Zohar. I know he's watching his Argentinian buddies and people from South America. I know he's been doing a lot of coaching down there, and super stoked to see your watch party. Keep sending those in. We love seeing them here in the booth, and we'll get you up on the webcast. Be sure to send yours in for tomorrow while we're watching the women's round 2 and then the finals of the tricks and the slalom.
Yeah, and before we sign off, I'll just pick up on one thing that Nate said right there, which was, he didn't want to be surprised out here in the tournament. These are things that happen in practice and that you ski through. And you and I both know as coaches that I think it's important to do that. Yes, don't put your body at risk of physical harm in practice, but I'd say too often I see people maybe not execute their cue or their key, and they realize it, and then their mind shuts off and they stop the run. I think a big thing is stay in it, keep going. That's where you learn your recovery skills, and that's you realize you might get a little further than you think if you just do anything that you can do. It may not be a part of the plan, but you just got to keep trying, and then that can pay dividends.
Yeah, I know exactly, and that's what's huge. You can't really teach scrap, but you can kind of learn it yourself, and that's what Nate did out there. So I think we're going to go into a pick your pass, and Corey, I'll let you get underway. Do you got a pass that you want to see?
Oh, boy, you threw it right on me. Let's see. Pass that I want to see. Oh, I think we're... let's go to Thibaut Dayan. Let's see Thibaut at that 41 because that was a big moment. You know, I feel like he was really up against it. He had a lot of pressure. He didn't know what the score was going to be. He had to get that 3, and that was a huge moment. Let's see that one again.
Well, now you've put me on the bubble because that's what I was going to choose there, Corey. Big one ball.
Yeah, that was awesome. Again, that wasn't his plan exactly for 1, but he knows how to deal with it because he's rehearsed it a bunch of times. When it doesn't go right in practice, you stay with it, keep your head clear. At 2, like his mental ability to shift into what do I need to do at 2 to turn this and get myself to 3 and have this moment right here, that's very impressive. Great job, Thibaut. Congratulations.
And I think if I'm going to go for me, how about we take a look at Aaron Davies' 41, because I know he tied a PB there, which is pretty huge. So hopefully he goes and grabs an ice cream today. But let's see if we can check out Aaron's 41.
We have somebody running this broadcast that's a little slow, so here we go. Aaron, this was man, that's where it helps to be tall. Look, he got himself right back into a position. He knew he needed to go to 3. It still didn't end up giving him the trick, but that was a great move out of 2. Used his power and his leverage there to get it outside of 3. We saw some really good S-turns today. It's a textbook S-turn right there. And a great moment. Hey, a PB tie is nothing to shake a stick at. I'm sorry that it didn't work out. He's going to still pick up some Pro Tour points. And, great moment there. Good choice, Zane.
Yeah, no, I'm always stoked for a PB. That's kind of my favorite thing to watch is somebody, even if you tie it, I think it's definitely worth noting. And to do it here in the pro tournament, that is huge. So we want to thank you guys all for watching and joining us. Come back tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. local time, and you can join me and Corey. We'll be breaking down some women's slalom and then head into the finals. So we're looking forward to being with you tomorrow morning, and we'll catch you then. But right now, it's ciao for now.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
USA.